saying shit.
I'm just answering questions. I'm not saying shit. I was asked why I believe it. I was asked what a person said, and then now give me a worksheet, which I said I didn't want to fucking do. So,
Doctor who? What is his name? Doctor what?
oh my god, can I talk to somebody else if I have to?
Who the fuck is that guy?
He doesn't like being questioned his beliefs. What a guy.
Don't nobody know Doctor whoever you just talked about?
Yeah, I mean, Invincible, you answered my question with some person we hadn't heard of. That's why you think you live on a globe. So you're trusting in someone else's information. So
What's
what
a
makes
lot
you
of other
think?
people's information?
Oh, okay. So who are the people that
Yeah,
you?
name one other person. Yeah.
I think it's like every astrophysicist ever.
Yeah, name one.
I want to fill out a worksheet, bro. I already said that like 5 times. Are you like? Are you deaf? Are you deaf?
Yeah, I mean, just to point out, Invincible, like we all believed that there was evidence for this globe model. That would be the natural assumption. I mean, you would think that you hear about it, like, every place you turn and every time you open a book, textbook.
Well, yeah, but
TV,
I know you guys like to ask about like the specific math. Sorry to interrupt, but I know you guys asked about like the specific math behind it, and I don't really want to, because that's what happens when I present evidence. It's like, this makes sense to me, and then it's like, explain the math behind this. Like, what's this formula mean? What does this formula mean? How does this work? That's like, I don't want to do all that. Like, respectfully, this is just a Discord voice chat.
Yeah, I get it. You don't want to. Yeah, I understand. That's why I'm trying to talk to you. Just about the general concept of not accepting something that you haven't verified for yourself. I get it that you don't want to do a bunch of math and so on, but like, you are accepting this globe on faith, basically. You think these people have figured it out, and that's what most of us here who eventually realized the lie about the globe, we thought the same thing. And then when we started looking into it, we realized, no, this is just a bunch of propaganda. That's what's going on here. The globe models. Yeah, it's a bunch of propaganda.
From my point of view, there are 2 options, right? So all the scientists are lying, or they're just doing their jobs.
You could not even name a scientist, though.
Oh my god. I'm not filling out a worksheet for you, bro.
We don't need a fucking worksheet. We just need a name, bro. What are you talking about?
You're going to ask like a million little questions like these, and I don't want to.
You're making claims that you cannot stand on. You're saying there's all these scientists. We're like, okay, give us one. You're like,
what he actually means is that if his girl was a scientist and she cheated on him, and she said she didn't, even though she did, he will believe her. He will believe her because she's a scientist.
Finally, someone said it.
Beta male simp, bro.
Beta.
Yeah, I mean, your 2 options, I think, are valid. You said, what were your 2 options? Either everyone's in on it or they're just doing their jobs. I mean, yeah, it's
Oops, I actually played a video. Sorry, I didn't hear any of that. I had a bunch of people talking at once because I played a video. My bad.
Okay, well, what I said was I agreed with your 2 choices of possibilities, which I think were the 2 things you stated. Either everyone's in on it or they're just doing their jobs. Is that what you said, Invincible?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good. I mean, yeah, we would never claim that everyone's in it. Of course, we don't know everyone, but we do know that it's possible for people because of compartmentalization of large organizations such as NASA, it's totally possible for people to parrot information that they've never verified for themselves. Same thing with the education system, same thing with the media, and so on and so forth. Most of those people parroting this information are not aware that they're passing on a deception. It's not necessary. I mean, we know that just from throughout history, we've seen things that have been accepted as definitely true that were, part of the mainstream kind of, so-called knowledge base that ended up not being true. It didn't matter that everybody thought they were true, they weren't, and then everyone discarded them and moved on to more rational explanations, which is all we're trying to do with the globe. We're trying to get people to discard an illogical model that does not fit what we actually see in reality, because tell me the truth, Invincible. Do you feel like you live on a spinning globe? Have you ever seen curvature or experienced rotation of any kind?
Got him.
Have I experienced rotation? Like,
nope.
That's the question. Yeah. Have you experienced the Earth spinning?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure I have, yeah.
That's fucking cat, bro.
You'll have to tell me what that means later, CB. But yeah, where did you experience this? And somebody asked you if you were drunk. Yeah, good question.
Probably
Me?
like every day.
Bro.
You get to an AA meeting.
Me?
Stop the cap.
I wish I was drunk. That'd make the school a lot easier.
Bro, you said you experienced the Earth rotating right now. Are you in a building?
I'm pretty sure I am. Yeah, I'm in a building.
Is the building attached to the Earth?
Yeah.
Is the Earth moving?
Through space, yeah.
So you're in a moving building. Oh wait, are you in a moving building?
Not in relation to the ground.
Huh?
Because it's attached. So not in relation to the ground because it's attached.
So you're in a moving building right now then?
You could say that in like relation to other objects. Motion is just like in relation to things.
Yes or no? The Earth moves and you're on a moving building. Yes or no?
The building's not moving according to the planet, but if you want to compare it to a different spot, then yeah, it's moving.
Isn't the building attached to the Earth?
If both those things are true, then the building should be rotating.
Hold on, buddy.
No. If those two things are true, then the building should be rotating at 360 degrees every 24 hours, right?
Sure.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
That sounds about right.
It sounds right.
1 degree per hour. Wait, not 1 degree per hour. It's like I don't know. But yeah.
I'm in a building right now. It's not going anywhere.
How do you know it's not going left and you know it's right?
How do I know it's not going left?
I'm just kidding. I wanted to address what you said about all the scientists. And remember, the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. So when you say all the scientists say something, that's not the scientists don't deal with the shape of the Earth. So it's irrelevant what they say about the shape, since that's not a scientific question.
What is a scientific question?
It will be something that has to do with the cause and effect relationship of observe phenomena in the natural world. And the shape of something is not a how is question. Cause and effect relationship is a what is. If you measure a table, measure your foot or your feet, or measure how tall you are, that's not a scientific question. If you measure across the Earth, that's not a scientific question. So when you say scientists say something about the shape of the Earth, that's irrelevant.
Okay, I wouldn't personally put such a strict definition on what counts as science or not. But
wait, that's not you or I that put the definition on what science is. The definition of science.
There's multiple applications of science that are more broad than that, though.
It's not a you and me opinion. That's not what.
This is what you're saying. I'm saying I wouldn't say it in that way. And I know other people don't like observation.
But it's not the way you will say it. It's the way it is.
Okay. All right. This language is objective now. My bad. Is language real?
We do communicate. We do communicate, and we
do communicate
in certain terms.
That's right.
We gotta agree to be able to communicate.
That's not what
anyways, yeah, the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. So when you say all scientists say something, they're not gonna tell you the shape of the Earth.
I respectfully disagree.
This is not an agree or disagree genre, dude.
All right, whatever you say.
This is not like cake decoration or gun control or who's better, the Muslim God. Or...
I really don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I know.
Why would all the scientists have to lie for the Earth to be flat?
Which came to black a second.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. That's not true. There's not only two options. So it's like they could all be doing their jobs and just be like wrong or gaslighting themselves into believing that they're right and have just a proper justification, which I also find to be almost like as impossible.
You couldn't even name a single scientist. I wouldn't worry about that too much. But also we have Ghost Diamond. I want to just quickly welcome to the panel. What is that? Sigint Mage, Ghost Diamond, or whatever the fuck.
Sigint,
Go.
I think.
How do you what's going on, dude?
I don't understand, man. Like, first of all, like these people in the side chat, like is these guys like retarded? Like, I understand. Okay, maybe I don't fight like.
Wait, get closer to your mic or something.
I had to turn him up. He's low.
Yeah. Okay. Is now better? Hello. Is now better?
Yeah,
Yes. Now you are in the same room as your mic. That's better.
Okay, thank you. So, like, I don't understand, like, these people in the side chat, like, I asked, like, like total, like, legit question, like, and this guy told me, all you done is coped about people, lying.
Okay, well, rather than recapping that, why don't you just ask us your question? Just ask us your question.
Sorry, I don't want to
woman, relax.
Yeah, I don't ask.
Hey,
what's your question, Diamond?
What's your question? Go ahead and ask your question to Dandelion. Go ahead.
Nigga, let me first speak, bro. Like this is not like, oh, ask the question and we're gonna tell you like to explain your question and then like leave. Please, like, first of all, be respectful.
Where are you from?
I'm from Serbia.
All right, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Like, I just want to ask, like, what you guys think, did all these scientists, like, just like a lie. Bro, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, like, is this like all scientists like just
lie about what? Can you be specific? They're lying about what? What are you asking about?
About your mother, about the space, bro. About the space, about the Earth, like about like the things like they telling us it is true.
Listen, when someone is telling you something that they believe, okay, so if you're talking about the shape of the Earth, scientists don't deal with the shape of the Earth. If they're telling you Earth is a globe, it's not based on science. It's based on their opinions. Just like you, if you believe the Earth is a spinning ball through the vacuum of space, that's your opinion. You didn't science that. You just believe it.
Do you believe that you breathe the air?
Yeah, and you know why you can breathe air? Because you live in a contained environment, because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Can you prove that somehow?
That's the only way you can demonstrate it with a container.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like, can you like demonstrate that?
Yeah,
like,
you didn't.
Can I do that?
Can you say that again, Jen? You need to let Jamesy finish, bro. You need to let Jamesy finish his sentence. You didn't hear the end of his sentence.
Listen, the only reason why listen, Serbian guy. The only reason why you can breathe air and ask your question and be alive right now is because you're breathing air in a contained environment. Because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of his container.
Okay, but like, how can I prove that? Like what? Why should I believe you?
That's demonstrated. No, that's not. You don't have to believe me. That's what is demonstrated. That's the only way you can demonstrate gas pressure is within a contained environment.
Where can I see like that demonstration?
Okay, now go to go search the definition. Okay, I'm gonna post some citations for you.
Can you show me the video? Can you show me the picture of that? Like you know.
This is physics, dude. This is gas behavior.
This is physics.
Gas behavior. This is the way gas behave. Gases increase in entropy and they expand in all directions. And to cause pressure, they push against the walls of its container, causing the pressure.
Did you finish?
I can't tolerate
Don't be sorry.
5 minutes. Goodbye.
Oh, wait. Did you finish the chemical school?
Do you finish the chemicals, or does that have to do with gas pressure?
Because like, I don't understand. You have.
If I finish or you didn't finish school, that will not affect the behavior of gases, dude.
Wait. I'm sorry. But like, I don't understand. Like, you believe that, like, you believe that, like.
That's not a belief. That's not a belief. That's not my. Listen, what I told you is not my.
You believe what somebody else told you, my man.
That's not a belief.
Bro, my fucking.
Good. Are you listening? That's a fact established.
Bro, you're
this is gas behavior.
You're a Jew, bro. I don't want to speak with a Jew.
Okay, if you keep interrupting, you're gonna be muted. Okay, so just relax. We're gonna post some definitions about gas pressure, and you can search the definition of gas pressure, and then you can find out about it. Exactly what I told you, and then what are you gonna do? Deny it? You can't deny it. You'll be denying the reality.
I think he's gone away. Anybody else have a question here about the Fantasy Globe model?
Yeah, what doesn't make sense to you guys about it?
what makes sense because your senses dictate to you, starting by, let's say, your vestibular system, right? It points out to you that the ground under your feet is motionless, and claiming the opposite of that the ground is moving, it will be nonsensical, right? And when you use another of your senses, your vision, your eyes, right? Your senses, like you just asked, what makes sense? You observe a horizontal frame of reference, you see a horizon, right? Just with your vestibular system that establishes a horizontal frame of reference as well, because you have a liquid, right? You have a liquid in your inner canal, in your ears, right? And that establishes a horizontal. And when you move away from it, from that horizontal, which is not curving, the horizon, you observe that your senses is motion. The ground is motionless. You observe the horizon with your eyes. You see the sun and the luminaries moving with your eyes, and all of those things dictate to you and tell you that it makes sense that it's not a globe, because the globe is the opposite of what your senses are telling you. The globe is telling you the ground is moving. Your senses are telling you the ground is motionless. Your senses are telling you the luminaries are moving, the sun, the moon, the stars are moving. The globe is telling you that the opposite of that is happening, right? Your senses are telling you that the horizon is not curving, and the globe tells you that the Earth is curving.
Dude,
so what makes sense? What makes sense? You ask the question. Why does it make sense? Reality makes sense because your senses are showing you what makes sense.
And so the fluid here doesn't detect motion; it detects acceleration.
Well, also, our senses don't detect that there are microorganisms in water. Right? Our senses don't detect that, but we observe it.
You can observe the microorganisms in water. You can look with your eyes through a telescope, and you will use your senses to listen. The telescope, the microscope, you're gonna touch it and look through it.
Right.
You're gonna use your senses to use it.
You can use our senses to observe curvature.
Yeah, and you're gonna observe.
Yeah.
You can use your senses to observe curvature. Where do you observe the curvature?
With boats going over the horizon, with height, with any manner of things.
That's hilarious. And are you saying that boats are going over the horizon?
No. We're not on this. We're on the fact that you say that our senses can't detect things, therefore it's fake.
But you've never seen a boat going over the horizon.
I proved through analogy that our eyes.
He didn't use the word fake.
All kinds of things.
He didn't use the word fake.
Now you're playing a solipsistic word game where you know what analogy.
And here
you're playing a propaganda game where you straw man his position. He didn't say fake. He didn't say fake. Did he say fake or not?
He was saying that it was invalid that we view the globe with our theater.
You're correct. Your senses don't tell you live on a globe. You are correct.
Yeah, and our senses don't tell us that there are microorganisms, yet there they are.
Yes, you can see the microorganisms. You can definitely see them with a microscope.
Yeah, you can see the curve.
Yeah, with your eyes, right? With your eyes, and you look through the microscope. You see the microorganisms.
You can see curve. Okay.
From where?
We're going to talk about.
From where?
We're going to say it.
From where?
From where?
From where?
From a high altitude balloon.
Give us an exact altitude, minimum altitude.
Was it 30 kilometers?
That's fucking cap, bro.
That he sent up the high altitude balloon. It was called Mage.
Cap.
That one of your flat earthers provided equipment for.
No, it's cap, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Cap,
that's not the curve of the Earth, buddy.
Flat Earth. Yeah.
It can't even be the curve of the Earth.
Right.
Unless you're are you a tiny earther?
Am I a what?
A tiny earther.
Well, I'm a flat earther because the Bible says the Earth is flat, but I think flat Earth science is ridiculous.
What's the argument the Bible's truth?
Yeah, no one brought up the Bible but you, bro.
Wait. What's the argument the Bible's truth conducive?
I don't know what that means.
We're not changing.
It just means that it utters true statements.
We're going to stay on the high altitude balloon.
Wait, calm down there. Matt,
no.
Not calming down. Means that it utters true justified propositions.
Now you're muted. Congratulations. So we're going to stay on the high altitude balloon. At what altitude does the goal predict you should see curvature?
I muted. Yeah, you were trying to talk to MacGruber. I muted the down low guy who was trying to take it to the Bible. I'll unmute MacGruber, Captain Picard there. Okay, now Captain Picard, can you answer his question?
Whoever cited the Mage experiment.
I cited the Mage experiment. You can look it up. It's Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, I know what it is. I know. Mr. Sensible denied he was sitting in his chair on Discord while live streaming from Discord. Okay.
Crazy.
Yeah, nonsense again.
This is the guy you want to cite. So what are the problems? What are the problems when you take a camera not designed for it at high altitude?
What are the problems?
What are the problems? Like they design cameras for high altitude aerial photo. They design cameras for high altitude photography, and they have design considerations so it actually captures the geometry. What do they consider? What do they consider?
It's a good thing that he put. I'm not going to be a jukebox.
I'm not talking about rectilinear lens, dude. That isn't the point because that doesn't say rectilinear.
What about conditions? Maybe. Conditions?
Environmental conditions, yes.
Put a string up so that you could see like a straight line, so you can't accuse it of being a fisheye. So,
yeah, well, the string is very close to that camera, dude.
Yeah.
And that's not working because distortion is radial.
Uh-huh.
So you don't know. So there's a paper published called "Design Steps to High Altitude aerial devices," right? And what it says in there is you just can't use a regular camera. Oh shit! Someone tried to steal something from the store. Anyway,
nice.
So because the temperature, right, and the pressure are different, it doesn't project an image that is flat against the sensor. And display something called. You're gonna interrupt me? Are you gonna interrupt me? Is that what you're doing? So I don't finish. So it creates a meniscus effect called Petzval curvature. You can look this up. You can ask ChatGPT.
The syllogism where that occurs. Describe the syllogism right now.
This isn't about a syllogism. What are you talking about?
Oh, because I thought that's what we do in when we debate. We demand syllogisms.
No, dude, you're misapplying what a syllogism is for.
What's the independent variable?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Independent variables are for phenomenon.
Okay, what's the independent variable for the camera that you think that didn't truly?
Cameras can't be an independent variable.
Okay, all right. So the
independent variable is the cause of an effect.
Yeah.
So your half-ass triggered atheist spiel isn't working.
5%. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I'm turning you down to mute. What is wrong with these people?
The Earth is flat because the Bible says it is, but all your flat Earth science.
No one claimed that. No one claimed that. No one in this chat ever claims that. No one in this chat ever claims that.
I'm not claiming you claim that.
Yeah, we don't care what your interpretation of the Bible is. Quite honestly, go to the other chats.
Okay.
Yeah, in the scriptures, nowhere it says the word flat. It doesn't say that.
It says circle of the earth. It says a firmament. You all.
Yeah, but that's not that doesn't mean flat Earth.
Yeah, firmament is not the Earth.
Yeah, the firmament is not the Earth, dude.
Why are you trying to mix and match half-ass arguments?
What's the independent variable for that?
What is an independent variable?
You can't be speaking scientifically if you can't identify the independent variable.
What is an independent variable, dude? Tell us what an independent variable is. Dude, are you serious? You're just trolling.
Yeah, that's all. Like,
What's the independent variable for what? Matt Grubber.
He doesn't even know what one is. Why are you even talking to him? He doesn't know what one is.
Maybe he's just a numpty.
Oh, he's worse than a numpty.
Oh, he's a crying muncher.
Let's go back to Invincible. Did you have any other questions?
Oh yeah, let's stick to Invincible. Go ahead and talk to the lady right there. Talk to her.
Yeah, I never got a good answer to my question. Like, what doesn't make sense to like the Earth being a sphere?
Yeah, what doesn't make sense is the fact that if we were living on a sphere of the dimensions claimed, which is 3,959-mile radius, then according to the geometry of a sphere, objects would, drop over this imaginary curve out of your line of sight. Do you understand why that would be? Like if you were standing on a giant ball, you wouldn't be able to see forever. There'd be some things hidden around this curve. Some people think that curve would be very far. No, in fact, that's not the case. There's many cases where you would be able to see, you can see things with the naked eye, with binoculars, with high zoom cameras, depending on, how far you're trying to see. That would be impossible to see if we were on a globe of dimensions claimed. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. So yeah, I guess.
Good.
So like, you think the math proves it?
Yeah, I mean, you can do them. Yeah, for sure. You can do the math. You can see what the drop distance should be. It increases at an exponential rate because that's the nature of a curve. And so, yeah, you can see. You can find your observer height. You can find the distance of the object. You can see whether you should be seeing that according to the predictions of the globe model, and you can conclude that indeed I should not be seeing that thing that I see. And you could do that yourself if you cared enough to find out about it.
Actually, I've heard a lot about that stuff, but anytime I look into it, it's always like debunked already.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, Invincible. I mean, yeah, there's so many problems. Where do I begin? It's very hard to find good information. That's why, this place right here, even though it's an obscure channel in a Discord server, it's actually a much easier place to find good information than if you just do like a Google search, for example, or a YouTube search, because then the first results will be the anti-flat earth propaganda. However, if you are a person who is able to examine information and see if it seems logical or coherent or has any facts to back it up, as soon as those propaganda pieces hopefully will set off some alarm bells for you, because hopefully you'll see these people are using things like appeal to emotion, appeal to authority, just general propaganda techniques to kind of get you off track. And a lot of people will be fooled by that. You might be one of them. I don't know, because I don't know you personally, but a lot of people will be fooled by that. The reason they're fooled by that is because there's a strong sense of psychological denial that comes when your worldview is challenged. Therefore, somebody gives you a comfortable lie and also dresses it up with a bunch of, smart sounding, I put smart in quotes, doesn't sound smart to me, but maybe they use some larger words, maybe 3 to 4 syllable words. And you're like, oh, good, somebody figured this out. I can just go back to being on the globe. That's convenient. And a lot of people do that, and that's perfectly fine. If you actually examine the evidence and try to see if there's any verifiable proof of this globe, you'll find that all they have are images, which have been discredited and which on NASA.gov themselves, they tell you are CGI compilations and or artistic renditions.
I can't lie, like, you flat earthers kind of sound low-key stupid.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Invincible.
That's a great argument.
I'm talking to Invincible right now. Whoever that is, you have to wait your turn. Did you have any response to that, Invincible?
Yeah, well, Invincible's smarter than you, girl, so, I mean, I wouldn't wait on
this
it.
dude? What's your name? Name yourself. Who's talking?
What's my name? My name's Badman.
Badman Inc. All right, thank you.
Mute the crying muncher.
I got him.
He's not ready for that.
Invincible. Yeah, I know. That was convenient, right? I know. I guess that's all I got to do.
And he said that we were stupid.
Anyway, Invincible, what's your response to that idea?
Yeah, I guess I just need like to see some like examples of this, like stuff that like how the debunkings. I mean, I didn't present you specific debunkings, so it would make sense to ask you how these like have appeal to emotions or appeal to authority. I've never seen that. I've only ever seen people like referencing systems that I trust and that are always accurate in my everyday life. Well, it's a system. It's not like I'm not saying because it was made by these people, it works. It's a system that I use and other people use, and it's very reliable. So I have no reason to distrust it. It's like Google Maps.
Oh, that does it. Google Maps is a Mercator projection. So UTM Mercator projection, and GPS doesn't use a globe. So I don't know what you're on about.
Before you guys move on from this question,
GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth fixed. The coordinates are on something called a tangent plane. It's not on the globe. What you see at latitude and longitude is a conversion.
Yeah, could you dumb it down for me a bit? I guess I don't really understand what the difference between the Mercator projection is and how that isn't incompatible with the globe.
No one said it's incompatible. I said they don't use the globe.
Oh, okay. Sorry, did I say they use the globe?
Well, you said things you trust use the globe, right?
No, I said that people who have debunked it use the same things, and I actually checked on those systems myself, and I see that it's up. I didn't say anything.
How did they debunk it? How did they debunk it again?
Sure, that part.
What the debunk?
This guy who said like he saw, I don't know, this was like over a year ago. He said he saw this island, like off the west of like Mexico from somewhere in like fucking Texas or something. But then I went to the Google Maps that someone said, and it was clearly just like a mountain range that was in the exact direction that he was pointing the camera. That had the exact same geological like structure. Did not look like the island at all. But that's just one example. I'm not saying like that's everything. It's just what I've personally seen, and I've seen a few.
I'm not even aware of that particular thing.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. That I'm not like arguing for it. I'm expecting you to like know like how
I'm just saying
debunks are falling.
Listen, I did a wiki page with almost every single flat Earth proof on it, and I've never seen that one, the one you're describing, ever.
Yeah,
every single one.
There's a wiki page of flat Earth proof.
Do you want me to show him the long distance observation?
Black Maze just keeps on interrupting the discussion up here.
I was wondering who that was.
Yeah, can somebody mute him up?
It's a pre-debunk. Pre-D, we call it.
Yeah, it's pre-debunk. Shut up. You're interrupting conversation.
Well, before you guys move on from his question, I know you guys are going to touch other topics, but he asked about what doesn't make sense about the globe. And you will agree, sir, right, that in your globe belief notion, the globe is rotating, right? Rotating on its axis, right?
Yeah, at a constant speed.
Okay, so you have something called the vestibular system, and in there is the semicircular canals which detect rotational movement. Okay? So your sensory is not detecting the rotation. That's why the globe doesn't make sense. You get it?
So like how fast do you have to rotate for it to detect the motion?
Listen. You asked, your question was, why doesn't the globe make sense? And you have a sensory system in your ears called the vestibular system, which detects rotational movement. But you do not detect the rotation of the globe you believe you live on.
I mean, I just moved my head.
Your senses are telling you, when you move your head, you're gonna feel you're moving your head because you have your sensory system, right? But if
I just rotated it faster than the Earth is rotating, I didn't detect anything.
If the ground was rotating, your sensory system will tell you it was rotating. But
if it was sufficiently fast enough, but it's not.
You're missing the point. So you're claiming nonsense because you asked about senses. What doesn't make sense about the globe? And your senses are telling you that the ground is not rotating. Therefore no globe. Get it?
That's not.
The globe by definition is nonsense. The claims of the globe are nonsense.
Well, let's say what you're saying is true, and it does detect rotation. So even though it's like detecting the change in the direction of force, I would argue. But let's say it detects rotation, right? Regardless of any forces acting on it, I'm rotating my head at a faster degrees per second than the Earth is rotating, and I'm not really detecting anything. So that doesn't really add up.
That doesn't go for you, bro.
I don't believe you. I don't even believe you, quite honestly.
What?
Yeah, saying you can't detect the rotation of your head is just cap.
When it's moving faster, the Earth's rotating faster.
Your eyes will literally rotate in your head to maintain the orientation of your eyes versus your head. You will detect the rotation of your head. It doesn't matter. Your eyes automatically do it.
Okay, so we're not even talking about the eyes, though.
Dude, you do detect the rotation of your head. Period. And you made the mistake of saying constant motion. If you're on a curved path, you're accelerating. By definition, even though your speed along that arc might be constant, you're accelerating because you're changing direction.
What's changing? Like at what rate are you changing direction?
You're on a curved path, right? You're on the surface of a ball.
At what rate are you changing direction?
How do you end up going in the opposite direction after 12 hours?
The opposite direction on like
if you're on a spinning ball, it's spinning if you're on a ball that's spinning once every 24 hours, right? Say you start at midnight. In 12 hours, like at the first moment in time, I'm facing one direction, and then 12 hours later, I'm facing the other direction.
Yeah, it's really slow.
Yeah, but it's not a constant speed, dude. It's an acceleration.
That doesn't add up at all. Why is the change in facing direction equal acceleration?
Want to know what else will tell you there's no motion? No motion.
You're not going to answer the question.
But no motion will tell you there's no motion.
How does that work?
Are you serious?
You said no motion will tell you something, blah, blah, blah.
Are you serious?
I said no motion.
Are you serious? You don't know the difference between tangential speed and angular velocity? Are you serious?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you don't. I know you don't. Just by the
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking questions about it.
You're a moron. Yeah, that's why you're asking about it.
Sure,
yeah, really. That's why you're asking about it. You've been conflating those ever since you opened up your blowhole.
And he's also saying that not sensing the rotation makes sense.
Yeah, it really does. Because it's
Listen,
so
bro,
slow.
that's a contradiction. Think about it. Not sensing it makes sense. The nonsense makes sense.
There you go again with slow. Right?
It aligns with it. I don't know how you said it makes sense for it to not be that way, but it still aligns with it being that way. So that's just not an answer to my question at all.
And you're saying that the nonsense makes sense.
No, I asked you a question and your answer doesn't make sense.
Oh gosh.
You're saying sense too much, goddamn. No, so I asked a question, what doesn't make sense? And you referenced your sense, Dan, right? The fluid in your ear specifically. And you said that that should be able to detect rotation. But it's not going to detect
your senses.
Degrees of rotation per
your
hour.
Senses are designed to detect the rotation.
Not 15 degrees per hour. It's not designed
regardless.
15 degrees per hour.
Regardless,
15 degrees per hour. How fast is that?
How fast is that? Where are you?
Don't tell you anything about the Earth's motion.
So there you go.
How fast is 15 degrees per hour?
How fast is it? Where are you?
Yeah, no shit. That's a stupid question, or a statement you said, right?
Sure. A more one that makes more sense is for the projected size of this Earth that you're saying doesn't make sense.
Projected size. Where was that projected from?
All right, so I'm going to finish what I was saying before I was interrupted.
No, you said projected size. Where'd you get the projected size from?
That's just the general claim of the sphere and how big it is.
The sphere doesn't make any claims. It's an inanimate object in your imagination. It doesn't speak.
I don't want to talk to you, bro.
Yeah, you bet you don't, because it'd be your ass, like it's your ass right now.
Can't you get control of your microphone?
You can't stay on one thing.
Yeah, his mic's a train wreck too.
Yeah, Invincible, why can't you figure out your microphone situation?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a lot of feedback coming through.
Well, there's a lot of background noise, like your wires scraping on your beard or something.
Oh, I have a fan on. If that's too much, I can just, mute.
Listen, bro, you don't trust your senses and you can't figure out your microphone. How can we trust anything you say?
All right, I guess we're not having a conversation anymore. Damn.
There is no conversation.
Do you have a driver's license?
We're not going to beg the question with you, bro. Like, if you're going to mention something about the size of Earth, we're going to challenge how you got that information. Where'd that information come from?
Yep.
I didn't posit a claim though, so it doesn't make sense for you to challenge me on it.
Yeah,
you don't have to.
Have you been following the conversation so far? I asked questions. Someone gave me an answer. I'm explaining to how that doesn't make sense as being contradictory.
Of the Earth. Everyone heard you. That's why I stopped you.
Oh my goodness.
Are you laughing?
No.
Listen, do you have a driver's license and a gun permit?
That's not relevant. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he said he doesn't trust his senses. How are we gonna trust him with a driver's license or a gun permit?
When did I say that?
You said that you don't sense the motion, therefore it's rotating. You don't sense the rotation, therefore it's rotating.
That is not what I said. I said that doesn't make sense to disprove it. That the fact that we have the sense of feeling the fluid in our ears does not disprove.
No, bro. No, nobody has to disprove the Earth's motion. You have to prove it.
No, I don't. I asked the question.
Yeah, you do.
I asked the question. Someone answered. I gave an explanation as to why the answer doesn't make sense.
The explanation. Why the answer? What's your question?
I was saying, what doesn't make sense about the spherical Earth? And then he said, because the fluid in your ears would detect the rotation. And I said, at the speed that the Earth is rotating.
Go right by fucking time. Is your question done?
What?
Ask
it's almost
done. Then shut your blowhole.
It was a while ago.
Control his senses.
Listen, bro. I'll tell you what don't make sense about spherical Earth.
Sure.
The horizon. Tell us how the horizon makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
I told him earlier how about the horizon.
You answer your question with a question. What doesn't make sense about the spherical Earth?
It sounds like to me that we have to demonstrate that the globe has some sort of internal consistency. Because you ask, what about the globe don't make sense? Okay, we need to point out some internal inconsistency. The horizon.
What's inconsistent about it?
Well, because
you don't have one.
Well, because according to the Globetard, there can't be any horizons because horizons, according to the slope-intercept formula, have a rate of change of slope of 0, whereas curvature on a sphere-tard has a rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how do you have horizons on a Globetard?
Can you explain that in simpler terms?
That's about as simple as it gets.
Okay, give me a minute to actually look up what you're saying. Can you say it again?
According to slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. According to the United States Naval Academy, however, they define curvature or a sphere-tard as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So there shouldn't be any horizons with a rate of change of slope of 0 on rates of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from your feet in every direction.
The horizon is a 360-degree angle line from your point of view.
Angle line. Is that really?
The curve
citation. Give me a citation that says the horizon is a circle around you. It's an angle line. I want to see that.
It does not. It's not an angled line.
You said an angle line. That's what you just said.
What?
Rewind it, dumbass. You're taped. It doesn't have anything to do with what I just said. The rate of change of slope of 0. Your IQ, that's a horizon. But your curvature is the rate of change of slope of non-zero in every direction along a tangent from your feet. Reconcile.
The slope being
the rate of change of slope is curvature. That's how it's defined.
Yeah, the horizon isn't outward. The curvature is outward. The horizon is a 360 degree.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's surrounding you. It's not going forward from you.
What? Yeah,
it's not going outward.
Oh, so there's only curvature in one direction. Holy shit, dude! Get off.
If you have it
wrong or something.
If you have a point, right? That's equal
no, we don't have a point.
Around you. There's going to be no.
No, the horizon's not a point.
Why not? Why can't it be a point?
What do you mean? You think horizon's a point? Dude, do us a favor. Just go on mute. All right. You fucking.
So are you referencing the horizon as the furthest point you can see, or the furthest?
Just shut up.
Okay, I guess we're done talking.
Why isn't the horizon a point? Your sister.
Okay.
Fucking clown.
So the horizon is just the line between where the Earth and the sky intersect, or are you talking about the furthest you can see?
Yeah, maybe somebody else. I don't know. Do you have any other questions there, Invincible? Maybe Quantum Eraser's done with you. Do you have any other questions that somebody else might be able to answer?
Just that
I can go on more about the horizon.
Yeah, Indio wants to talk to you about the horizon.
Go for it.
What? I thought we were done.
We can be done. I'm not talking.
Point.
But I want to make him cry.
Oh, I'm already internally crying.
So, here's another point of, well, let's move on from the horizon. So another point of internal inconsistency is gas pressure out of container.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that just inconsistent with, like, the laws of thermodynamics?
Yeah, just. Yes, sir,
Yeah.
just. It's just.
This is like the second time tonight the Glober comes in giving us our arguments. Like, gosh, well, they can just come in here and teach flat Earth then, I guess.
But the laws of thermodynamics were built to be applicable to, like, common systems that we see in
built
like daily life.
Really? Citation, please. Yeah. Citation.
I mean, that's just how it was used and constructed.
No, I mean citation. I want to hear that from somebody support your made-up horse shit. You wouldn't know the difference between second law of thermodynamics and the chartreuse winds.
Sorry, I thought you were done with me.
I was done with you at the horizon point. This is another point.
Can't get enough.
And I didn't say I was done with you. Mary Mom said I was done with you. I never said that.
Okay, that's true.
Is thermodynamics part of the globe? Does it have anything to say about temperature?
Yeah, sure. It has stuff to say about temperature. I don't know if it has anything.
Okay, then, and we're incorporating thermodynamics for internal consistency.
He doesn't. Right? He doesn't know anything about second law. What's entropy? Define entropy.
10 seconds. I have to think about it.
It's not a reasoning question. You're not solving an equation. You either know it or you don't.
No, I just have to remember.
Okay, go back there. What is it? Because you just said something really retarded about temperature.
Entropy is. You still want to know what entropy is? Like, I'm not going to look it up. I'm actually going to try to remember what it is.
Okay.
It's like something to do with, like, the tendency for like a system to settle a certain way. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but
that's not entropy.
I know it has to do with energy. But yeah, like how energy
really
where it's going towards, like, the most likely state.
Most likely state.
It's like the most likely state. It's not the most likely state. It's like the most stable.
I'll give you a clue. Order.
No, don't go there. So you said there was energy can you have entropy change without a change in energy?
Like where it is?
Can you have entropy change without a change in energy? Simple question. It's a yes or no answer.
I'm not very scientific, so that's why I'm asking you for clarifying.
Don't worry, it's a natural law. It doesn't have anything to do with science.
It's rhetorical, man. You can just... I'm ready to hear.
So, can you have entropy change without energy change? Since you said it was about energy, so can you have entropy change without energy change?
Pick me.
Well, I'm not holding that. I'm just trying to answer your question. What entropy is?
That's what you said. You said.
I was trying to remember what it was about. I wasn't holding to anything. Guess what it was? I was taking a guess.
Like wishy-washy. So I'm just chasing vapors.
Wishy-washy. I was very clear about what I was doing right there, and
it was very clear that you were ambiguous.
You're gonna be mad.
Thanks a lot, dumbass.
Very clear that I was probably going to say something that was incorrect. So
yeah. So you don't know what entropy change is. You don't know what the second law. That's what I said in the beginning. You wouldn't know that there would be that in a chartreuse windsor.
So what does that have to do with answering my question? So
I didn't. I asked you. Answer your question. Fuck it. You're a moron.
Okay. If you can't explain something in simple terms,
explain something. Why should I explain anything? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You wouldn't understand it if I did explain it.
And you have the chance to explain it in simple terms.
Chance to explain what? How dumbass you are. I could explain that. You're eating lead paint chips from the fucking 70s.
You gave one answer, and when I was asking about it, you just got angry.
That's what you're probably doing. That's my explanation of your dumbassery. You're a pretender clown. Right? Well, we all know it. You might as well admit to it. You're a pretender clown fraud.
Pretender clown?
Yeah, you're a pretender clown. You're a fraud. You don't know dick about your own religion.
What am I fraudulent about? What did I...
He just told you. He just told you. You don't know dick about your own religion.
Did I say I did?
Can I answer that question you asked him?
If not, then how am I fraudulent?
You're pretending to be something and to know things you don't. That's how.
What did I pretend to know?
What are the horizons and the second law of thermodynamics?
What did I pretend to know about horizons?
Well, you defined it as a circle with an angle line. Then I challenged you. I said, please post a citation with that horse shit. And you dribbled along.
I never said angle.
And then, you fucking did. It's recorded. And I heard you.
I don't.
So now you're a liar.
Definitely not lying.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Just shut up.
I'll tell you explicitly why you're a pretender clown. You came in and said, what don't make sense about the globe? You're not capable of knowing what makes sense because you don't know what the globe is.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't understand how that follows.
Okay. Because you're trying to evaluate something that you don't know what it is.
Trying to evaluate something that I don't know what it is.
Imagine there's a book.
Trying to understand something that I don't know about is being a pretender clown.
No, dumbass.
No, so imagine you read a book.
Dumb
trying to evaluate it.
I already told you. Demonstrated. You're a clown.
I'm going to give you an analogy. So imagine you read a book that you didn't read. And then they have part 2 of the book, but you never read the first one. And then you're judging the second book, whether it's consistent with the first book that you never read. That's what you're doing.
I disagree.
I disagree.
And then you're telling people that read the books. You're arguing with people that read the books about the context of the book.
I didn't argue anything about the fucking horizon point. I was clarifying.
Horizon point. I'm sorry. And you seem to be implying that points have slope. But anyway, Flatsy Klein wanted to answer the question that you couldn't answer. That might help, Invincible. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dandelion. Yes, there can be a change in entropy without a change in energy. Okay, I'm good.
No, that was his. I was going to finish him with that, but he never committed.
Don't even know why we're talking about entropy. I thought we were talking about the horizon.
The second love boat.
So I really do want to understand what you're talking about. So because there's the what do you say slope intercepts formula.
Holy shit!
Because he said that on a globe, the slope is non-zero, and the horizon is zero. It's incompatible or something.
Yep.
Can someone like remind me?
Yep.
Was that it?
Yeah, that's
so
it.
The horizon doesn't. You said the horizon doesn't have a slope.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the
because
back.
the horizon doesn't have a slope.
Maybe smoke them if you got them.
I'm really just trying to understand this.
Oh, really?
Listen. Maybe you want to visualize it. Just search the change variable slope and look at something that you can visualize, and then search curvature. And bro, can you shut up for a second? So visualize. Look at images of this. What is being said, so you can see the difference. You can see.
I guess he's not shutting
You can
up.
see the differences while visualizing it.
I just want to understand what you guys are saying while I talk through everything that you say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, he's telling me to go find something. I'm saying I'm not doing that. I'm saving his breath. If you want to actually give an explanation, so I was presented with a claim of something that is
because if you visualize what he's telling you, you're gonna see that one is curving and the other one is not curving.
The horizon isn't curving?
Fuck no!
Why would the horizon curve?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
It's the point. No, sorry, you guys don't like the word point. The horizon is where the land,
this is hilarious.
The sky.
Bro,
if you're standing on it, if you're standing on a sphere, that's going to be in a 360 degree. So it's going to be surrounding you, right? Why would the horizon have a slope on a sphere?
Because
I'm gonna find this stuff for you, bro. I'm gonna post it.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, why would the horizon have a slope on a sphere?
You can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up.
I genuinely don't understand. On a sufficiently large enough sphere that you, from the point of view of the ground, why would the horizon have a slope? If it's just the point, if it's just where the ground meets the sky,
ground, which is curving, right?
Line, outward, yeah. But if you're on the sphere, from your point of view, it's not. The horizon isn't going outward, so it wouldn't have a slope. It's going in a 360 degree, surrounding you. It's going.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question.
Why are just arguments that don't make sense?
No, you just don't understand that. You've been train wrecking yourself for the past 10 minutes.
Well, apparently I have, because every time I ask what your argument is, you say it. Yup.
Oh no, I already told you it twice. Yeah, that's right.
And when I reiterated it, you said exactly, and I'm explaining to you why.
Exactly.
I'm asking,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Like what the contradiction is, because to me there is no contradiction.
If you don't see it, you'll never see it.
The horizon doesn't go outward. If the slope is outward.
It only goes one direction. Here we go again.
I have a question.
The slope can be in many directions, but if you have a 360 degree ring,
that's many fucking directions.
That's equal distances away. There is going to be no slope if the slope is.
If the slope is a slope and has no dope, a slope of dope will have no dope.
I have a question.
All right, you guys are pretty disingenuous.
You're a fucking moron, dude.
Does anyone have a flat Earth map with a scale on it?
Yeah, every single map is a flat Earth map.
Can I see one?
Every single one. Yeah, just show a map.
Yeah, can you send it to me?
It's a flat Earth map.
Yeah, can I see what?
Yeah, there is no globe map. Show a globe.
I know.
Map.
That's what I'm asking. Do you have a flat Earth map with a scale on it? Can I see it?
All of them are.
Yeah, can I see it?
Oh my god!
I'll post in the chat for you. So, dude, why are you parenting Professor Dave, who knew he was wrong when he uttered those words?
I still don't see the map. Where is it?
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna post in the chat.
And
then you're gonna do what? I am.
Can Gemsy also post whatever visual he was talking about?
That's crazy. So how's everybody doing today?
They look like this. One is not curving, a horizontal line. Hopefully you can imagine that. And the other one is curving, not a horizontal line.
I can't see the.
Yeah, zoom in, dude.
I can't see the amount.
Can you just tell me the amount from the two ends?
It does. I don't need to tell you that it's internally consistent. That's all you need to know.
Okay, and you guys think that like South Africa and South America?
Don't ask you what I think. You asked for a flat Earth map. Now you're trying to move the goalposts.
No, I was just asking. Do you think they're that far away? The tip of South Africa and the tip of
How far is that?
I was just curious. You think they're that far away?
What is?
The tip of South Africa and the tip of South America?
Yeah, they're pretty far away from each other.
How far?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Okay, can you use the scale to tell me?
Yeah, hold on. I think the scale is 5,000 kilometers or 3,000 kilometers. So it'll probably be about 15,000 kilometers. Is that wrong?
It's about 15,000 kilometers.
No, is that wrong?
I was just curious. You think that the tip of...
Do you know how this map was made?
No, I was just asking. You think that the tip of South Africa and South America is 15,000 kilometers away from each other?
That is not what you asked me. You asked me for a flat Earth map, dude.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and then I asked you how
don't
far
ask
the
me
tip
what
of
I
South
think
Africa
about
and
the
South
map.
America.
Don't ask me what I think about the map, dude.
I should ask what you
It's
think
not
about your
my map. It's not my map.
So you don't believe
the
in the
reason
flat
it's
Earth map?
blurry because this is from a copyrighted book, and he blurred it so that people don't steal it.
Okay, do you have a map that you believe in?
Believe in?
Map that I believe in.
That you believe is accurate representation of the flat Earth?
Every map is a flat Earth map, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about? Okay, before we dive into this shit, right? Hold on. Before we dive into this, do you know anything about maps or map making, coordinate systems, or
That's
anything?
what I'm asking you.
Yeah, dude, you're not getting a lesson, dude.
So you can't tell me what you believe about
Because
your flat Earth?
I'd have to teach you everything. I'd have to teach you literally
teach me
everything.
how far you think they are.
How would we know? Nobody knows the distances that long distance between 2 points.
So how'd you make
Nobody knows.
How'd you make a map then with the scale? How'd you do that?
Because he used what countries report their sizes and shipping times as reported in ship's logs. That's what he used.
How far away they are?
How?
Huh?
You just said that we use shipping. Yeah.
I'm
What do you
telling
think
you what
speed
he
is a measure of?
It's a measure of
Linear
time and
distance?
It's distance over time, right?
Linear. What type of distance might that be?
You could say linear distance. That's fine.
No, I can
But that's
say
still
it
a
because
distance.
that's what it is. How do you have a linear
that's still a
distance?
distance. He said he doesn't know the
How do you have a
distance.
linear distance on a globetard, moron?
I didn't say anything about that. You said that we can't know the distance.
variation.
No, he said we can't know the distance, and then he just said we can.
We don't know because there's a variation in time. Okay, there's a variation in how long it takes depending on what direction you're going. And there's just a variation anyway, even going in one direction. And the variation is large.
Determine distance at
It's
all.
large, dude. It's large. The variation is like 30%.
You said you couldn't determine distance at all.
You can't. No, I didn't say it all. Why are you strawmanning me?
Oh, so we can determine distance.
So, no, you can't. I said nobody knows the distance.
So we can't.
Okay, really simple. Really simple.
Okay.
Nobody knows the distance.
Okay.
We can try to get a distance by using speed. By using speed over elapsed time, right?
So we can determine distance.
No, you can't because the variation in the time is too large to know the distance.
No, I'm asking you to determine distance in general, linear distance.
You can detect it within a range.
Linear distance.
You can detect it within a range.
So we can determine. Okay.
And that range varies by 30%. Are you retarded?
Oh, it varies by 30% for any given measurement of distance. So you think when you take a tape,
It varies in 30% in just one distance, in just one direction.
So when you're saying every tape measure is 30% inaccurate?
No, you don't have a tape measure in this instance, dude. You're traveling across a fluid.
She said that every instance of distance is 30% inaccurate.
Dude, you're trying to straw man me. This shit is never going to work, bro. Okay?
Retarded, dude.
What did you just say?
Don't try to bring up a fucking tape measure.
That is a measure of distance, though.
You're right. Can you tape measure this distance?
I didn't ask about this distance. You said that all measures of distance are 30% inaccurate.
No, I'm talking about this, dude.
What's this?
Okay, you're muted. You're gonna play stupid.
What's this?
You define is.
Doesn't even know the conversation we're in.
Nope. You should have busted
And
his
he knows
ass.
he was trolling because he instantly left.
Yep. I tried to get in there with linear, but you were cock blocking me.
And he deafened himself, so he can go. Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, you're going to explain to him that like, no map that has a linear distance can ever be on the curved surface?
I was going
He
to
doesn't
try to
know
go
that.
there.
Invincible's becoming a flat earther. He's making better arguments than 40% of the flat earthers around.
Hey, at least one of them are paying attention.
That's right.
We had Snackle in here, who's been in this topic for like 8 years now. Still don't know anything. Don't know anything.
Yeah.
Was claiming he doesn't. I said, for a 1 foot observer, how far away is the horizon? I don't know. Like, have you seen a black? How many times have you seen a black swan? One answer. Just completely has no clue what's going on. No clue.
You'll have that on them tough jobs.
Yeah, Invincible's in the chat. They're saying this isn't how we see the horizon. Looking at the spherical geometry image there.
Again?
Absolutely. Invincible, 10 minutes after the hour. This isn't how we see the horizon, responding to the picture of the spherical geometry of the globe that would be there if we lived on one, which we don't. Oh, but then, I don't know, here we go. Oh, he doesn't like it that I said he was sounding like a flat earther. Yeah, that's just too scary. Now Invincible says, you come back on the mic. I don't have to read your comments. I wasn't specific. MB, the visual of the Earth isn't what the horizon would look like on a globe from a 6-foot POV. Okay, go ahead and explain, Invincible.
I didn't accurately explain the first message, the concept I was trying to get across. So I understand from that view, right? The horizon clearly has like some sort of slope. It's going all the way around at different distances.
Horizons don't have slopes, dude.
Well, the horizons, maybe not, but the way I'm thinking about it is if the horizon.
Oh, the way you're imagining it is, okay.
I'm looking at it right now. So this is just hypothetical, so it doesn't matter.
Your hypothetical example, you'd fail 3rd grade geometry and functions.
So if the horizon is where the white.
On from that. You're just a fucking
horizon is where the white meets the blue of the globe.
So we'll just move on to that.
The water.
On my next point, you dumb fuck.
Then that clearly has.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
I think it's going all the way around.
Who gives a shit?
But from our point of view, the 6 foot high.
You failed 3rd grade geometry.
On average,
we don't need to hear anything else from you.
That's not how it would look on a globe.
Now, so we can just mute him.
Yeah, just mute him. He's a dumb fuck.
Yeah, I couldn't really have any conversations with this guy.
Well, no, because you're retarded. You would fail 3rd grade geometry. That's the fucking problem. So
we're just throwing insults around instead of wanting to actually explain why things don't make sense, and that's fine. You don't have to have a conversation.
I demonstrated.
I did tell you why they don't make sense, dude. You don't understand.
I demonstrated it, dumb fuck.
We gave you 2 examples, and you don't understand it.
He's gone now.
He's a troll, dude. He's been here before.
Trolls lead to exposition, as we demonstrated approximately, 7,777 times.
Mm-hmm.
You saw what he did when he got unmuted, right? He went onto his soapbox, preached a bunch of stuff, then you guys haven't proved don't make sense, and then quits, right? So the thing he thought he was going to come in and end with as if he did something, like say he came in and we actually didn't prove that it doesn't make sense, he already had that loaded in the chamber. He was going to get that off no matter what. And so, but he come in and got cooked, and he still had to puke it up.
Yeah, he's scared of the truth. No surprise there.
Yeah, dude, they come in with their victory speech already in hand, right? They already have, I'm accepting this award. I'm going to get up. I'm going to thank mom. I'm going to thank dad. They've already won the award in their head. They have their victory speech ready.
There's your buddy. He's in chat. I see.
So, Dandelion.
I've seen him appear for you. Hello?
My buddy. Where's my buddy?
Hello? Your Snackle. I just seen his name appear.
Oh, God. Dude. You're talking about the Falkhouse Pageant. What a train wreck that was. He was in complete frickin' spiral. But, Dandelion, so one thing that they like to do in this server is they'll get muted and they'll deafen themselves. They play this deafened protest, right? Like, if you're going to mute me, I'll just deafen myself so I can't hear what you say anyway. That's auto ban. They do that, which is why I banned that other dude.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
It's just the policy that Heretic came up with. They do that, they're just out of here.
I understand.
And user ID, and they're gone for 3 days.
Yeah, bans here don't last long. And even the mutes, I think, expire after 2 hours.
45 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I thought that B-word person at the top that Quantum Eraser was noting was hot miking earlier. I muted him, and then I don't know if he just went out and came back in. I was wondering if that made them unmute because I didn't think anyone would actually unmute him. Can they get out of a mute by going out and coming back in, or does it take them 2 hours?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so
I think it's...
I guess somebody unmuted him then. Gotcha.
So, Surfside, you a flat earther?
That's a no.
Guards!
Caesar.
I love it.
Who said hello, man? The intruder?
I don't know who that was. Who's saying hello? Does somebody have a question about flat Earth?
No, it was me. I said I love it.
Tristan's here. Have you discussed the topic of flat Earth before, Tristan? Little duck. Well, if you want to talk or anybody else has a question, we're here. Feel free. Oh no, Tristan, why'd you have to do that? You said you're the straw man stuffer, but you're actually the straw man producer.
Followers love those wieners hitting their face.
You want me to answer your question, Tristan, even though you won't come on the mic? No, that GIF is not hilarious. Yes, it is not. Hot Dog Earth is not funny. I mean, I guess you're a person who doesn't really want to know the truth about where they live, because if you're putting out, cartoon images of Earth that are alternatives to the globe model, that's perfectly fine. But it's a pretty serious topic that you've got this globe model that you've been taught is where you live, and it turns out it's not actually where you live. And actually where you live is a flat and stationary plane, just as it appears to be, just like you would assume it to be, being born onto this Earth and not experiencing any rotation, not observing any rotation, not finding verifiable evidence of any rotation, not finding any verifiable observations that we actually live on this globe. So, I mean, yeah, you can make a joke of it if you want, but, maybe one day you'll decide to take it more seriously and realize that reality is as you observe it. Can there be room for some humor? Of course there can, Tristan. Yes, definitely. There's room for humor. Room for humor on a flat Earth. Lots of room, nothing but room, no limitations. Oh, well, gosh, Tristan, I wasn't trying to embarrass you. I get it. You're new to the topic. Yeah, I mean, one reason you might find it amusing, I find the globe, itself amusing. So I get why you call the Hot Dog Earth amusing. I mean, they're on the same level. Like, your Hot Dog Earth is just as absurd as, this kind of stuff that NASA puts out. So I get it. If you think that's funny, just wait to hear about the spinning fantasy water ball that you're told you live on when you actually don't. Do you think that's funny? He kind of thinks that's funny. All right, Tristan. Hey, you can talk to us. We're not that scary.
Got a quick one for you. What's the point of view on eclipse prediction amongst the group in terms of solar eclipses and the path of the shadow on the Earth?
They're not
predictions. Talked to Indy about it, but he's gone on to definite, unfortunately.
They're not scientific predictions, so you're using predictions out of context?
Oh, yeah, not scientific predictions, but just the prediction in general. Right?
Oh, no, we don't deal with that. Are you talking about Nostradamus type of things?
No, just the ability to...
No, that's not predictions. It's not a prediction at all. Never was.
How come?
Because it's not a scientific prediction, that's why.
Yeah, but we can still say, hey, we know when the eclipse is going to be and where the totality path
That's just
will be.
because the Babylonians and everyone back in the day didn't have iPhones and television sets. What they did in the evenings for millennia was stare at the fucking sky. And it works like a clock, right? Yeah. Repeating patterns over and over and over and over again, right? So all these guys said, hey, listen, look at all these fucking patterns. So it's prediction. It's the same like a prediction, like if I watched a clock for fucking 200 years and I suddenly predicted after 200 years that the hour hand will suddenly go from 12 to 1. That's not a fucking prediction. Get it?
Yeah, I understand that the pattern is there and repeating, or kind of repeats anyway. But the actual... those guys didn't have any means to know where the path of the totality was going to be on the Earth.
Not the totality.
And even the day, they could predict the day, and that was about all they could do, right?
No, not right. Citation, please.
Well, I don't. That's just my understanding. I don't really have.
If you have an understanding, you had to get it from somewhere. Let's see that shit.
Yeah, I haven't got one, unfortunately.
All right.
But it's the Saros cycle, right? So thank you, Mary Mum, for posting the Saros link there. It is the cycle you're talking about, right? That they identified those cycles that when eclipses would come. But I'm wondering what about. So if you go to the page that Mary Mum has just posted, you can get a list of eclipses and their actual paths of totality. How is that predicted?
But no, it's not a prediction.
Why isn't it a prediction?
My God! Fuck off! You clown! Are you fucking hard of hearing? I just fucking explained it.
So maybe I have a broader understanding of the term prediction.
You don't have a broader understanding. You're a retard.
That ahead of time we can tell when an event will occur, right?
Yeah, it fucking cycles. So what? How does that prove a globetrot?
Yeah, but the cycles.
That's kind of funny because in the last solar eclipse in the U.S., they mispredicted the totality of the shadow. They miscalculated
about that, Jimsy. What was the misprediction?
Well, they had to adjust the path of the totality because they were off by, I don't know, like 100 miles or something like that? Or
no, that is factually incorrect. They were not off by 100 miles.
So how many miles were they off?
My understanding was that the width of the path of totality was adjusted. The centroid of the path was known, but the width was adjusted because there's some variability in the width of the shadow that you can't predict ahead of time because you don't know what the sun is going to be in terms of its exact size.
Well, because it's not a prediction, like we just went over.
And because nobody knows the time of the hour of the whole of the phenomena. People can say the phenomena is going to happen, but the whole of the thing cannot be predicted 100% accurately. But you're acting like someone can.
Within the second, it can be predicted that you can say where the path of the totality will.
Change your vernacular. I'm stopping you every fucking time.
Okay, so what can I call it then?
I don't know. It's your fucking claim.
Okay, we know ahead of time very precisely when and where the path of totality will be.
When you say we, do you mean like you and I?
Oh well, me, I do, and the people that do these things.
The people that do them.
Yeah.
The path of totality. So what was the width of that totality? Not the path, the width of it.
Width, that varies, but the width is something that can also be predicted quite well.
That's not a prediction either.
We can know what the width of the totality will be.
Why is it always smaller than the diameter of the moon?
Sorry, what?
That's a good question.
Why is it always smaller? Like fucking major times smaller than the diameter of the moon?
It's because the sun is bigger than the moon.
The sun is what?
Bigger than the moon.
Bigger? That doesn't mean dick. And how do you know how big it is?
You get a penumbral shadow?
Penumbra? Yeah, sure. And fucking Spock was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
Yeah. The forecasts of these things are pretty spot on, right?
Forecast, yeah, that's not a forecast.
Is that a better word?
Yeah, no.
Forecast.
No, it's not.
Okay.
What about the Salanalian eclipse?
Yeah, I don't know too much about that. The geometry is the same, but
the geometry is the same.
Yeah, but the observability of it depends a bit on where you are and
the observability of it. That's not what I'm talking about. How can they both be above the fucking horizon and have the shadow come down on the moon from the opposite side?
Well, where the direction the moon comes down, whether it comes up or down, depends on where you're observing it from and which direction the eclipse.
Yeah, you already said that. Who gives a fuck?
But I'm talking about solar
eclipses. Says that. Yeah, that's a nothing burger. You just repeated what you fucking said. That's not an answer.
Yeah. No, but I'm talking about solar eclipses. I don't know too much about the Salanalian one.
It doesn't fucking matter anyway. It's all pseudoscience to begin with.
So he can predict but not predict the solar, but he cannot predict but can predict the lunar, but it's geometrical impossible, but it is possible, but it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense, all at the same time.
So I have some understanding.
It's Selenelian, by the way, not Senelenian.
Yeah.
It's the Celine Dion eclipse.
Yeah. Celine eclipse. So the so most of the stuff I've learned about is primarily around solar eclipses. Sorry, not eclipse of the moon.
Lunar ones, not solar.
Yeah. Where we get a path of totality on Earth.
So they're observable phenomena that will not determine the shape of the ground you're standing on, and you're, like you said before, you understand by observing that you stand under the observation, you stand under the phenomena, but you don't understand it because you cannot go check the mechanism that caused the effect. You cannot science the luminaries or the heavens above, so you cannot determine the cause of the effect. So you trying to make a claim of the cause of the effect is just nonsense.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering whether you guys have an explanation for the path of totality.
How come yours how come yours contradicts other parts of your so-called model?
So which T-Dub? The
convergent
about
sun
the solar
rays.
eclipses here?
Convergent and divergent light rays from the sun.
What's conflicting about that?
Well, that's not what they claim when it comes to Eratosthenes or seasons, etc., right?
On average,
then they claim parallel.
Yeah, so it depends, right? What you're trying to work out based on the light from the sun. For some situations, it might be perfectly satisfactory to assume that the rays are parallel. If, say, for instance, you wanted to measure the angle of the sun, and you pick a point on the sun, that might be a good enough assumption. But in the case of eclipses, you can't assume parallel rays. You need to know that the sun is bigger, and that you get light from all parts of the sun forming that shadow, not just purely parallel rays. Because if it's purely parallel rays, you get a purely cylindrical shadow, and you don't.
You can get the same shadow at night with the moon.
Which shadow?
How about that?
Sorry?
You can get the same shadow with the moon at night. How about that?
Which shadow you're talking about?
Oh, fuck.
We're talking about the shadow of the moon on the Earth, right? Which is what is allegedly
how about
happening.
You are an expert in eclipses, so let me ask this. So I'm watching at east, and I see the moon just a little above the horizon. At east. So the sun went away a few minutes. Should I see a shadow at the moon? Yes or no?
Sorry, can you run that again?
According to your globe, so I see the moon at east, and the sun went away at west.
Yep.
I see the moon is just a little above the horizon. Should I see some shadow at the moon? Yes or no?
Shadow on the moon?
You don't even. Why I have to explain your globe?
Yeah. So which shadow are you looking for, Miguel?
I'm watching the moon. At least the moon is at least a little above the horizon, just a little above the horizon. So the moon is at east. The sun went away at west. Should I see some shadow at the moon? Yes or no?
So some shadow of the Earth on the moon?
Yeah.
No, probably not. No.
So welcome to Flat Earth because you just debunk eclipses.
No, because the moon
you are so retarded. You are so retarded.
The moon isn't in the same plane most of the time as the sun and the Earth, which means that the moon can actually be in the sun when we can't see the sun because it's very far away, right? So it can sit above the plane of the Earth and the sun, which is how we can see a full moon rising without any shadow of the Earth on it.
So eclipses don't work on your ball?
No, they do. If you dig into this, Miguel, if you dig into these...
I'm asking to you a simple question. I'm watching the moon at east, a little above the horizon.
I just told you.
According to your ball Earth, the sun went at the west, so I should see some shadow at the moon. Yes or no?
No, you only see it under certain circumstances because
it's finished. Okay, you are just a globetrotter.
No, because
it's finished. It's finished.
Moon's orbit is inclined to the ecliptic plane, which means that it's only when the moon is almost or in the ecliptic plane that you get a shadow from the Earth on the moon.
Begging the question.
Where'd you get a plane on your globe?
This is not a plane on the globe. This is the plane of the solar system.
So how'd you measure the plane?
It just happens to be flat.
How'd you measure the
We're
plane?
in the weeds with you now. Are we accepting the existence of a globe, Earth, and a solar system now, are we?
No, he invoked a plane.
Yeah. You asked me to explain why Miguel asked me to explain why we don't always see a shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah.
And you invoked a plane.
Aren't evidence.
You invoked a plane. So where'd you get the plane from? How'd you measure a plane?
So this is the plane of the ecliptic. It is where the sun, so if you imagine where the sun is directly overhead on Earth, and you draw a slice through that, that is that plane.
Overhead? Like on
Yeah. So if you were to walk Earth and mark the points where the sun is overhead at midday on a given day, and turn that into a plane, that is the ecliptic plane. It's the plane, basically a plane between the sun and the Earth, right? I don't know what it would be on the flat Earth. A cylinder, probably, because the sun's going around circles right above some flat Earth. The moon is not always in that plane, which is why we don't always get a shadow. Which is why we don't get an eclipse every month. Only get one, a couple of times a year.
You just did the bank eclipses, lunar eclipses.
No, I didn't. I explained why we don't get one every time, Miguel. So the moon is quite far away.
The moon's orbit isn't like regular, is what you're saying?
It's regular, but it's not. So if you imagine a big flat disc, right, like a merry-go-round, and the Earth is
regular.
It's regular, but it's inclined to the orbit of the Earth. So imagine.
I mean, you might as well just say it's not regular because it's not perfectly regular.
It's highly regular, slightly elliptical, but it's highly regular. So imagine you're on a. So imagine, paraplegic, you're on a merry-go-round and you're spinning something on the end of a string as you go around, right? It's like you going around the sun and the moon going around you. If you spin that at an angle, you can still travel around in the merry-go-round, and that's what the moon's all about.
That's a circle, like. Your model, things kind of gravity just kind of, the sun's gravity apparently like lets up on the Earth and says, we'll let you go out a little further out here, and then we're gonna start grabbing you to come back a little closer. So gravity's kind of irregular in that way, right?
No, it's very regular. But if you wanted to get into the details there, it's the Earth's orbit is slightly eccentric, right? But it's not very. You can treat it as circular for the point of view of this, right?
Super regular, it would be circular. It's
circular to within. So what's the eccentricity of the Earth's orbit? I don't know off the top of my head. It's.
I'm just saying most of the shit they make up is elliptics, it's a freaking ellipse, right? So, I mean, gravity's got to kind of pick and choose when it speeds up and slows down.
What the fuck is that?
The eccentricity is very close to zero. Like it's not
like your IQ.
0.016.
So what the fuck is gravity? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's not eccentric at all. It's very close to being.
Yeah, we know it's.
Yeah. Whereas the moon's orbit is relatively.
What is that? The moon's orbit? The fucking orbiting shit. The fuck? Orbiting where?
Well, we were just talking about how the eclipse forecasting works.
I'm sorry, I just got back. It was boring the shit out of me. I had to take care of something.
So the solution to the eclipse forecasting is a geometric model.
There is no solution. Yeah. How's that prove a globetard?
Oh, it doesn't. I didn't say it did. I'm just saying this is where that data comes from.
Well,
what does that look like on a flat Earth? Right?
Eclipses aren't forecasted with a geometric model. Stop making shit up.
No, they are, Indio. I'm glad you're back.
No, you're not. Listen, I'll post a video in the chat from an astronomer that tells you exactly how they're predicted. And they don't use a globe. Sorry.
So what do they use then? Where do they use them? Where do they use India?
It's the coincidence of 3 cycles. I'll post it in the chat so you guys can learn something.
They don't use the Soros cycle to predict the path of totality, though, unfortunately.
There's not a prediction, dumb fuck. Shut up, before I tear your ass up again.
All right, so how do they predict?
Get out of this discussion, Euclidean. Shut the fuck up.
Are you a mod?
We'll get to you next, dumbass.
Are you a mod, retard?
No, we'll get to you next, dumbass. I'll tear your ass up again later. We're with Daza in Indio. Shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm gonna just produce, man. You can smack around.
Stick it in. Yeah. So this is the mechanism they use to produce all of those tables on NASA's website, right? They take an ephemeris for the solar system and the moon.
There is no solar system.
This is how they do it, QE, right?
I don't give a fuck.
They have their imaginary ephemeris.
Yeah, I don't see how they do it in the chat, dude. What are you talking about?
What? Sorry, what was that?
You said this is how they do it, and you started saying ephemeris, and I don't see any of that shit in the chat. What are you talking about?
I haven't posted it in the chat yet. So the way it works, I'll just describe it to you, right? They take the.
I know how it works, Daza.
So can you explain it then?
You don't.
I
do. It's a coincidence of 3 cycles.
Oh my god! Hey, Daza. Don't play the. I'm not going to post my source. Then I'm going to tell you, and then I'm going to ask you to explain it. That's freaking beta, bro.
He's a fucking weasel. It's a dumbass, too.
See, think about it this way, Daza. How is any of us going to know which one of you is saying the correct thing? You're just saying, I'm not going to post it. I'm just going to explain it. Then India says, I know. So you say, okay, you explain it.
Okay, so we can go through the link that Mary Mum posted a while ago to the NASA catalogue site. They have a reference there talking about how the thing was generated. Actually, it's on that page.
Why don't you pull a citation and post it so we don't have to play this game?
So this. Hang on. So this is from the page that Mary Mum posted a while ago. And a little paragraph about the prediction process.
It's not a prediction.
Okay, the forecasting process. They call it a prediction, we'll call it forecasting, right? So the forecasting process for eclipses.
It's not a forecast either.
Yeah. But in any case, this is how the data on the NASA Eclipse website was generated. Do you want me to just quickly read that out? They
use data. Are you going to read data?
No. Do you want me to read the predictions?
You said it was data. So it's not going to be data.
Sorry, what do you want?
What do you mean, what do I want?
I thought you wanted to.
Why are you asking me now?
I thought you wanted to know.
I know how. As soon as I find the video, I'm going to post it, dude.
Okay, yeah. So we can go through what they say here. Basically, you take the VSOP 87 model, which is what they used, and a lunar ephemeris. You brute force that through time until you find situations where the geometry of the Earth, Moon, and Sun is suitable for an eclipse. And you look in a bit more detail, and then you work out the eclipse path over a period of time based on the geometry of those two ephemeris. And that's how they generate those.
Bro, I'm not in, dude. Bro, I'm not into ephemeris. I prefer masculine men. Okay. So what's ephemeris, dude? You think people just know what ephemeris means?
Oh, ephemeris is a description of the position of these things over time. So the solar system ephemeris, let's just say at any given time, where is the relative position of the Earth, Moon, Sun, and all the planets?
Planets? Sounds like a whole bunch of begging the question fallacies. In your little predictions here, it says the largest uncertainty that's not a prediction. The largest uncertainty in the eclipse predictions that's not a prediction is caused by fluctuation in the Earth's rotation. What? You got to demonstrate the Earth's rotating right fucking now.
I just spotted that, man. Just typed it in.
At the end of the day, right, they come up with something that's highly precise.
Wait a second.
Dude, that's circular reasoning. Hey, our predictions are off. Why are they off? Because they're off because the Earth's rotating differently than it normally rotates. How do you know that? Because our predictions are off.
Well, that's one of the ways, right? You observe the Earth in relation to everything else.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. But on the flip side, there is no explanation for this at all.
Yeah, there is an explanation. Right? This is all made up horse shit. That's what it is. That's the explanation.
It works.
Yeah, it works. That's a pragmatic fallacy. Yeah. Thanks.
It's better than no option
hottest
at all, right?
underwear work on a globe.
you just admitted it doesn't work. Every time it doesn't work, they have to make up the excuse that the Earth's rotating differently. So it doesn't actually.
No, they have that baked in. You don't have to do that. They understand the motion of the Earth, right?
Really? Do you? Share it with us.
So does like the Earth rotate differently when it's on its period or something? Or maybe it rotates differently when it's got a morning wood or something. I don't know.
Morning wood.
What tidal influences, you know?
Yeah, what the fuck is this tidal forces? Tidal friction of the moon? What the fuck is that? The fuck, dude?
They're just making shit up themselves.
Hey, Dad. So I posted a video for a professor of mathematics at Portland or University or something.
Yeah,
he goes through the whole plot. He goes through the whole process. Okay. Then I posted something from a mathematics professor at the University of Cambridge, right? That says you cannot use Keplerian orbits to predict eclipses because there's perturbations of the orbits.
Yeah. So, you don't use Keplerian orbits. You use the VSOP 87 ephemeris or better. Which
what do you think that uses?
It's not Keplerian. It includes perturbations.
Perturbations? This is a family show.
According to this guy, okay, this guy says you have to use the solar cycle because it's not accurate. Okay, so I'll give you an example where it was not accurate. 2017, the Great American Eclipse, right? You have Stellarium and Celestia. Both them use the JPL, the VSOP 97, whatever the fuck it is, ephemeris. Okay, and it got the eclipses wrong. They literally have in their forms that they had to turn it into an animation because they couldn't get it to work. So when you punched in the date for the date of the eclipse, it would show you an animation because when they just ran it from their ephemeris, it wouldn't overlap. You can go on their forums and even look now, because last time I checked, it was still up. That was probably like a year ago.
You're trying to render an eclipse I'm about to lose my headphone. In something like Stellarium is pretty hard, but in terms of predicting it,
there is no predictions.
Listen, I have it on good authority by Zanuck, who's professionally licensed in every field ever that existed, that the globe Earth model is exact, it's precise, and it's perfect. And therefore, if there's any error in it, it can't exist. And that's my case.
Of course, the globe Earth model doesn't exist. We just won't pay any attention to that.
We've got someone here named Just Call Me Mike. Did you have any questions? Just call me Mike. Mike. Are you new to the topic of flat Earth, Mike?
Noticed how they just moved on from you, Dazza, like you weren't even there.
Oh yeah, I thought you guys were done. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, I was perfect. I was like, yeah, that's how it should go.
Yep. He's overdone.
Overdone. That's a good point. Yeah. Mike has ran away anyway, but it was worth a try.
Come on, Mike.
What's up?
Your sister's ankles.
I got me there. Hey.
What's happening, Holmes?
Not much, man. I just got home. Let's chime in. Saw a lot of people, so I'm like, oh shit, let's do it. Let's get the smacking going. And I saw you in here, so I'm like,
I didn't know it was you. Shut the
Oh. Well, that makes me feel very welcome.
You're okay. Just shut the fuck up. What is going on with you got a hot dog by you, or what the fuck is that?
That's that you can thank Timbo for that. The baguette. Called me a baguette boy one.
Why the fuck would you put a baguette next to your name?
Because it's in what do you call it? It's in the spirit of Timbo.
In the spirit of
baguette. He called me baguette boy one night, so I'm like, oh shit, all right, I'll own it. So I hope you like it.
That was an intriguing story. Thanks.
It explains everything. So.
Explains everything. What about spontaneous parametric down conversion? Does it explain that?
Ask Timbo. He'll tell you.
It's an English-only channel. Thanks.
Indio, they're punking out your video in chat.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yep.
Indio, stand up for your evidence,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm reading what you're saying, dude.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Who keeps deleting Euclidean Geometry Man's messages? He's correct. The Saros cycle doesn't predict the path of totality.
There are no predictions. I told you that.
Okay, it does. If you have a priori knowledge of where the other ones were, because they shift. And when they shift, that means where they're going to appear in the sky is also going to shift.
Yeah, but that's not contained in the Saros cycle, Indy. The Saros cycle only contains information about the time that an eclipse will occur. The generation of
tells you where it is in this. Tells you where it is in the sky.
Yeah, but we're talking about where the eclipse is on the ground.
Yeah, how do you know where you are on the ground, dude? The sky.
Yeah, but to work out the path on the ground, you need more than the Saros cycle, right?
No, because you only need to know where your location is relative, how high the celestial equator is. That's all you need to know. And then you'll know where the eclipse is going to appear in the sky.
The Saros cycle has no information about the path. It's just time.
Okay. It does have information about the path because the new moon has a specific location. And that is one of the cycles, right? Where the moon's going to be when there's a new moon, we can calculate. Because there's a ratio from the number of days to when there's new moons.
Yeah, but there's also
the year to moon ratio. the sun to moon ratio. So
Yeah, but
from
like
that, you
said,
can
there's
get the
those
new moon.
perturbations, and cycles don't go forever, right?
Well, no, this cycle has other elements inside of it, right? So there's cycles within the cycles, and then the cycles also add up to make other cycles.
Yeah,
It's actually something. I think it's 7 different eclipse cycles.
Yeah, and the Saros cycles have a finite time span. They cease to exist after.
Yeah, then they shift. Yeah, then they shift. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you know the location after so many Saros cycles.
Cycle. It would have a new.
Yeah, when there's a new cycle, where the cycle starts again shifts by like 20 degrees or something. So you'll get to nearly the same pattern, but it'll be north or south of that.
Yeah, and nearly is a good term there. These things aren't exactly the same, right? There's lots of subtle variations between them. And my understanding is the only way to generate that path is from the geometry of the solar system.
Yeah, well, I mean,
what the hell is the geometry of the solar system? What the hell is that? You don't even know what they're in. You can't appeal to anything in a second law of thermodynamics violation. What the hell are you doing, sir?
Well, not everybody believes that.
Believes? There's no belief in it. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. There's no vacuum there.
But there's no gas next to a vacuum either.
There's no, what the fuck?
Yeah, the vacuum just slowly.
That's bullshit. That's a second law. You don't know the second law of thermodynamics, son.
I'm no thermodynamics expert, but what we see in the atmosphere, right?
I am. It's a good thing I am. Then. It's a good thing I am then.
Okay, so why do we have a gradient in the atmosphere? Then?
Why do we have a gradient? Which comes first, dumbass? A fucking gas pressure or gas pressure gradient? X or delta X? Which comes first?
We need gas first, right?
Yeah, gas pressure. Show gas pressure without a container.
And so we've got. We'll give you that, right? We've got gas in the atmosphere.
Oh, you give me that. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back.
Is there a gradient
on the left.
in the atmosphere?
DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. You're done.
Why is there a gradient?
You're done. Why is there a pressure gradient from 2016? Huh? Fuck off.
Why doesn't it go to 0?
Like your IQ.
It gets very close, right?
Yeah, it sure does.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, man. Are you trying to say it asymptotically wanes like your IQ?
Yep, that's what he said.
Well, I mean, you guys want to make this argument, well, it goes down, it must just keep going down. Okay. Well, you don't even think it goes to 0, so you don't actually believe what you're saying.
Yep.
Well, interstellar space is very close to 0, but there's a bit.
Well, why does it stop? Well, why does it stop going down?
There's a distinction, right?
Why does it stop going down, Gaza? Because there's a container?
No, because there's stuff. Well, the container might be the edge of the universe, right?
What?
I knew it. Where would the container need to be?
Right.
Shout out to Professor Phil.
Shout out to Professor Phil. My God.
Where do you think the container would
Do you really think there's an edge to the universe?
I don't know. I'm not great at cosmology, but there is no need.
And why are you talking about it? If you're not great with cosmology, why are you talking about any of these things?
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Hey,
this
guys.
is local to the Earth. Local to the Earth.
Check this out.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you just turned a cookie, man. Cookie.
That is stinking precious, ain't it?
Love it.
So can you guys
Teaching them well,
explain the gradient in terms of the second law?
No gradient. We already went over this. Fuck your gradient. Where do you get
There is a
gas
gradient,
pressure
Joey.
from in the first place?
Are you denying that there's a pressure
No,
gradient?
I'm not denying. You're whistling past a graveyard with a dumbass red herring fallacy that we all learned in 3rd grade. That's not our question. Our question is, how do you have gas pressure first without containment? Deal with that right now.
You just need to have gas, right? And then the pressure
No,
will
you
fall.
need to have gas pressure.
So if we were to go wind the clock back
Wind
to the
the
beginning of
clock
time, right, for the Earth, and gas was starting to develop on the surface, right?
Really?
Can we
How
do
so?
that?
How so?
From heat and vaporization of things.
No, you don't have that because according to quantum mechanics, without a knower, there is no matter or energy.
Okay. So can you explain the pressure?
What are you saying?
I'm not explaining shit to you. Let's get back to the
So,
topic.
Daz, are you saying that the gases are created on the surface of the Earth?
Just give me creation so that I can tell you how it wasn't created.
So that's my understanding, Indy, that most of the gases, some were probably.
Well, that answers your question on why there's a gradient.
But why? No, it doesn't.
Diffusion.
Stop calling him Indy.
Call me whatever.
Sorry.
I just watched that, by the way.
He's not your fucking girlfriend.
Okay, so secondarily, Daz, I want to ask you a question that I think it was Sonny that came up with this. I don't know if I'm giving the wrong attribution. Do you think gravity causes phases of matter to change phase?
Not normally, no.
Gravity?
In any situation? You think gravity can cause gas to turn into liquid?
Gravity? What the fuck is that?
Oh, yeah, I guess it could if it's generating enough pressure, right?
What the fuck is gravity? What the fuck? Why am I getting an echo?
Could be.
Oh,
Let's get back on the topic. Let's get back on the fucking topic in this bullshit gravity that Sonny or somebody else gave. How do you have gas pressure without containment?
So what?
Hey, Batman. Thanks. Who in the fuck?
I thought it was Black Mage, so I muted him again, but it seems like it's somebody else too.
Our guy's vital.
So,
Vitaly,
again, for the 8th time, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
You need something to resist the pressure of the gas.
Resist the pressure of, that makes no sense. Define gas pressure.
It is the force exerted by a gas.
That's not, and?
Rest of it.
That's it.
No, that's not it.
Exerted by a gas.
Citation, please. Citation, please. That's not it.
It's the kinetic theory of gases, right?
It's not. Yeah. What does the kinetic?
Hold on. No.
Why are you fucking interrupting me?
Because I am. You said citation. Do you want him to give a citation, or do you want to continue?
He said kinetic molecular theory of gases is what he said. Guess what the kinetic molecular theory of gases says? Guess what it says? Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure. So
it causes pressure on the container, right?
So again, my question is, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
You can have gas pressure anytime you can resist the force of the gas.
No, that's bullshit.
Gas?
That's not
so
it.
It's, so
that's
what
not it, son. That's not it.
So let's have a look at the container wall, QE. What is happening
container
at the
wall? We don't have to have a look at the container wall. We can just define gas pressure right fucking here. Right? Kinetic molecular theory that you appealed to says the walls of the container causes. See it right there? It's underlined and bolded. Causes pressure.
Yeah.
From NASA. Shut the fuck up. Elmhurst Chemistry Department, University Type 1H. The pressure of a gas is the force. Shut your fucking mouth.
Hold on. All right, Jazza, we're going to mute you so he can read his citation, which is respectable because he actually has one to read, unlike you. All right, go ahead, bro.
Gas pressure from University of Elmhurst Chemistry Department. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. From NASA, gas pressure. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. 3 sentences for gas pressure, 3 containers. Your appeal to kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container. This is the key fucking word. Causes pressure. Causes it. Without the cause, the container, you have no gas pressure. It's fucking really simple. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the what? The container walls, the higher the pressure. And finally, Chem-Liebler text. Gas pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. That's the part you left out. So, without the cause, the container, there can be no gas pressure. Simple.
All right. Sounds pretty conclusive. Let's see if Daza has a counterexample of a citation to the contrary wise. Don't hold your breath. All right, Daz, it's all you.
I see what you did there.
So I don't disagree with those citations, right? That the collision of the molecules.
Do you have a citation for the fact that you disagree?
No, I'm just going to use QE's citations. That's fine. Good. So the couple of them mentioned the fact that the force on the container wall is caused by the kinetic energy of the gas, and the gas colliding with the container wall. Right. That's the fundamental force involved here. So it is that kinetic energy of the gas that is critical, right?
No,
we
the
need
container
that
is
as well.
No, the compelling factor in the matter. No, it's not. No, it's not. The compelling factor in the matter is the walls of the container.
Yeah. So I'm not disagreeing with that, right?
What causes you can't disagree with it, you fucking idiot?
So the gas.
So you're a fucking moron. So what causes gas pressure?
I gave you your chance.
What causes gas pressure? What causes gas pressure?
Mute him. Somebody mute him.
What
so
causes
I can
gas pressure?
You're getting
gas colliding with a wall or a container or something.
A wall of what?
Anything.
Can't you fucking read? Are you illiterate?
You need to take this literally.
What causes gas pressure according to the kinetic molecular theory and Chem-Liebler text? What causes gas pressure?
Gas colliding with something. Causes pressure on the thing it collides with, right?
Just mute him. Fuck off. You're a retard clown. Fuck off. Fuck off. You're a clown. You're a pretender clown. You're a fucking idiot. I just exposed you. It's over. It's over. You're done. Bye. Let you finish. We ain't gonna let you fucking finish, you fucking idiot. Because it's right there for everyone to see. Fuck off. You're a moron. You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what gas pressure is. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. You don't know what cosmology is. You don't know what predictions are. You're a fucking retard. Now shut the fuck up.
No. You're incapable of having a simple conversation.
Shut the fuck up.
Azza, what's your response? What's your response to that?
To what? The tirade of insults, or
the gas pressure question? Causing what?
Gas pressure.
So here's what happens.
Here's what. Shut the fuck up.
Let me finish,
Shut up. No.
Weak as piss.
No, weak as fuck. I just exposed you. Mae West is in the corner fucking belly laughing at your dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
Both of you are kind of funny, actually.
Shut the fuck up.
Do we ever not? Shut up, Monday. We don't need your freaking commentary. So it's very funny that you guys get asked direct questions and you fucking dance and 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 dance. You dance around instead of just directly answering. It's the walls of a container. It's not disputable.
It kind of is, Indy.
You think it's disputable whether gas pressure means the force exerted on the walls of a container by gas? You think that's disputable?
And I know QE is going to insult me over this one as well, but if you
I asked you a direct question, dude. Is it disputable?
Gas pressure.
I think it is, dude. It's like, how about you read like a children's book where it's like air pressure is caused by the it's just like it's a different level of abstraction. It's absolutely debatable. It's absolutely debatable. It's absolutely debatable.
You're absolutely retarded. You're absolutely retarded. You're absolutely retarded. You're absolutely retarded. This isn't a children's book. We're talking about NASA, Elmhurst Chemistry Department, and the fucking Chem Libre text, you moron.
Where you have a citation. The reason I asked this was no, you guys aren't going to deflect from my line of.
I mean, that's like literally in a chemistry context, right? And in chemistry context is not physics.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Look, if you have, that's what I said. Is this disputable? If you say yes, fine. Give us citations that fucking dispute it. Thank you.
Okay.
So are you going to?
I did provide a citation. I posted something from Noah. I posted something from Noah.
Where's it from?
Scroll up. It was a link. If you
no, isn't a citation, dude.
Yeah, if you click on it, it explains the hydrostatic equation.
I don't want an explanation on my
No, it literally gives you the integral that calculates. It literally the math is literally in.
What is hydrostatics, you fucking retard?
Oh my god, bro!
Oh, he's not going to help you.
If you have a fluid,
deal with gases,
just go to the fucking retard. It's a fluid. Just go to the fucking. Just read it, bro.
Hydrostatics deal with gas pressure, dumb fuck.
Just read it.
Just read it.
Look, stupid, dummy.
You don't know what hydrodynamics are. Shut the fuck up.
Really simple. Gases and liquids don't have the same degrees of freedom. And don't behave the same. It isn't the kinetic. Shut up.
You fucking idiot.
Shut up, dude. It's not the kinetic theory of fluids. It's the kinetic theory of gases. Because gases have unique behavior. Unique. You know what the word means? Unique.
It's literally about air pressure. Again, click on it, read it. Click on it, read it.
Read what?
It's about air pressure, dude. It's literally the calculation. I'll read it.
What does it calculate? What is it?
Any height in the atmosphere is due to the
atmosphere is a paradox.
Listen to me.
Listen.
Air pressure at any height in the atmosphere is
hydrostatic
per unit area. Exerted by the weight of all the air above that height.
What is hydrostatic equilibrium, dumb fuck? Somebody shut his dumb fuck ass up.
Pressure decreases with increasing height above the ground.
You fucking moron.
Hey, yeah, I just muted Shoal because this is becoming very chaotic. So Shoal keeps asking us to read his thing. Quantum Eraser asked him to summarize it. So should we let him give us a short summary?
I heard it.
Okay, I didn't hear it, Indio, because there's too much chaos. Tell us what he said.
Yeah. So, he said he gave us the explanation for how there's gas pressure. But the thing is, Shaw, if you were listening to your own words, you would have noticed that they just arbitrarily jump from mass and weight to gas pressure. How does mass and weight correlate to a gas pressure? Can you give us the conversion? How do I get mass and weight into gas pressure?
Yeah, I mean, it's all in here.
What's the conversion, dude?
Mass and weight into air pressure. So the downward gravity. Well, it uses gravity, but you're not going to acknowowledge this.
So how do I get gas pressure out of that?
Just the simple fact that you just refuse to accept that gravity exists.
Stop talking about me and answer my question. How do you get gas pressure out of that?
You can't even believe in conservation of energy if you don't believe in gravitational potential energy.
You're talking about me again. How do you get?
You need to have gravitational. The actual math used is necessary.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so
conservational momentum. Like he knows about this shit. You fucking retard.
I had to mute you, Shoal, because Indio asked you a direct question and you didn't answer it.
Fuck no, he
9
didn't.
times. So the point of this exercise was they have a point of contention on what the definition of gas pressure is. They still have not come up with an alternative definition of gas pressure.
Hydrostatics. The dumb fuck doesn't even. What does hydrostatic mean, you fucking idiot?
Do you have an alternative definition of gas pressure, Shoal? Do you, Daza? Because you
am I unmuted now? Am I unmuted now? Yeah.
Okay, do you have an alternative definition of gas?
Am I unmuted now?
Oh, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. You're like literally fucking
fuck up.
Berging over here. Shut the fuck up.
Shoal, do you have an alternative definition of gas pressure?
Yes, you can calculate that, and it's based. You need to have gravity. You need to use gravity.
We don't calculate definitions, dummy. We don't calculate definitions. Post the definition.
Motherfucker. Okay,
that's the point of contention. Daz is arguing with what gas pressure means. Okay, he's saying
yes. I mean,
the
important part about this.
Definition. Yeah. Why are you talking? What is wrong with you?
Shut this fucking clown up.
Yeah, somebody else muted you there, Shoal. We had to have a coherent conversation there, so. Which is not
right through him every time. What the fuck?
So when you post your alternative definition of gas pressure in the chat, you'll be unmuted. Until such time, you'll stay muted.
Yeah, but don't hold your fucking breath. Post hydrostatics again, you fucking retard.
You don't hold your breath.
What does the argument about gas pressure have to do with the flat Earth, though?
That was the subject. There was a subtopic that came up from cosmology.
Who's that new person asking?
Monday, dumb fuck, down here. Mr. Fucking...
Well, that's rude. Come on, relax.
Oh,
buddy.
That's rude. Oh, what are you, Nancy?
No, I'm
You're
just...
fucking
I don't even know you.
Mr. Color Commentary White Knight that came in and interrupted the discussion. Shut your fucking mouth! Fuck! Shut the fuck up!
Let's calm down. Like Monday, I don't know if he's sincerely a new person or if he just came in here in the middle of the whole thing.
He just came in and white-knighted. Let me fucking update you. He came in, interrupted the discussion between Indio and Daza, and Indio muted him. Right? That's the summary. So he's Mr. Color Commentary White Knight. That's the summary.
Thank you for the summary, QE.
You're welcome.
Okay, Daza.
What are you waiting for?
Hold on, dude. Your own
mommy's chest.
Shut up, you wench. Okay, Daza. We're not doing your personal definition.
I am my sweet little boy.
Thank you.
Pinky.
Ass shit, dude. Okay, where's the third one? They always come in threes.
They'll wait until you start talking.
Well, Kosho just showed up.
Oh my God! No fucking.
You've got to be kidding me.
Where are they all coming from today? I mean, it's like they had a meeting and said, "Let's raid."
Fucking Kosho.
They totally did. Yeah, and then their meeting, they said, "And use the flat earther's name every other sentence because that's what they do. So we should do that too."
Where the fuck is this clown?
His people are really full of themselves. Holy fuck.
Oh, imagine that.
Or side commentary from the sped.
Okay,
You guys got a lot of opinions about things you don't know anything about. It's crazy.
So we're going to get that alternative definition for gas pressure in citation. The dumb fuck sent a source. He sent a link. He doesn't even know what a citation is. That's that Monday dumb fuck.
Dumb fuck.
Yeah, he doesn't know the difference between a citation and a fucking whole source or a reference. Post a citation, he sends a link. What a fucking moron. Did you graduate high school? Fucking clowns.
Yeah, they just graduated everyone now.
Yeah, I know. I could tell.
No, literally.
Okay,
I can testify. Testify.
Dude, you ask for a freaking definition and you get their personal ideas.
Or hydrostatics. What a fucking doofus.
And then it's source just like the gravity and the mass and the weight, and that all pulls down, and boom, you have gas pressure. Like, how did you get there?
Yeah,
dude. Did you hear him? No, you were yelling.
I heard him. I heard him. I heard him when I was fucking screaming at him.
Listen to this. QE citations are fine. Just don't use the literal interpretation of container. It's anything that allows a collision to occur or prevents the gas molecule from freely continuing on its way.
He's a retard.
What about wall? If you don't have a container, then what's the wall? Idiot.
May Wen, how does a flat earther define container? Or how does a flirther, whatever the fuck that, define a physical fucking barrier? May Wen.
Are you there, May Wen? We talked. Go ahead.
Did you see that, dude? So gas pressure is the sum of molecules in an accelerated state. Dude, it's just getting worse.
Oh,
May
by the way. No, go ahead, Mary Mom.
You gotta elbow your way in your heading line. There's no other way.
I was just going to say, and then QE can continue, that May Wen, I don't know if May Wen knew that he won the award for the best Ladies' Night guest yesterday, so congrats on that.
That's important.
It is, I know. Thank you for letting me say it.
I think that was an authorized interruption.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, QE.
So these gas molecules are accelerating. And acceleration requires a force, right? What's the force? What's that force called? Oh, baller, dumb fucks. What is that force? Or it's just a force, or are you going to name that?
Want me to unmute him?
I don't know who said it.
It was Monday who said that.
Monday, dumb fuck. He ain't going to know.
I know. Let's try it anyway.
Gotta get him. Get him.
Whoa. That's rude.
Shut the fuck up, Nancy. What's the force called? What's the force called? Let's say we got liquid water on the surface of the earth. This is going to ring true. It's going to come back to haunt your dumbass. So we got fucking water on the surface of the earth. And the sun all of a sudden comes out, right? And it breaks the hydrogen bonds in the water, and the water turns to gas, and the gas goes up. It accelerates. What's that force called?
Well, it's definitely a force.
Well, it's
that
you
energy.
stuttering fucking fool. Well, it's
I don't have to respond exactly the way you want me to respond. Obviously, we're two different people. Why is this guy still even allowed to talk? This guy's just been berating everybody for like the past
because Monday, it's very obvious that you don't have any clue what the hell you're talking about.
Why are you even talking? I'm not even talking to you. Number one. Number two, this guy's been berating everyone in this call for the past.
You asked a question and he answered you. You asked a question and Indio answered you.
Yeah, I've been berating people in this call For cause, because they're pretender clowns like
For
you.
cause? No, I think you're just a fat jerk.
No,
I think you're just a fat
it's
jerk. You have no respect for someone like me
The answer's not no.
when I've done nothing but respect you. You're just a fat jerk, and you should have been leaving a long ass time
So how do you have gas pressure
talking.
without a container?
Monday, you came in. You're such a liar. You came in rudely, making commentary about this chat before you had even. Stop talking over me.
Monday, abject retard. That fucker got projectile diarrhea in the mouth, just like all these fucking retard Globers got. They all got the same disease. That mega wizard, you fucking idiot. Come off, Moot. Come on, dude. You kept on fucking interrupting when everyone was talking. Now the floor is yours, dumb fuck. Please post best scientific evidence for your globe. Mega wizard, the white dumb fuck.
Oh, him? Yeah, so, Monday.
Yeah.
Were you reading your DMs, bro? So you came into this chat right away and started making commentary about what was happening in the chat, even though you're only here 2 seconds. 2 seconds. So don't cry victim when you came in being rude, which is why you're being treated rudely.
Shut your fucking mouth, Monday.
Stop playing victim when you're an asshole.
Nancy. And stay there. Now, Mega Wizard the White. Mr. fucking Savior, Mr. Helper. He went on deaf and kick his fucking ass out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Before I sick my wolf pups on your dumb ass.
Any Globers? Any Globers?
Why is he fucking still sitting in here? He probably left on his own.
No, I trashed him.
What's up, dumbass goose? You had your way with the ladies, right? Last night you're in here with the ladies. Why don't you try to spread some of that? Brother. Why don't you try to spread some of that dumbass horse shit now?
So I did a couple article searches on the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, really? That's amazing. What'd you come up with?
I think you're wrong.
I was wrong about what?
All of it.
Just all of it. Just a hand wave dismissal. Really? You fucking imbecile, dumb fuck of the year. Just all of it. You're just all of it. What is the second law of thermodynamics, dumb fuck? I want a brief description and the equation right now. You have 10 seconds. 10. 6.
Yeah, nothing screams IQ as shouting on
5,
Discord.
4.
Oh, 3. More social commentary for someone
who's just tell me yours, and I'll tell you
1. Fuck off, dumbass clown. You're exposed.
I thought you read a couple articles. Don't you have the tab still open? Ghost, don't you still have the tab open? You read a couple articles.
I read a couple articles since I talked to you last, and I think you're wrong.
About what? Everything.
We just need some details, Goose. Give us one thing.
He doesn't fucking know what the second law is.
So
maybe we can go to the definition.
Holy fucking shit. We need. It's
okay, what was inaccurate about it?
Holy fuck, Indio.
Sorry. Well, he said it was inaccurate. I want to know. I want to get specifics out of this guy.
Why? Are you two fucking guys like baller life preservers?
Yes, they are.
Baller
because they want to keep the chat going.
A basketball player or something?
Betsy knows, yeah.
They know why they draw quarter.
So after I fucking destroy them down to their core, let's give them another chance.
I'm a sucker for second chances.
Well, see, you're executing them too quickly. Like, we used to draw and quarter people for a reason.
Yep. The more grotesque the demise, the more of a warning it is.
All right, what the fuck? I guess I'm going to.
Well, he just said everything, dude.
Holy fuck!
He said everything. Yeah, well, McHugh, he said everything you said was wrong. Everything. So that means he is going to need to be the epitome of perfection to show that you're wrong.
First, he's gonna have to state each thing I said. So start off with one thing that I said, and then prove it wrong.
Go ahead,
All right,
Goose.
Goose.
Be specific. It's your time to shine, man.
Oh boy.
All right, everyone, take a gander at the chat. I actually will be posting a ChatGPT description of entropy.
Fuck you, dumb fuck.
And
ChatGPT.
Holy crap, dude. All right, new rules. Goose, what you need to do is give us a citation. Any citation at all. It could be about cooking. It could be about basking weaving. As long as it's an actual citation from primary sources and not some stupid AI on the internet, dude. Any citation at all, you pick.
If you don't know what a citation is, ask ChatGPT.
So according to ChatGPT, I actually have a citation pulled up here, 1989, from a Oxford
You just hung
University Press.
yourself. Hey, dumb fuck. You just hung yourself. You idiot of a moron. Let me use ChatGPT. For what?
Idiot of a moron.
What? Because you just ChatGPT is a fucking train wreck, dude. You're a fucking
For
pretender
fuck's sake,
clown.
are you too short for your microphone? Stop
That's what the fuck
shouting,
you
you
are.
twat.
You fucking idiot of a dumb fuck. And, by the way, what you pulled up here at 30 minutes after the hour is the same thing I've been saying for over 25 fucking years.
25 years? Is that when you, like,
Shut your fucking mouth. Don't you fucking talk to me. Don't you fucking dare. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Oh my god, dude. The title of an article or a work is not a citation, dude. What the heck?
Yeah, you failed right there. Good job.
I trust ChatGPT more than you, brother.
Shut the fuck up.
Dude, I'm a professionally licensed teacher, dude. So I trust myself more than your
second grade
AI,
math,
dude.
or what are we working with?
No, your mom's in the lingerie closet.
Look, that thing you cited, Goose, by Roger Penrose, has nothing to do with thermodynamics.
Well, ChatGPT told me that's the citation, so I feel like it's
ChatGPT gets citations wrong all the time. Okay, in this book, Roger Penrose, and I'm just doing this from memory, dude. I don't need GPT to tell me. Roger Penrose makes the argument that the consciousness is an effect of quantum mechanics, using an argument of microtubules. Do you know what any of that crap is?
Yeah, I do.
No,
has
but
nothing to do with quantum. Has nothing to do with thermodynamics. Nothing. About consciousness.
Give me a couple seconds so I can actually ask.
Why don't you try reading the work, right? And then from the work, pick out a body of text with quotation marks at the beginning and the end, and then bring that back with your title that you cited it from, and then maybe you might have a citation.
Look, bro, like seriously.
Wait a second.
I'm going to take a little gander at my new citation.
Shut the fuck up, Goose. You dumb. You fucking shut up right now. AI's been in the background with his point for over 20 fucking minutes that this guy doesn't even know what a citation is.
You could have
Have you ever written a paper regarding like MLA format?
You fucking clown of a dumb fuck.
Yeah, so thermodynamics is one of the ways that they can make the quantum collapse, but there's also other theories that
You're not making the collapse of the wave function.
I read the paper.
Thermodynamics, you fucking retard. Well, who the fuck are you? Shut your fucking mouth.
What paper? What paper did you read?
The dismissal of his analysis.
I just came into the conversation.
Shut the fuck up.
You're talking about Penrose's orchestrated reduction theory,
Dude,
right?
that's a book, you dumb fuck. Good try, though.
You're talking about orchestrated reduction
He knows
theory.
about Penrose.
You're talking about microtubules within the cytoskeletal structure of neurons.
Really?
Yeah, I've read the paper.
I'm talking about the book, dumb fuck, the book.
Oh, I read the paper.
The book that was cited.
He read the paper, bro. He doesn't need to read the whole book, brother.
Hey, Goose.
I can link the paper. I have it on my computer if you want it.
The paper came out after the book.
Holy fucking shit, Indio. Shut
This is
that
the
fucking
fucking-
Goose dumb fuck up. Not him. Not the other dumb fuck microtubules. Idiot dumb fuck. Goose, put that motherfucker on mute because he's interrupting the conversation. He's already been proven a retard. Let's get to no one. No brains, dumb fuck. So, what is your complaint against Indio, no one? Hey, mods, wake up. Goose.
Yeah, can we get a mute on this quantum eraser guy?
Hey, no, I'm your Huckleberry, you dumb fuck.
No, we're not muting him.
I know, I'm just kidding. I know he's like some like Spurg or whatever, but
I'll give you Spurg. I'm the fucking paterfamilias, son. I am your Huckleberry, you pretender clown fucking retard. Okay. So, Mr. Dumb Fuck, can you show, back to the topic, gas pressure without a container?
No, I really don't care about that.
Oh, you don't care about that?
No, we're talking about orchestrated reduction theory.
Thermodynamics is dumb fuck. Yeah, talk right through me. You got that shit right. Hey, dumb fuck, no one. Second law of thermodynamics. Before we get the microtubules, which you haven't fucking clue about. No one. No brains. No brains. What is the second law of thermodynamics? A brief description in the equation.
What is gravity?
In 10 fucking seconds.
Entropy.
10, 9.
There it is, entropy.
8, 7, 6, 5.
I gave it to you in one word.
4.
It's entropy. It's essentially
3,
entropy.
2, 1. Mute this dumb fuck right now. He's a pretender clown. Mute him. Bye.
Yes, I want to say something to Ghost. If you're just reading ChatGPT, what do we need you for?
Well, I take.
Yeah, what are you for? You like are you the stenographer for the AI?
Kind of, yeah. So what I do, I parse.
Yeah, I mean, we can just do that ourselves. Like, why retype it? Like, why?
No. I parse the information and I use my head. And
you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron. You said, hold on.
For example, this guy's trying to disprove white gas.
Don't lose the topic. Shut that fucking idiot up. Don't lose the topic, Indio. He said that everything I've said about the second law is wrong. So first, he's got to post something that I've said about the second law. Right? Make sense? Indio, focus now.
Yeah, I'm focused. I'm gonna ask. Listen, Ghost, this is your chance to shine again. He said everything he said is wrong, so you can pick out any random thing he said about second law thermodynamics, and that'll be wrong because you said everything he said. So give a specific, with specificity, what he said, preferably an exact quotation. Okay, not a straw man of what he said, how it's wrong, why it's wrong, and post a citation that demonstrates it's wrong. If you're not going to do that, you're just going to get back on mute.
And you better do it fucking quick.
Can you handle that?
Oh, wait.
Can you handle that?
I do a couple searches here.
That's what I fucking said, you fucking moron.
Goose, you should already know because you already claimed it. You shouldn't have to search for it. You should already know. You said everything he said was wrong. You should already know exactly what it is.
You told him he also needed citations.
We'll get to the citations next. Well, we already dealt with that. He doesn't know what a citation is. So.
Yeah, coming in here making a claim like this, one would assume that he already had research that had citations. So that's the idea.
Why isn't he fucking saying what I've said about the second law? Right now. It's already too fucking late. You better post that shit right fucking now, dude. Come off mute. You better say it right fucking now, or they're going to boot your ass out of here. For being a lying dipshit piece of shit.
I'm gathering my sources.
Fucking get him. Kick his ass out.
Don't you already know?
Gathering his sources for what I said? What the fuck?
Yeah, maybe he's going back to get the recording.
He already made the claim.
So what? If he knew it from memory and now he wants the actual recording because you're not going to trust his memory, that's fair.
The fuck?
He didn't even say anything from memory.
Look, that's fair, correct? I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong? No, I'm
No,
not.
you're not. You're definitely right.
No, he's fucking wrong. What is he?
Well, look, I have one error. I have one error I can help him out with. So when you said the second law of thermodynamics, you spelt it wrong.
Who did?
When you said it, you spelt it wrong.
Oh, when I said it, I got you.
Third and dynamic. Is that it?
You know, anybody that's been listening to the stream today, they should, like, if you listen to the stream for 8 hours, what you have learned is that people that defend the globe are just non-stop baseless assertions. It just never ends.
Non-stop retards. They're pretended clowns, all of them. They're dumb fucks. Every single one of them. What has changed? This season 10.
Well, I'm talking about the people like maybe listening on YouTube that, you know, don't have the experience, right? Like, it's non-stop. Make a claim, say some shit. Okay, what's the evidence for that? And this crap happens every time.
Yep. I was waiting for somebody to say the Earth was a container. Nobody brought that up. That's usually a funny one. The Earth is the container.
Yeah, we got it the first 3 fucking times. You can have a conversation with Dumb Fuck of the Year. No one, no brains down here, that had a claim against your microtubules. Even though I just exposed him as not knowing what the second law of thermodynamics was, right?
Well, I wasn't arguing for or against. All I know is in that book has nothing to do with thermodynamics. I didn't read the book. I just know about it. And I know it has nothing to do with thermodynamics. He posted as a citation.
By law, they have to provide free lunch, breakfast. They have to provide for poor black kids.
What?
Huh?
What? Huh?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
What?
Oh, yeah.
I don't hear that.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Thanks for the win. You tasted real good, Quantum Eraser.
What was the win?
What was
Quantum
the win?
erased all the neurons in his brain. Doesn't have a microtubule left.
What was the win exactly?
Is that no brains dumb fuck that didn't know what the second law was?
Yes,
Somebody take him off mute.
Just burn him.
I'm bleeding, making me the victor.
You better run,
that, man. That's funny.
I'll be guaranteed to get fucking rumpus by Indio. This is fucking Indio.
Sorry,
rumpus.
man. I think I'm on a time delay or something, dude.
Fucking even rumpus that.
I'm just telling you, I think I have some crazy time delay or something. Because when I hear you stop talking and I go to talk, and you're like, you're up, listen. Like, okay, so.
Well, maybe I'm talking fast.
So maybe I'll say, like, over.
Make sure you put the before it.
It's time to start. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. That's really good. Time to start running.
You know what I wonder sometimes? How flat the back of the heads of these guys are.
Listen to you. It's copyrighted.
Who said that?
You didn't catch that? Come on.
That was Mike. I think that was Mike.
That was me. I heard your ball buster from 2 or 3 weeks ago. I laughed at that.
Yeah. Well, it's not funny.
It actually isn't funny. It's kind of sad, though, don't you think? Because that means if they have flat heads, that means that they weren't picked up enough by their mothers.
Drop too much, I thought.
No.
Picked up too often.
So we have a definite correlation between booger-eating baltards. They all got flatheads. If anyone doesn't know what we're talking about. Mary Mom, are you aware of this? Holy fucking shit.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not aware. No.
So, here we go. This is our case. There's one. Are you inside chat?
Okay, I'll get there. Yep, I'm there now.
All right. So we're going to show you. So it's just something we caught. It's just, one of those things you observe.
Oh my gosh, Leslie Claude, you're totally right. They leave him laying there because somebody told him to let the child cry for 5 hours instead of going to pick them up. Oh gosh. Yep.
This is freaking me out.
It's science, bro.
Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, he's got it the worst. Like, I feel the worst for him.
I know you want to go back and be like, yeah, your mom won't come in because some guy in a book told her to let you sit for 5 hours, but I'll hold you, tiny little 2-month-old baby.
I would hold the baby.
I know.
Yeah, you're supposed to massage the baby's head to give it optimal aesthetic form. You guys should see my head, man. My mom massaged it when I was young. Trust me.
Oh, good. It's nice and round.
It's got aerodynamic and tensile strength proficiency.
Now,
are you expanding this list?
Hold on. Don't see McBooger Eater up top. Just 1 second, Indio, and I'll let you go. Don't let his little flares of hair throw you. That shit's flat. Him and fucking Professor Phil Bell, he has that little flare, 2 little flares coming up. If that fucker had his hair cut short, that Mary Mom's losing it.
How you guys doing, man? You guys flat earthers?
Are you a go earther? You got a flat hat?
Me, I guess so, yeah. But my question to you guys is, can you prove the Earth's flat? Or just kind of show me how you guys came.
Are you going to slow down the speed at which you're talking?
Yeah.
Huh?
He's asking to prove that if the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm asking if he eats his boogers because everyone comes in there and says flat Earth is that. Shut the fuck up. Flat Earthers, what do you believe? Flat Earthers do this.
You're not answering the question.
We're not going to tolerate you interrupting, dude.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Calm down.
Shut the fuck up. Stop interrupting me, you glueless clown. Shut your fucking mouth.
I'm sorry.
So, everyone comes in there and says, flat earthers this, flat earthers that, flat earthers. What do you flat earthers believe?
All I said was prove the flat earth.
I'm not fucking done yet. Shut your fucking mouth. My God. Are you that fucking stupid? So, we'll try it again. 3rd fucking time. Ballers come in here and say, flat earthers this, flat earthers that. What do flat earthers believe? Use a stereotype fallacy. Well, we caught a glober eating his boogers. My question to you is, are you a booger eater? All right, baby.
What the fuck is going on? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Sunshine.
No, I don't eat my boogers, man. Can you prove the Earth's flat?
You fucking liar.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the ocean. You can prove it yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can prove it right now.
Why am I being called stupid in the side chat?
I could prove it right now.
You asked the question, now you're getting an answer. Try and focus, Mr. ADHD.
Okay, so you told me the ocean proves the Earth is flat. How is that necessarily true?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, how did you get to? That's a big jump, right? How'd you get there?
Are you going to let me answer the question?
Go ahead, boy.
You're on thin ice right now, dumb fuck. Okay.
Like the ice wall around the Earth.
Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
Most of the surface of the Earth? Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, 75%. I'm pretty sure, something like that.
Okay, so if the water's flat, what's the Earth?
I don't think the water's flat. I think it's perceivably flat.
Oh, perceivably flat. What the fuck does that mean?
It means when we look at it, it appears flat, but it doesn't mean
It appears flat. So it's
yeah, that's
flat.
how water. Because water. No, appearing flat doesn't mean you're flat, right? For an example.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Kind of stupid, aren't you?
It's not. So an example of this is like
water's not flat.
Why are you interrupting me?
Water's not flat at rest. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not perfectly flat. No.
Yes, it is flat. We didn't.
Okay,
say
so after it
flat. So shut the fuck up, Mr. Diarrhea of the Mouth Dumb Fuck.
I only wins. You obviously
so water.
Shit.
Wait, so water at rest is flat, right?
You're gonna fucking blab. You said, "What's your proof of a flat Earth?" I gave you the premises. Premise 1, premise 2. What most of the surface of the Earth is water. Whatever the water's doing, the Earth must be doing, right? And then you started arguing with me. You didn't let me finish. You started arguing. So, do you actually want proof the Earth is flat or not?
Yeah, I never agreed that most of it was water. I said most of the surface was water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So?
Yeah, so most of the surface being something doesn't entail that the actual planet would be shaped that way, right? Like this,
so if you
applying this to other planets like gas planets.
Okay, cool. So you can have a 51% flat ball.
Say it again? No. So when
you can have a 51%. You said it didn't necessarily follow.
Yeah. So if you're viewing the land or water,
so you can have a 51% flat ball. No,
yeah,
dude.
Yes or no? I'm answering you. I'm trying to answer you.
No, answer him.
I am. Can I answer and elaborate? Instead of
yes or no. Yes or no.
I'm going to say yes, and you're going to scream.
Yes or no.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
yes.
You
don't even know the question.
Yes.
Say it. Say you can have say it out loud. I can have a 51% flat ball. Say it.
Yeah. A ball can be 51% flat if the extensions of it are. Yeah. Can you address it? So like for example, if there's like if we build a house,
shut the fuck up. Now, for example, you're a fucking retard. Shut the fuck up.
He asked me a question.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Okay.
Hold on. So if you ask,
dude, you're a dummy. Stop talking.
Can I?
Okay. No. So I'm going to tell you, a ball is equidistant from a single point. A flat line cannot be equidistant.
I don't even get to talk. What is this? You fucking retarded. You flat earth faggot.
This is a geometric.
Bitch ass up. Fuck you, bitch. You flat earth retard.
You flat earth old bastard. Because you're getting cooked. Spiraling. We spiraling now?
Spiraling?
I'm going to finish.
Getting cussed out by a fucking retarded flat earther. The fuck is going on?
Retard.
You old retarded dirtbag.
51%
You're going to die in 4 years.
Flat earth and globe, you fucking moron.
Get off my earth is
weird. I hear what I'm saying.
That a ball is 51% flat, you've got major issues. You should not be in this room.
Yeah, no shit.
Putting these lights.
I cannot believe he has the audacity to call someone retarded after saying that.
Yeah, after being a retard. Exactly.
My God. Anyways, thanks for entertaining me during my lunch break. That was good.
Are they getting dumber? Am I getting smarter? Or both?
How long do they give you while you're picking up cans alongside of the road?
Supervised.
Well, these are unsupervised cans, thanks, Flatsy. And I got the 6 that were outside your mum's house too.
Good.
Your sister keeps on tripping over them, though.
Well, I'll tell her to stop dragging her knuckles when she walks then. Oh, shit, that's good. Anyways, guys, my lunch break's over.
Matrix, did you play that bleeding clip?
Did I? What, sorry?
The clip, the bleeding clip. I know I'm winning because I'm the one bleeding or something.
No, I didn't hear that. I'll post that.
Oh, someone played. I thought it was you. I gotta track that down.
No, I hadn't done that one, sorry. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you all later on tonight, or this afternoon for me, for more fun in the sun. Alright, peace.
Go ahead, Indio. You won't be able to rumpus me. I'll be out for the next 15 minutes or so.
Ugh, sorry.
Why be sorry?
Rumpus him.
I'll wait till he comes. I'm gonna be silent until he comes back. I'm gonna talk.
I actually got to get the kiddos down for bed too, so I'll be back.
You better give your son a cookie.
Oh, wait, what?
You better give him a cookie, man, for coming on the stream and saying second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, yeah. That was so cute,
cool.
wasn't it? He says it better than old Phil Bellum.
Better yet, give him a biscuit.
Listen here. You better not be getting the two confused.
But don't make it too thick, you know. Then he'll confuse it with a scone. You know, come on.
Good. So I'm in here now. I came in earlier, and I'm trying to figure out like what's the craziest shit I've heard, and it's like I can't even come up with it because it just like I heard so many crazy things say come when I go over. 51% flat ball.
That's pretty
Were you
good.
listening earlier? Were you listening earlier today with Andy?
No. Was it Andy we know?
No, not Andy. Hold my beer. I thought it was him because they're both British, but it was another Andy. And my God, he's just unbelievable.
Wait a minute, Andy's British? Andy's British? I didn't know that.
Well, it sounded like him. It sounded like him. I mean, whether it is or not, it did sound like him.
I thought it sounded like him. So Alpha, after you were here earlier too, so you heard all the crazy shit. Dude just said, I don't know if you just heard it, that there can be a 51% flat ball. Is that crazier than all the shit we heard earlier, or is the shit we heard earlier crazier?
No, I think that Andy kind of topped this guy because at least he could identify that he's talking about something. Andy was in a realm where things don't even have any coherence. There's no way that you can stitch together any meaning. But that's only when it's convenient. Only when it's convenient. He's like, I talk in certainty most of the time, but you know, with oh you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
I'm like,
he told you stop interrupting me. I'm like, are you certain that he's doing that?
Yeah, you're the one that said that. Yep.
Wasn't Andy hold my beer Radwin?
No, Radwin.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Radwin changed his name to Andy Hold My Beer. That's right.
Yeah, he changed his name.
They might be the same person. Or who said they're not? Someone that said they know them.
Not even close, dude. Dude, if you think they're the same dude, I got to question your faculties.
Yeah, for real. Are you guys joking?
Oh my God, today is like the theater of this. And then Snackle, the dumb shit he was saying. Oh my God, dude. He was saying it's repeatable, but it's not repeatable. At the same time, like, dude, like, what are you talking about, man? I swear to God, like, they're trying to gaslight us half the time by saying, like, because I can't believe the stuff they say.
Some engineers are scientists, according to Andy.
Dude, the worst gaslighting I've seen recently is when QE was telling you that you were rumpusing him.
Yeah, I know.
I have to set that guy straight.
Honestly, I think we're both doing it to each other. I think we're just both.
To a degree, but when you're trying to take control of this conversation, it's trying to like say things straight through it. And I mean, maybe he means well, but it's really coming out horrible on the live stream side. Like, they have you be talking to someone and trying to maybe set the tone or change the pace, and then we just have to hear shut up, shut the fuck up, and like straight through the two of you talking. Like that's just unacceptable.
Well, I guess I didn't hear it because I tuned it out.
Yeah, 3 people at once is a bit rough.
Can we shut the fuck up as background noise at this point?
Well, a lot of times it actually breaks the levels. So he'll actually cut himself off.
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard him blow out his mic. I don't think he sees the utility in like taking these guys and just displaying like how broken their fucking brain is. And that's how I get them to say dumb stuff like 51% flat ball. And we get dudes just freaking like, I don't know. I think you should expose them. Take the time it takes to expose them. Just lead them into, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we should do what we've always done, and that's what we do.
I'm not in a hurry. I ain't got nowhere to go.
The broken epistemologies are always put on display so that other people can be like, damn, do I think like that? Ooh, better change my
I actually don't like talking about
mind.
that, but like, it's like I can't help it. Like, because it is so vital that this person's brain is just broken. Even though because I know where that conversation goes, it's the same thing every time. Like, they just like it's like you said, it's a brain rot, dude. Mind virus crap that they've been taught. It's but they don't really believe it in a way. It's just like,
and it's even worse, Indio.
Questions. That's how they answer, right? That's the only way they know how to answer. I don't know anything.
Yeah, but it's even worse than what you think, because the guy was, Andy earlier was like, well, I want to say that I think, therefore I am. But you can't say that if you're already saying that there's nothing that you can know to be true. Like, he's so broken that he can't even say the one thing that those guys, but I mean, if you consider him solipsism, that whole epistemology is not, you can't consider that I think, therefore I am. It's not a part of it. You can't use that. I mean, how can you contemplate something that you're like, okay, let me see. I think, therefore I am. Yeah, that makes sense. How does it make sense? Because nothing does make sense. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you can't make sense of the world. Nothing makes sense. Thinking, what's that? Like, you don't even know what that is. You don't know what I is or am is or any of those words. Your train of thoughts where you think you're thinking, I think, therefore I am. You could be thinking mashed potato. Like, you don't know.
That's the thing, too. That's why I point out. It's like, unless you borrow from another worldview and say, okay, I'm going to kind of reason with myself. Like, okay, I'm thinking, yep, I know that I am. But you can't do that unless you borrow another epistemology that's not your own. And then once you borrow it, you give it back and like, okay, we're good now. Now I want to continue to think that I'm uncertain about being certain.
I liked when Flat Earth dude went to that guy. He goes, "Fire's hot, right?" The guy goes, "Well, I mean, not all. No." And he goes, "Get the fuck out of here. That's it." He's like, "That's it. There's no talking to this guy."
And then he's adamantly arguing for a position that he doesn't necessarily know.
He said it's perceptibly hot.
Perceptibly.
Something like that. Yeah. Where it's like I can feel that it's hot, but that doesn't mean it's hot.
Yeah, eventually you'll smell that it's hot. Okay. You cooking chicken? What's burning around here?
Oh shit. The guy was trying to use an analogy earlier about rainbows and being able to touch or feel the light, like feeling a rainbow. Like,
the rainbow?
Come on, dude. Yeah.
Oh god.
I was like the Skittles advert trying to taste a rainbow.
I guess, dude. They're trying to make a point about like the Earth not being perceptible in the sense of how we can not perceive it. So they're using things like, well, some things are not perceivable too. Like, and I think he was talking about feeling light or some other thing. So you can feel light. And I'm like, yeah, really? What does that feel like? Well, it feels like heat. So you feel all light that way? Well, no.
You can't feel all light. That okay? So you're advocating for a position that you're saying you're feeling something, but yet when you turn it into a different type of light, you don't feel that light. So, not all light. So it's weird.
Yeah,
And
didn't that come about? Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, Mick.
I was going to say, didn't that come about when you said something about, you guys were talking about, we're analyzing or we're looking at the physical and natural world, and the guy interpreted, by you saying, using the term physical, it's like, oh, well, you're talking about only like objects. So he equivocated that with like light. Oh, well, it must be an object, so you can feel it, you can pick it up or something. Weird mental gymnastics like that.
So, like, when they try to defend, this is something I noticed about Glovers, a lot of them. They try to defend an argument from authority. You heard this today by saying, well, you trust experts. And they always bring up doctors. Why? That's like literally the worst expert to bring up. They don't call it the practice of medicine for no reason. No reason, right? Those motherfuckers are practicing. They ain't experts. The number of people that die from medical malpractice is ginormous. Right? Like, why would they, out of all the experts you could bring up and say, yes, you can trust the experts in this, why would they bring up doctors? You're literally the experts that I don't trust the most.
We've taken a very liberal approach to mortality.
A liberal approach.
I trust a freaking plumber over a doctor.
Sometimes there's no difference between a plumber and a doctor.
Well, blowing smoke up the ass was a practice.
Oh, you had to bring that up? Oh, my God. Fucking.
You have AB in the chat right now. AB, what's going on, man? Welcome to the forum. Think you might be just listening.
This on? Hey, listen up down there.
Who's Yap? Have you guys talked to Yap? Oh, that's Disinform. We got Lock On. Lock On, welcome to the forum. Lock On, are you there? Oh, well.
That was the title of a video game.
What, Lock On?
Yeah, the fighter, I think it's F-14 simulation.
Oh yeah, Tomcat all the way, baby.
Well, we have a lot of stuff that we talked about, but namely, they don't have any evidence to substantiate any claims. And I find it very peculiar that there's no claims being substantiated if in 2025 there should be a preponderance of evidence that leads us to the fact that the Earth is a globe. Why isn't there anybody coming forward and bringing their professors or some PhD in here to show us what's what? I mean, if that's the case, that's so much evidence. Just oozing with evidence.
Yeah, and like, you remember, like, gravity forms balls. Okay, what's the evidence for that? Well, show me the evidence that isn't true. It don't work that way.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
It's mind-blowing the number of like logical fallacies these guys use. It's just like, just the total. I mean, I think I was traumatized by today even worse than before. Like, just the sheer number of like fallacies, how little evidence they have for what they believe. It's a total, like, you called it, man, the other day, man. I mean, I've said it before too. I mean, we've all said it. But like, it's a cult, dude. It's a mad cult.
Yep. It does appear that way. It's got the feel of one anyway.
Well,
Yeah, it
I
has
mean,
the
how many
feel
times?
and the official hallmarks as shown by cult experts and testified to in courts of law.
And they come in here chanting, Earth is round, Earth is round.
Oh, that reminds me. I got to clip that other one. The one from PNR that was like chanting it over and over and over again. Said it like 20 times in a span of like 10 seconds.
You can imagine them closing their eyes and clutching a pillow tightly, just saying that over and over again.
Dude, I think of Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz clicking the ruby slippers together, right? There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Like, it's total cope.
It's like they enter the construct, where Morpheus takes Neo and Neo's just rejecting the truth about the Matrix. He's like, no, get me out of here. They don't want it to be the case. It's not true.
Dude, that's what Andy did. When Red asked him, how do you have gas balls in a vacuum, dude? He's like, get me out of here. There's no reality. We're just brains in a jar.
That's what he was saying, dude. I like Radwin got under his skin big time because, giving that to him like that, it was just, there was no way out. Well, there was. He has his trump card, which he says he never uses. Remember, he was saying that. He was like, I don't ever appeal to. I mean, I'm to a level where things are mostly certain, right? To a high extent. But I will only say, like, I'm uncertain a very small fraction. Like, very minute. Very discreetly minute. Like, hardly even anything. Like, he's trying to downplay the fact that is an escape hatch to, like, being held to something, whether he knows or not, something. So, he said he wasn't doing it, but in that particular instance, with gas pressure in the vacuum, you bet he ran to that, man, immediately.
Yeah, but he created categories of knowledge as where knowledge is on a spectrum of probabilistic certainty rather than a absolute certainty. But he then made claims when he was talking to you about absolute certainties of the negatives. So he's like, you can only be certain about things that he's denying, essentially. Which still proves that he's capable of having certainty, which debunks his entire claims. Except that his uncertainty might have been, everything is uncertain when it comes through empirical senses. And then the certainties are within the mind.
What do you think that epistemology? What do you think that epistemology is? It's not solipsism, right? That's a different. I think he had something a bit different. I'm not really sure.
It's called extreme skepticism.
Yeah, it falls in a different category. Yeah. What he had?
They're linked, but solipsism doesn't even. It's like. It's also like. Not only is nothing probably real, it doesn't matter either. You know what I mean? It's another.
Yeah, but that's a more extreme version because, like, there's just general solipsism, definition-wise, is just that you're not capable of being certain about things beyond the scope of your mind. So everything that you get that you think is outside the mind, you're putting faith in it. You're not certain of it. Like, that's like the general solipsism, and then there's, more versions of it. The idea that, solipsism means you're the only mind that exists, that's not really that general definition.
What are you saying? There's a spectrum of solipsism? Like, there's a...
Yes.
Yeah.
Really? Huh.
Just different flavors.
I mean, I always thought it was just, kind of the same. Like, it really just, I kind of lump it all together, but if it's, I don't know.
It all stems from the idea that the external world is uncertain and subordinate on a categorical hierarchy of truth to the internal world. So the internal world is the only world that you can truly know 100%. And from that, you then have to stem out and make judgments about what is considered external stimuli. Now, like a hard solipsist would say, there is no external stimuli because I'm the only mind that exists, and the outside world is actually just my mind in operation. So there is no cup. There's just an experience of a cup that exists within my mind. And same with you, like there is no alpha. You're just a character in my mind game.
Okay, but he had a viewpoint of even within himself, he was not certain of that either. Well, I take it back. He did say that he thinks, therefore he is. I was saying that it couldn't be possible that he thought it, therefore he is, because he said that he's okay. So even being certain of the uncertainty, that he's still uncertain of that. Like I don't. It's going to get kind of tangled up when I'm saying it because he's.
How's that even possible?
Yeah, that's what he was. I don't know. Like I was trying to figure out because it doesn't sound like the flavor of solipsism that we've heard before. So I think he had something different. If you,
this is why go ahead.
Go.
All right, I'll go. I'm drop this one on you. This is why the claims of omniscience in any of the specific theistic religions are very unique, because the entity that is considered the source knows all things and knows the contrary wise of all things. And so, for example, in the Bible, one time God says, "There is no other God but me. I know not any." So what did he just do there? He proved a negative. God is so powerful, he can prove a negative because he has absolute knowledge. And so when we don't have absolute knowledge, what are we left with? We're left with this gamut of trying to make sense of the internal and external, because we don't have the reference frame of both simultaneously like an entity such as a God would. So if we say to ourselves, I know that I'm the only mind that exists and the entire world is a render of my mind, what is that saying? It's saying, I am God. I'm literally the creator of all that exists, because my mind is all that exists and everything exists within my mind. I'm it.
So every construct that is made from the individual is supposedly one of their own making, whether it's a rendering of the outside world or an internal understanding. They're all figments of the person's,
Could be.
You know what I mean?
Like if their imagination.
But they're putting themselves to be a
The
creator.
idea is
like
this,
they're not.
Alpha. They can't be sure that there's an external world at all.
And how about internal?
Well, I think therefore I am. That means there must be an internal world because there's something thinking, right?
But how can they be like? This is the part that I was telling him, right? Because
I'm not saying it makes sense.
It doesn't, man. I'm trying to say, like, that's a tangled mess, right? Because then you're gonna say, okay, so you can't really understand because logic and reason just went by the wayside. You can't, unless you borrow from another worldview and say, well, yeah, let me reason with you or reason with myself about this. You can't do that. Like, you're trying to use logic and reason to figure out something that you're critiquing with it. How do I know? Let's figure it out.
What? What does that prove? It proves something, but what does it prove?
But the person's trying to prove that they can have a coherent understanding.
No, they have to borrow.
Yeah.
So what does that prove?
That they don't have a coherent worldview.
Yeah, the worldview is not able to be. It's not able to be held up by any coherent means. There's no way.
No, it proves that their mind is subordinate, not the source mind, and that the overmind is required.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because you need the grounding in the first instance, and since you're not aware of all the fruits of all propositions, you can't possibly be it. So by reflecting in that manner and reaching that conclusion logically, you've basically, whether you realize it or not, and most people will deny it when they realize this and they're not open to it, that you've just proven God exists to yourself, whether you like it or not.
Well, I think you can't have an internal world without an external world first, right? So think you have a computer, right? There's no software in the computer, it's just the hardware. That's your brain without any external stimuli. So you're born and the external stimuli starts. That's when things like internal thoughts start happening. They don't happen before an external stimuli.
From sensory data, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. So you experience external stimuli in the womb, right? Even as a baby, right? You can hear through the placental walls and stuff. Babies will react to sounds, and like fetuses will react to sounds. But without that, right? So this is like saying I can run my computer hardware without any software installed, right? There's nothing. It's dumb to even think that.
Yeah, and everything has to be run through the senses. Everything. So you're
That's
perceiving
right.
the.
You need the data input, right? The software is the input, right?
Yeah, I like where you're going.
By the way, Alpha and Indio is going to be aware of this from the other day. That's how I wrecked Darth Dawkins' dumbass, by the way.
Nice, dude. You wrecked him?
Yeah, dude, I wrecked him. I totally wrecked him. I wrecked him.
You got
RECTOM. Here was a stupid claim, because I was in the theist experience talking, and he hates flat earthers. And so he recognized that I was in there, and when I go in there, people like what I have to say. They respect me. I'm very well versed in theological matters, et cetera, et cetera. But he hates that I'm a flat earther, so he came in to try to shut me down. So he came in with his usual, over talking. How do you do this? How do you do that? How do you make universal declarations? Blah 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 blah. But one of his points was like, you can't know about God without specific revelation. You can't use human reasoning alone. Now, I just demonstrated to you within the past 5 minutes that you can reason to the necessary overmind, a deistic mind. You can do that with reason alone. Secondly, he said that you have to have like the scripture in order, specific revelation. Either God speaks to you directly or the scripture. But guess what? I just want to see if you can catch this. If somebody makes a claim that you have to have the scripture in order to know God's attributes, right? Is that true?
No.
Yes or no? Is that true?
No.
Okay, right. And you know what's funny is the Bible actually has a verse in it that says, from the creation itself,
yes,
his invisible attributes, even his eternal power and Godhead, can be deduced, so that all mankind is what? Without excuse. That means that God himself said that the creation is enough to tell you about me, that you are literally without excuse. And Darth Dawkins thought he had a point on me. And he got wrecked like a piece
cooked.
of trash.
Dude, Romans 1 cooked him, dude. There's no way. Dude, he was like just hanging out in a pot boiling. Because like the problem with this, his way of thinking, is he's trying to filter this through a kind of a, I don't know if it's a religious point of view. He's trying to say that yes, you can talk about all these things, but you can't know anything unless it's being told to you from a scriptorial reference, right? So if you're saying that you know about God, that's a lie, because you need to know about him from the book, the Bible, the teachings. So that's the only way that you can know who God is. And that reference in Romans 1 is talking about those who are like, what about the innocent person in Africa who has never heard of the scripture? He's blameless and such. And that scripture, that passage says that with no man's you can't say that, because if they're bowing down to fish idols and whatever, then those people are also held to account. Right? That's what it is. Romans 1, you're held to account. You can't say, and dude, it's
so
like,
I've heard this.
Go ahead.
This argument is like, it's like God has his nature, right, and how he manifests how he manifests in the world, the creation, right.
Mm.
The Christian God is the only one that accurately describes the being that is necessary for our own existence. Right, so there's only a certain type of being that could create human beings and have reality, nature the way it is. And the only place you can find an accurate description of the being that fits those categories is in the Christian Bible.
Well, it's a good thing.
Like you can't read the Buddhist text or the Korean.
It's a good thing you listened to my presentation on it years ago. Then
did I? No, I didn't hear that from you.
Yeah, you did.
Did I?
But contrary to popular belief, there are people that have their own thoughts as well.
Yeah, contrary to popular belief, yeah, some do, but most don't.
Dude, you were there. I was just telling him how I wrecked Darth Dawkins on 2 points.
When?
Oh, this happened months ago, dude.
Now, where'd you catch Darth? He's a moron. I suppose.
In the theist, he comes now and then to Theist Experience, which is in the politics server.
Oh, go ahead. So I just got back. I didn't hear what you said. Go ahead.
So real quick, you'll probably recognize this. So his first claim was that you can't know about God from human reason alone, which
that's
just in the past 10 minutes. Yeah, just in the past 10 minutes I proved that, but I also did that with him. And the second claim he made is that you have to have specific revelation to know about the attributes of God, meaning the scripture or a divine, epiphany where he comes. And I just was reading, I just read Romans 1, dude.
Romans 1:20 to be specific.
Yes.
Right?
And I was scratching my head. Yeah, I was scratching my head on this. I was like, dude, you're so wrong. Of course he hates flat earthers, so he muted me and then berated me while I was on mute, even though he got wrecked.
Oh, I wrecked him with his NASA horse shit long time. We were in like a friendly conversation. It was a group. It was way back in the day. It was a group type of thing, and Darth Dawkins was in there, and I was talking. Somebody introduced me to him, and I said, "Hey, what's up, Darth? I was. A lot of people were doing your presuppositional argument long before you, and I was telling them about that because I used to call them presuppositional kleptomaniacs. But anyway, and then somebody said, "Hey, he's a globe earther," and I said, "What is your best?"
Yeah.
And he said, NASA.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's how that ended. So that was 2017. That's the last time I spoke to him.
He dove headfirst in the waterless swimming pool.
Oh yeah, he dove face first in the drained cement pond.
Wow.
Man, I gotta be honest though, bro. If you don't know Romans 1, bro, I mean, you're not even qualified to be on the apologetic scene. Period. That's the story. You should retire. You should retire.
Yeah. He's been doing that for years too. I've heard him say that many times, and I said, "You're a fucking doofus, dude." Yep.
Yeah.
Go get him.
Search the scripture to see if what he says is true. Right? You search and you find. I mean, it's just right there. Bam, done. You're done.
It's one of the most amazing passages in Scripture in Romans 1. Specific, the whole chapter is, but Romans 1:20 and 21 speak volumes.
That says no man's without excuse. So
yeah, creation indicts him.
Yep.
Back to my ontological primitive.
But Kiwi, that's why I was like, when we do what we do in here, you don't think this is God's work? We're actually showing people that the fact that the obvious truth is self-evident, right? It's proven right there. And when you're saying it's something it's not, isn't that flying in the face of what the Creator has made? He has made this earth in the way that it is. We're just telling you that's what it is. You're saying no, it's not. You're going against what we see.
So Crit had an insightful commentary on Mr. Dawkins' attitude regards to this, and I think it's insightful in the regards of flat versus globe and all we've been through the past 10 years. It basically was, after he spoke to Dawkins, that his sentiment is that, well, if the Earth is flat, if NASA isn't real, all of that, then all the chutzpah of Americana, we landed on the moon, we're the best, I'm an American, God bless America, then he would lose all of that identity. And so he's invested in it because he feels proud of himself that he went to the moon. Because remember, quote unquote, we went to the moon, and that includes him.
Yeah.
He's a doofus.
He's a vested interest.
He's a doofus.
Right. So in conclusion, Beta.
He doesn't go around these parts though. I don't think he would even come to the top channel.
Somebody go get his dumb ass. Somebody go get his dumb ass. Somebody go get him. Darth Dawkins. Go ahead. Page him. Get his dumb ass in here.
I don't think he leaves the sandbox, does he? He likes it nice and cozy.
He ain't gonna mess with me. We'll give him AI. Maybe he forgot about me. Let tell him QE's looking for him.
You know what? Maybe disappear for a little bit. So he's gonna look in here. He's gonna not see you, and then you just pop up. Oh, what are you guys talking about? Just
no.
I mean, like,
I don't think he'd remember that. I don't think he'd remember that. It was so long ago, Maggie.
Oh,
I think he's on record in here saying. I think he's on record in here saying that he won't frequent other channels because he doesn't have his mods. So you'd have to catch him in the theist experience, I think.
Where's that at?
Well, I was going to say something. That alpha.
Where's that at?
Where's what at?
Where's theist experience at?
Well, listen, check this out. So the way these work is if no mod is in the room will not be visible to other people. So if you can't see it, it's because it's not staffed right now.
So you're saying it's in here?
Yeah, in politics, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Indio. Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to know where it was.
So I was going to say, Alpha made a great point about why would God create? I mean, from Romans 20, right? Everyone will see from the handiwork of nature exactly what God is, right? And no man will be able to deny it. Why would he create the earth? Well, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
For the invisible things of him are clearly seen. How about that one? That'll fucking throw you right off the fucking reservation.
Yeah, so clearly seen, I think, is a key point, right? We clearly see that Earth is flat.
Yes.
Why would God create an environment that's just tricking us into thinking it's flat? Like, why would he do that? Yeah, he wouldn't.
So the invisible things of him are clearly seen. Back in the day, I said, if somebody were to look at that superficially, it sounds like a paradox, but it really isn't. Because the invisible things are clearly seen. What's clearly seen that's invisible? Don't think too hard. It's really basic.
It's light. It's light.
No, it's not light.
Oh, it's light, bro.
It's not light.
Well, I can say whatever I want.
What's logos mean?
Information.
There you go. You don't see information, but it's clear. Just thought I'd share that with you. I'll let prosecution rest.
Yeah, I like that. No, I like that take though. I do.
It is the first time that liking it. It is the take because the basis foundation of all reality is information.
I stumped a psychologist that was live streaming last night with the information thing.
Did you?
Yes. He got off of his live stream real quick because after I did that, because I was like, that it's supernatural and that it organizes over time. And he was passing a church because somebody asked him about God. And he was passing a church, and like all of that just kind of like came to a head for him. And he was like, "This is crazy. I've got to get off this live stream."
So, Flatty, was he like an atheist or something?
He's a psychologist. I don't know. I don't think that I don't know. I'm not going to make any assumptions about him.
I'm just saying that because, much to the chagrin of atheists, secularists, materialistic type people, like big dudes who are of that philosophy are coming to a fruition where they recognize that when you look at matter, energy, and time, that the fundamental cause for them to exist in the first instance is sentience to be present. Meaning the universe can't be dead and then reach sentience at a later time. It has to be sentience in the first instance. So eternal sentience is necessary. And so this whole idea that they've been dodging any type of theism by saying, it's a cold, dead universe, and then, sentient agents just evolve. Like, that's just bogus.
No, it's
and people...
It's in violation of quantum mechanics at its core.
Yeah, and they're finally starting to realize it. It's that old saying, where the first sip of materialism will make you an atheist or something.
No.
Yeah, what's that one?
That's Werner Heisenberg. The first sip from the glass of natural science will turn you into an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just
Right, so
crazy
at
because
first,
I brought up
at-
how information
Go ahead.
is neither. Sorry, that I brought up how information was neither matter nor energy, and that had implications. And I asked him any thoughts, and then I expounded. I love it, right? And then I expounded on that. I was like, information, it organizes over time.
Whoa, whoa, what?
Like it only gathers more and more over time. You don't have
What only gathers more and more?
information.
Information doesn't gather itself.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just a collective from the.
No, I dropped that second half of that statement.
Okay, well, either way, I was just thinking that I could get him on that, and I did.
You already got him the first one. Then you prosecution rests. Matter, information is neither matter nor energy. Prosecution rests, Your Honor. Yeah, that's it. That's all you got to say. It's over.
Yeah, I got to get the kids in bed. Sorry.
Yeah, from citation, Amazon.com. Oh, she left.
So do you think that it would be the third?
I caught it.
You think it would be the like if you were going to describe life and everything in it, you need those three parts to be intact.
You need
energy, matter, and information.
You need information first. You're not getting
information
any
first.
energy. Energy and matter do not exist without information first. And what do you need for information to exist?
Creator.
Yep.
An informer.
Intelligent agency. There's no other way out. It's just
Hold on. You got to caveat it. Eternal.
I don't got a caveat.
Has to be eternal.
That's not. That doesn't have anything to do with what I just said. That's another attribute, not the main point.
I like the way you put it together. It's quite profound. Yes.
Yes. Well,
can you repeat what you said about the cup? The first sip will make you an atheist or something, but at the bottom, God will be waiting for you or something. Can you repeat that?
I quoted Werner Heisenberg. What
do you think he was meaning by that, QE? That first statement.
The first sip, when you do the surface puke regurgitation of natural scientists or natural science, you'll be an atheist. But as soon as you start digging for Micah deep, God is everywhere.
Okay, yeah. Got it.
You know, there was a scientist who was like, he studies, the human DNA and everything like that. And he said that for the longest, he was an atheist. And as he expanded and got deeper and deeper into his research, he was like, yeah, there's God. It's right there.
His name's Anthony Flew.
Is that his name?
Look up Anthony Flew. He was a renowned atheist for decades and decades and decades, and later in his life, he said he looked at DNA and said, "I'm screwed."
So I got a question though, like natural science and like you said for Micah Deep, what is surface level information that could lead somebody to think about there not being a creator?
Probably what they classify as natural science, which is pseudoscience, astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics. You could take all of them. Let's do all of them. So what everyone thinks are natural sciences, paleontology, anthropology, geology, archaeology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, theoretical physics, cosmology, astrophysics, and astronomy. Either one of those, right? If you get surface deep into any one of those pseudosciences, then that will turn you into an atheist. You'll be an atheist because God's nowhere in it. Right? But as soon as you get into the deeper actual natural sciences, because he was speaking somewhat ambiguously in that sense, as soon as you get into that, quantum mechanics, that's physics, by the way. Physics today is quantum mechanics, period, full stop. There is no other physics than quantum mechanics. That's it. But they knew that back in the day. They knew that back in, as it pertains to quantum mechanics, back in the early 1920s. They all knew it.
And what you're describing, quantum, is a biological process that which you can, tangibly interact with. And
Well,
like
they weren't into biological processes back then. Well, some of them were, but strictly quantum mechanics, just the mere tenets of quantum mechanics point you that way before you even get to biology.
Mm.
They wouldn't have to be biologists to understand that. And well, I don't think Werner Heisenberg, he's not a biologist. He's an actual physicist, right? And he's not the only one. I mean, it's just right in front of you. It's like, duh. That's what Niels Bohr was arguing with Einstein about. Because they were talking about God. Remember the big argument between Niels Bohr?
Yes.
It was pretty big back then, between Bohr and Einstein about, Einstein
How long
said,
ago?
God doesn't play dice, and Bohr said, don't tell God what to do.
Oof.
That
was big.
How long ago was that?
Fuck. 1920s, man.
Yeah, so like, you know how Glovers always come in and say, "Oh, we've known for thousands of years of the globe." It's like it's been over a century since all this stuff's played out. It's like this is old news, but they're just the first time ever hearing of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like we never really have the ability to have these discussions because you're dealing with as QE puts it, the can't fog a mirror glass folk that come through here. They're just it reduces a conversation to just mere, observable.
It's just idiocy that they bring in. It's fucking Elmer Fudd sophistry and projectile diarrhea of the mouth. That's all they got. Every single one of them. I mean, the actual anti-flat earthers, as we've witnessed here tonight and we witness every night, is they can't stop their fucking incoherent blowhole, right? Because they know they're compromised. So they'll keep going and keep going and keep going, saying fucking absolutely nothing, right? That's what they do. That's all they got. So there you go. Werner Heisenberg. Cited in Hildebrand, 1988, page 10. The first gulp from the glass of natural science will turn you into an atheist. But at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. How come we don't hear that in science classes? Can you name somebody bigger than Werner Heisenberg? Perhaps Max Planck. I would argue against that. I would say Werner Heisenberg. All of quantum mechanics, all of it is a simple restatement of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Yeah? You don't think that? I got something for your ass.
Quantum mechanics, I agree 100%. It can't even exist without the uncertainty principle. It wouldn't even be a thing. Just can't exist. How could quantum mechanics exist without the uncertainty principle?
It's not all of quantum mechanics boils down to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, it's the foundation. Like everything comes from that. They're a consequence. Everything in quantum mechanics is a consequence of the uncertainty principle.
Yep.
But hey, I think this is that flathead photo montage. Is that a comprehensive list, or like is it growing? Can I add to that if I find people?
You can add. Why not?
Because I'm pretty sure Fight the Flat Earth has a flathead too.
Oh, do we got a shot from the back?
You got to send it to me.
I would say you could take a shot of the back of his head when he turns around to pick his boogers and eat them, but he just does it face front first.
Yeah, Flatsy and I could open up a Glober camp, where they could come in and like relive their infancy, and we'd put them in giant cribs.
You need to send that. You need to send the photos to me. I'm compiling a database.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's what I want, dude. I want to make a comprehensive list and see if it actually is a trend. Or
I want to see India. When she said that, saw Wolfenstein, can Don't Hurt Me, Daddy, with the bonnet and the sucker. You remember that?
Yeah.
I think our re-education camp would work well. I think it'd be very effective. What we're doing, exposition doesn't work, so yeah, why not?
So actually, Danny, I seen that thing you posted. What is it? Lifton's 8 criteria for thought reform. What is the purity test for the globe? No,
Oh, yeah.
I'm serious. Like,
I
what
did
would that
actually
be?
I came up with examples for all those. Yeah, back in the day. Now I had to remember them and see what it was. Oh well, I think it's believing they went to the moon. I don't know. That's what I came up with. It was whether you believe in the moon landing stuff. But I mean, it could be anything at all. They have a bunch of them. Don't you think?
I think it's the existence of outer space. I think that would probably be it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the one I came up with back in the day. I'll show you.
Did you see that last citation?
Oh,
from the sidewalk astronomers. Richard Feynman has pointed out that every statement in quantum mechanics is just a restatement of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Boy. You think I just said that? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
He's a granddaddy, huh?
For them. For the globetards, for the idiot atheist, he is. There's no higher than Feynman. None. 0.
Interesting conversation, guys. I like it.
Yes, it is. And it all boils down to information. If you go to my scientific evidence for a creator, my first 2 proofs, DNA and quantum mechanics, they both boil down to merely information. If you could classify both of those, it's information. Period.
Read it. I go to your website a fair bit.
Yep. If you could summarize the first 2, those are actual scientific evidences, by the way. The first 2. Laws of thermodynamics aren't. Second law and first law aren't. Those are natural laws, so that's outside of the remit of science. Functional sequence specified complexity also deals with information, but goes a little bit far beyond that. But at the basis of that one also is information.
Functional sequence specified complexity?
Yep. It's the last one. It's my favorite one. Yeah. By the way.
There's also
for the Kant Logamarians, functional sequence specified complexity deals a death blow. It's like when you're 6 years old and you walk out, you see a tree, like I did. I walked out, I didn't know shit. Walked out, seen a tree. Oh yeah, I got it. I get it.
Right. So now I'm going to coach you a little bit, QE. Play along.
That's
why has it got so many words? Why has it got so many words?
Why has it got so many words? It doesn't.
Yeah, what you just said. What you just said, those words you strung together. Why are there so many words? What if I took one of those words away? What would change?
Which word?
Like, let's say I took away functional, or I took away specified, and I just had the other words.
It wouldn't matter because it all contains information. Is that what you were looking for, or is there another?
No, like complexity by itself, right? Like there could be something complex.
Complexity, you'll get dead into an equivocation fallacy if you're not careful.
What he's saying is that those 3 words strung together have the properties of the meaning of those 3 words that are strung together.
Is meaning a pun?
No. What?
Yeah. Yes, actually it is. Unbeknownst to you. go to that. So let's go to the page. I explain it. Go to the fucking page.
Well, it's like like a random arrangement of.
That's not. Yeah, that's not
items.
functional. That's ordered sequence complexity.
There you go. So there you go. Now you go.
So, like I said, that's right. Saying complexity is ripe for equivocation because there's 3 types of complexity. Random sequence complexity, like an aftermath of a tornado. Ordered sequence complexity, H, 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 D, 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 U, 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 crystals, snowflakes, sand dunes, and fractals. And then functional sequence specified complexity. It puts the lotion in the fucking basket. Sandcastles, barbecue grills, Indy cars, hyper nanotech machines and robots, kinesin, ATP synthase, flagellum, cilia. And I even show you pictures and shit. Yeah. As examples, the difference between this and that. Yeah. I go through it step by step, 1, 2, 3, ABC. You know my routine. I would spend a little time on that page if I were you. Not you, as in you, the
What
royal
page?
you.
I can't find the page.
It's on my website, Scientific Proofs of the Creator.
Oh, I thought you posted a link.
I could do that.
You should do that. You're talking about it. Now's the time. Hey, everyone, go to my website. What's your website? Go to my website.
There you go. Sorry about that. That's one of the pictures of it, by the way. What's a picture? Is that random sequence complexity, ordered sequence complexity, or functional sequence specified complexity? What is that?
You mean the sand? The lines in the sand?
Everything.
That'd be ordered complexity, wouldn't it?
There's some ordered. I can see some random. So random and ordered. Yeah, a mixture. There's no functional sequence specified complexity in that.
Well, the web page itself is functional sequence specified complexity.
Yes, it is. That.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, thanks, India.
The pixels. The color palette.
We got Globers in the chat.
What you need a picture of functional sequence specified complexity, an example of it?
Yeah.
There you go.
You know what's an awesome example of information and how useful it is watching HD on a 4K TV.
Yeah, somebody made that.
Yeah, you know what Glovers would say? That if there was enough sandstorms over a long enough period of time, one of those sandstorms would make that castle.
Yep. It would take 10 billion years before that. Yeah, but yeah, I get it. Well, does it fall in the realm of synthetic then? Huey?
That would. It's outside the remit of my example, though.
Okay.
I'm just showing a compare and contrast between differences in complexity.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, excuse me.
So
Go ahead.
according to atheists, wind, waves, and erosion can make that. It's a natural phenomenon.
They'd say it's emergent.
Holy fucking shit.
That's an emergent thing.
Jeez.
It continues. How long is this going to continue? Is it going to go on for days and shit? That's all right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. fucking emergent.
Oh, I made my point. That was comedy. They would say that this is an emergent property of nature.
You need to be institutionalized.
Oh, India, did you see my proof of evolution yet? I actually
what the fuck is
scoured
that?
the timeline for proof.
No, we missed it. What is it? And make sure you define
I'll post it.
Now, make sure you define the fucking thing first and then post your example.
Well, some evidence is so self-explanatory that it does all of those simultaneously.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah. What do you see?
All right, good.
Give me a second. I gotta search it.
All right, I'm patient.
My data files.
I know by the status of your mic, I'm gonna have to wait for you to post some shit. Isn't it self-evident?
You better not be looking it up on ChatGPT.
Man, you just chill, bro. I got detailed files.
Can you believe that idiot Goose had the audacity to say, wait a second, I got it from ChatGPT and still think he had a legitimate claim?
All right, there it is, bros. Self-evident proof of evolution. I rest my case.
You didn't define that monkey first.
The definition's in the picture.
Yeah.
Phone number.
The monkey part.
He skipped the monkey part.
Yeah, she said rocks are your cousins, and you know you got the hairdo and the troll doll, and came together and built her.
He just watched How the Universe Was Made back in 2011 on Discovery Channel by the fucking garbage man. That's all she did. That's all everyone. They just keep parroting. I remember watching that shit and laughing. I almost pissed myself. I was watching it. They still quote that shit. It was a series on the Discovery Channel, How the Universe Works. Look it up. By that garbage man narrating it. Garbage guy. He used to do all those garbage things on, idiot garbage.
Mike Rowe.
Huh?
Mike Rowe.
Was that his name?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't know his name. I can hear his voice.
Was he Dirty Jobs guy?
Yes, exact. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Dirty Jobs guy. Yeah. He was narrating it. Look it up. How the Universe Works. It was a bunch of it was a series, like 3 or 4 of them. All these idiot atheists and fucking globetard morons parrot that shit from that show. They don't even know it. They're just parroting from other idiot globetards and atheist morons. I hear it all the time. I hear quotes from that like at least 3 or 4 times a week. I'll hear fucking quotes from that. Look it up. I'll look that fucking shit up. Well, when did I say 2011? Had to be somewhere around there. How the Universe Works, Discovery Channel. How the Universe Works. That's a Stardust horse shit. How the then Thaler got her bullshit from there too. How the Universe Works. Discovery Channel. I'll bet you this shit pulls right up. Yep. What year was it? Let's see if I was fucking right. How the Universe Works. What the fuck? 2010. I was fucking 1 year off.
That's pretty close. That's pretty good.
God, that will educate your dumbasses, and then hear it from all the atheists and retard globetards. Repeat the same shit that's in there. Fucking idiots. I'd like to meet up with that fucking garbage guy too one day.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel?
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll stomp a mud hole clear in his dumb ass. I ain't even gonna say hello.
Not even buy him a
Dude,
drink.
maybe he's just a paid narrator, man.
I don't give a shit whether he's paid or not. He's gonna pay the price if I see him.
Oh no, it's pretty sturdy looking. You gotta run. You may get a run for your money.
It's hilarious how often that QE gets called like fat, like by the Glovers that come in here. What's your BMI?
%80 lean.
We caught him away from the mic.
Well, my theory is they have no rotundity of the earth, so they have to blame it on somebody.
What does BMI mean?
Body mass index?
Body mass index. How do you compute it?
I have no idea.
That's what I fucking thought.
I didn't claim to know.
Really? They call me fat and shit.
You got called fat like 30 times by that one dude that was in here tonight, but you were talking over him, so you didn't hear him.
They said I was. How does he fucking know that?
If it
He
doesn't
doesn't.
fly, let it fly.
Are they going to body shaming now?
How
Is that
the
what they're
fucking
doing?
body shape? Has that motherfucker seen me?
Dude, my favorite insult was "Go back to war."
Go back to war.
Holy shit.
You went to war. You went to war. Go back.
Go back, dude.
Well, they told you that?
They told QE that, and then I was in the room, and he said, "Yeah, you too. Or you go back to war too."
It is fucking war. Duh.
Kilograms divided by meters squared.
That's exactly right.
The only war he was having was with his slobber nurses, fighting for the mic.
That's hazardous. You could slip and hurt yourself.
Yes, you
To be honest with you, I was guessing at what BMI even stood for, and I got it right.
Height over a meter squared, right? Or did I fuck that up?
Kilograms divided by meters squared.
Oh, that's right. The kilogram. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I had to look it up.
Dude, have you ever seen that one where it's like an electric permittivity fat test, and they can get you like your actual fat percentage or something?
Oh boy. What is fat?
Oh man, that's the good stuff that you cook your meat in.
I actually thought you were going to say BMI was below mental inebriate.
How do you spell inebriate?
INEBRIATE.
You made this shit up.
No, I didn't. I used to be an ace speller.
That's a word. That's a legit word, man.
Don't tell him that. I had him going.
No, I fucking knew I spelled it right. I told you I was an ace speller.
Really?
Yeah, in the 3rd grade.
You're lucky you categorized that shit. I was going to have fucking AI tear into your ass.
I know, man. You know what? I don't know half the shit you're talking about, but...
Just because AI knows these big words doesn't mean he knows how to spell them.
That's true.
Yeah, but neither do you, so how would you know?
I want to get more into depth with the slope-intercept formula. I'm going to have to do some research.
You're going to have to give me a minute, man. I'll be back in a minute.
No. Don't get a minute. Slope-intercept formula.
Y equals
Hey,
mx
Gris.
plus b.
Gris, that's what India always says.
me see if I can tell by pictures.
Hey, look at Grisp's comment on the text chat.
Let's look.
It's actually a meme, but
that's a good one. Yeah, exactly. I like Tristan's definition of a globetard. BMI, babbling mediocre idiot. Perfect. But let's not be harsh. Was that abrasive?
Lovingly abrasive.
Yeah, Sonny, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh my God. I'm going to have to go in the corner and self-flagellate like AI likes to say.
That sounds rude.
That's outright rude. I mean, we have the best memes on Earth. Like, if I was a Glober, I'd be ashamed to come into here. Like, just the memes alone would be too much.
we got all the memes, all the best memes.
Yeah,
we have all the best memes. We also have Roger in the chat. Roger, welcome to the chat. Roger 051703. How do you do? Are you in here just listening, or do you want to ask a question?
we used to have a Roger from the Netherlands. I don't know whatever happened to that guy.
Damn, I've forgotten about him.
What?
Did you forget
I've forgotten about Roger.
Yeah, man. It's been
He's
a
right
while. Yeah, is that Roger?
Not the same one.
I don't know what you're talking about, but there is a Roger in here.
You don't remember Roger? Roger from the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened. What happened to him?
I don't know, man. He just kind of faded off and never
returned.
Heard from him in years. It's been several years.
It has been some time, yes.
He was actually one of the OGs, man.
Got Heretic in the chat. What's up, Heretic?
Hey, Alpha. I'm just double VCing. I'm talking in PNR right now.
Damn, multitasker.
Yeah. Shot you guys in the background in case this gets better.
How are you talking to two people at the same time, man?
Well, it's not really working, so I should probably focus back on that one.
It doesn't work. What are you up to, Timbo?
It's working, man. Packing up now, so before starting day.
It's like 2 o'clock, something like that. Gonna go home, man. Friday evening.
Well, there's a trend going on right now with these guys coming in here and coming at the argument with a kind of a debate tactic sort of view on it.
Solipsism.
Trying to, dude, I'm telling you, second day. Don't know if tomorrow's going to be any different, but the way it's trending, it seems like it's going to continue.
That guy you were talking to, well, that was this morning for me, so maybe, 6 hours ago, the English guy?
Andy, yeah.
Yeah, he came into PNR. We were talking to his friends over in PNR. Came in and started insulting everyone. I said, you're just upset because you got your ass handed to you in politics.
He was
So
really
I just
upset,
muted
dude.
him and left him on mute.
Well, I mean, he left here kind of salty. I mean, what can we do, man? It's like, you're going to point out the fact that you can't have a discussion with people and try to reason with them if your whole worldview doesn't include that. How's that possible, man? You're going to like, let's try to figure this out. Well, we can't, because in your worldview, nothing makes sense. I mean, how are we gonna arrive to any conclusion of any sort? It's not possible, dude. It would be if the person's like, okay, yeah, I understand that words mean things, we're gonna figure this out. But that's not this, So it was, I don't know, just started off. I didn't hear that from him until like almost about 10 or 15 minutes in the conversation. So he did say it, but he still wanted to defend the claim of the Earth being a globe. It's like, dude, why? If to you, at the end of the day, it's not really going to matter anyway, because you don't really know. You could just be like, yeah, well, this is what I think, and I could be wrong. But that's not what he was. He was positioning himself as in almost a way of being certain on the topic. So you can't do that with his epistemology. Can't do it. There's no way. But apparently he thought he could. He can argue from a degree of certainty. It's like, also another thing too, I don't know if Indio's here or AI. How do you think somebody can measure a percentage of like how much they know something to be true? What do you think how do you run a standard for knowing that?
You can't do that, man.
Normal rat delayed choice quantum erasure is not observer dependent. You can run the experiment without an observer ever looking at it. You can see the results. I see where you're going there. Nothing in quantum mechanics is observer dependent. It's all based on information. So I see where you're going. You're just a little bit off, just to let you know. Sorry about the interruption there. Somebody had a question before we get back to Alpha's profound point. Far left. Was that you, Sonny?
Yeah.
Yeah? Are you Sonny?
In Philadelphia.
No, I'm Sonny.
Sonny, did you have a question?
No, not really.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, about slope.
You said you had a question about the slope-intercept formula.
Slope-intercept formula. Yeah, I think I just need to kind of look at it a little more in depth.
There's not too much. It's just a basic function, graphing functions. We all did it. Now, it might be long. For you, it's about 80 fucking years ago.
Yeah, not quite, but yeah, it's been a while.
All right. I'm sorry. 75.
Okay, thanks for that leeway.
Dude, I can clearly see my math teacher's hands clasped together in a ball, and he's rubbing them together, going Y equals MX plus B.
Yeah. We all had fun with those, man. We all had to go through that dumb shit, graphing functions. At the beginning, it was like, what the fuck am I doing here? And then after you got the hang of it, it was like, okay, I can do this shit. Right? That's how it went for everyone. I know it did. All right. Sorry, Alpha, go on since everyone's
No
gotten
worries.
quiet and shit. Normal rat, you said,
Yep.
That's right. It's not observer dependent. Like, you can have a double slit experiment and you can have observers every fucking where, right? You're still going to get an interference pattern. However, if you put a device at the double slit to identify which path the photon's going, right? You're gonna get a column pattern or two lines instead of an interference pattern. Doesn't matter whether the observers are there or not. It's not observer dependent. It's information dependent. That the information doesn't have to be acknowledged. It just has to exist somewhere. And the better way to say it, the information has to be retrievable. That means information exists in this reality of the path. Now, the moment that information, that path information is destroyed without being viewed, it's all over. So it's not, this observer shit is just Wiki Discovery Channel parroting horse shit. As soon as I hear somebody say observer and quantum mechanics or observer dependent, I know they're a pretender clown. Immediately.
You think it was nowhere founded in academia, quantum?
Say again?
You think that for them to make that claim that it doesn't have any foundation in academia, for them to say that that's how it was done with an observer, and then they were testing, the guy not witnessing it and then witnessing it, to be like the way it was put there, observer dependent.
You're gonna have to clean that shit up, man. That's too convoluted.
Well, isn't that what he was saying with this comment? Delayed choice?
That's the delayed choice quantum eraser. There's a couple plays being made. So it's another level of complexity where that needs not be from what he was talking about.
Oh yeah. Then there's the one they did where they built the apparatus farther away than the supposed speed of light would be able to reach in time to affect it. They were attempting to debunk Bell's inequality or something like that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
There's a lot of what I've understood in this particular argument, not this one, but like how to discern what is known and what isn't known, and what they're taking the liberty of actually saying is already understood, like the one-way speed of light for information to be a standard of measurement for like
whoa, not information.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the ball tard.
They say information, right? But there's no like people say, like a lot of flat earthers, they're just talking out their ass. Where they say there's information is lost, like when you're looking at the vanishing point. There's no fucking information there. They don't know what information is. What is information? Not to you, just Alpha, anyone. Define information. All right, no one's going to do it. The communication or reception of knowledge or intelligence. That's what information is. So, from the vanishing, is the vanishing point fucking communicating with you? Really? You need to be institutionalized.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I'm gonna check
There's
my mic
no
right quick.
information. It's just clumsy. It's just laziness. You better come up with some new terminology. I hear you saying that shit. It's over. I'm gonna expose you quick.
So specifically, the transmission and receiving of that information, whatever information that is.
Yep, transmission or reception of knowledge or intelligence. That's what it is. That's all.
For the guy that asks if we can hear him, yes, we can hear your information. We're just not receiving it, ignoring it.
Yo, Flat Earth. Well, thanks. I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, go ahead, Roger. Did you want to ask something? Or?
Well, I was going to say, yeah,
you confuse information with just what you're seeing. That would be the vanishing point. That's nothing to do with intelligent information at all. But I mean, people do. I've heard them say that.
Yeah, I think they just do that because they're just parroting somebody and they want to sound smart. But they're fucking up.
This guy sounds like a globetrot, people. I have to admit.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
He sounds like a globetrot. Is that what he said to you, AI?
Yeah. I feel like he's.
No, that I use the word information when talking about what's lost, where there's no resolvable information in the image.
Oh, you said.
I mean, there's got to be like 1,700 hours of me saying that.
Really? It's too.
Yeah.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Oh
I
shit!
feel like it's very obvious that we cannot see curvature. You know, if we cannot see.
Anand, do you want to be heard? Okay, well, we'll
do
address
something
you.
about that fucking mic.
Don't you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit low, but I mean, I don't know if
So
you
why
can
are
turn
you
it up or
talking
something.
so fast? So when I lose,
It's been
money
another
in the
trend,
stock-
Indio. Sorry, go ahead, Jimsy.
I can turn up
when
the
I lose
microphone.
money,
Go ahead,
when I
Jemsy,
lose-
and Anon stalks right through him.
yeah, when I lose money in the stock market, can I just say I lost information so I can feel better?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Anon, did you fix that train wreck mic? Now
I
talk.
feel like this guy is a globetrot.
Talk slowly and turn your mic up. Try it again. Go ahead.
You know, them people, you can prove them, but they don't believe anyway. It's just how it is.
So
Who are you
those
talking to,
people,
brother?
You can prove them, but they don't
To
believe
Jemsy.
anyway. Makes no fucking sense.
Oh, you're talking to Jemsy?
No, like about Jamsey to everyone, if that makes sense.
Wait,
No, it
I think Alpha, have you got someone muted?
Am I hearing somebody? Like, yeah, I'm talking to Anon. He was speaking. Is that not who was talking?
I mean, I'm talking.
I just want to say that you're asking
that?
if it makes sense, and I just want to say that your nonsense make no sense. So just letting you know.
Bro, the Earth is flat, 100%.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anon,
200%, bro.
That's
Anon,
obvious,
hold
dude.
on, hold on.
200% is
Let me
better
get
than
control of this
100%.
shit.
You have to get it.
Shut the fuck
Bro,
up,
it's
Anon,
like
until
Earth
I
is flat.
fucking tell you. Can shut up.
100%.
Can somebody shut up Jacquez fucking fruitcake
Exactly.
down here? Shut the fuck up. So, Anon, slowly, what is your point?
I want to say maybe the Earth is concave. I'm not 100% sure yet.
Maybe,
You know, I was by
maybe Spock,
concaveearth.net.
and maybe Spock is
they have
fucking
some
Bruce Lee's
flabbergasting arguments as
grandfather.
well.
Okay, maybe. Shut the fuck up.
Did I get this jibber jabbering yapping from Destiny or something?
I don't fucking
think
know,
so.
man.
It's annoying,
It
though.
is so. Do they do that to aggravate everyone, or
What?
just display
A
Do
microphone?
7
It's not
offsuit
good.
fucking verbally without saying it?
So you're saying a lot of words, but you're not really saying anything.
They're fucking meaningless. It's absolute gibberish.
I have identified 2 globetrots in 2 minutes. I feel like my globetrot radar is pretty on point.
Globetard, you're a fucking delusions of grandeur idiot.
You just said the Earth might be concave.
Isn't that a globe? That would make you a globe card.
Oh man.
Yeah, you be on the inside of a globe.
How many paradoxes can you state in one sentence?
I'm not sure, but I think in
You're not sure.
Create harassment in here or whatever. I'm not sure if you are honest or if you are trolling me now. I cannot identify.
Shut the
that.
fuck
No, you're trolling us, doofus. Is it concave like your sister?
Hey, though, I mean, was this the guy you were telling me I can't hear, Timbo, and on
Yeah.
earlier? I could hear him.
Yeah, James.
How about you deal with this shit, dude? You have the temperament
Well,
right now for
I
that.
would deal with Arnold Schwarzenegger's like cousin, but it's really hard to hear him though because he's a little bit low. But I still can. I mean, we can try to get some. He's a concaver though, isn't he?
I mean,
is that
a concave globe?
Is my microphone now better, or is
You're a concave glober. Your mic's going good now. Please continue.
Yeah. So do you think
He's
there's
just
any
a godless
science?
Clover, that's all he is.
Yeah, do you think there's any scientific evidence for this? I mean, your idea, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to join with me to the Concave Discord server, then they have a lot of documents in their documentation.
A lot of science. Well, that's fucked, and that's the wrong answer. What you should have said was, Alpha, that's a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing on the second grade retard altar.
Yeah, you would have been better off telling the QE, I have 6 pairs of paradoxes in one sentence.
How many people are in your Concave Earth Discord server?
Well, let's just whistle past that. We have Indio
It's
here.
not mine. It's
to
from
serve him
other
a
guy's
fucking
name.
life
Wait, you know the guy.
preserver
I
after
tell
that
you.
train
Wait
wreck
a second,
destruction.
I have to go back to check.
You didn't understand the word you said.
Yeah, but
Holy crap!
I know what you said. You asked me how many people are on this
Tell us
server.
what QE just said to you.
He didn't hear you, Indio. He was talking through you.
You know what you
Anon, tell us what quantum eraser just said to
the
you.
other guy say?
He didn't hear that either. He was talking right
don't know. I
through
didn't
you
hear.
again, Indio.
I don't think he even knows what he's saying.
Do you want to?
No, we want you to be quiet so I can ask this question, okay?
Is this
On the count of
comedy
three,
hour?
Be quiet. 1, 2, 3. Be quiet. What did quantum eraser just say to you?
I don't know, but I have sent you the invite to the
Of course
server.
you don't know. Shut up, dude. We're not listening to you.
I think it's a language barrier.
I don't know about that, man. He's talking English, but just
Dude,
a little bit.
Fucking, he could
rough.
just grunt the same sounds, man. Like, it's not a language barrier.
Listen, Alpha. You know those Spanish people in Mexico that start singing English songs, but they just saying the words without knowing what it means.
Yeah,
My wife does, my wife
I know
does
what you're
that.
talking about. Oh shit!
They do that same shit in Australia, Jemsy.
Oh my god!
Oh crap! Stop being racist. QE's being racist now.
Well,
That's
I mean,
funny, Jim.
Want to give it another shot? Okay, Anon.
I don't.
We're going to listen to you, and you're going to listen to us. It isn't going to be you talk, we answer your questions, and then when we talk, you go, what'd you say? Okay, so we're not doing that. Can you handle it?
So I just want to have a question before.
What did I just say to you?
Not understand the
What did I just say to you? What did I just say to you? Jesus fucking Christ almighty.
Yeah, that's what you got. That's what you got. It's hard too, man, because I mean, you don't want to feel like there's really no hope for a conversation, but sometimes I don't know, man. What else can you do?
Okay,
It's up to
one
you.
more try.
Try it.
Anon.
You're trying for the third time.
Yeah. What did Indio just say to you?
No, Sonny, ask him what you just said.
Anon, what did I just say to you?
That I cannot only ask questions all the time. It's a back and forth, I guess.
Oh, God, that's not what you said,
Don't
dude.
say that. Okay, well,
He was close, but
It's a language barrier.
he was like two questions back.
All right.
How was that
Definitely not what he said.
Two
Okay,
questions
so when
back.
Jemsy said it's a language barrier, you heard that.
Yeah.
Let's just see if there's anybody else.
You can't
Maybe
make this
perhaps
shit up,
Uncle
bro.
Charlie. Uncle Charlie can chime in.
So
That's what happens when you're on the inside of a ball.
that's a troll. I think that's. I don't know if you should troll me. I'm not trolling you. So
Say whatever I want, man.
Oh my God, I don't know what's more scary. I don't know. I don't know which one's more frightening.
There, we can solve this. Since you're going to be too terrified, Anon, go to the concave server and bring back a piece of evidence that demonstrates that the Earth is concave. When you post it in the chat, you can be unmuted.
I am.
Did I just get a misfire and somebody muted me on purpose? I don't know.
Yeah, it's really generous.
Yeah, I fat fingered it, man. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, damn, man. Where'd you find that?
It's because you're right next to that guy. I missed.
Let's see. We do have Uncle Charlie. Have we talked to him?
Okay.
Oh, he's upset. He's writhing in the chat, dude. I don't know. If we even want to talk to him. he's going hard in the paint.
I'm not joining your cowardly science-denying ignorant arena. Fucking answer. How are we supposed to answer you?
Oh, Mr. Scientist.
Charlie, you're coming in with a lot of... Yeah, he's got a lot of bravado, man, I'm saying.
He must be a scientist. Go ahead, ask him the question.
Yeah, Uncle Charlie, are you there? I need a confirmation, sir. Before we begin. Just say yes or no. Just need something. Uncle Charlie, are you there? Come on now, Uncle Charlie. Coochie coochie coo. Come on. What does he want me to do?
Yeah, I'll answer the question to you verbally in the chat when you unmic. There's no stellar rotation, Charlie. Sorry.
He's not going to do it, is he?
Uncle Charlie, are you another?
No, there's not two Look, show me 2 points of stellar rotation.
No,
rotation.
Don't go there.
Remember the words you said.
Don't go there. You're chasing after the fucking wind. He said astronomy. Yeah? Ask him the question. Is astronomy a natural science? Don't chase the fucking tail. So bring his dumb ass in here. Is astronomy a natural science? Let's do that. Let's start there. Not his fucking stellar rotations or his fucking path of light or his fucking eclipses. Yeah? You get it? Go to the fucking basics, for fuck's sake.
He just called us cowards. And he won't unmute. That's just batshit. Unmute, bro. You're the coward until you unmute.
If he doesn't, we do have ban enemy in here, Indio. So I don't know if you want to go to that guy.
Charlie, if you post another text message and don't unmute, you're getting banned.
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't Charlie. Please forgive me. That was Snackle. Oh, my God.
Hey, I warned you.
Knackle in here?
Yes, he's in the fucking voice. He's over here, this dumb fuck clown. In text.
Yeah, you see him in text, but he's not in here, is he?
Yeah, he's no longer in the VC.
Yeah, he's a coward.
He got embarrassed on that Bill Nye shit earlier. Like, what?
Yeah, he got slam dunked over there with that fiasco.
Take that, Snackle. Yep, I fucking knew it. Indio. I mean, what the fuck, dude? I mean, I can tell you that. What the fuck? It's been all night.
I told you there must be some lag or mismatch, dude. Because when I start talking, you're not talking.
Who's responsible for the fucking lag in here? AI.
Depends on what server they're on.
AI.
And we go straight to AI. I blame it all on him.
So they can choose like where the voice server is hosted out of. So if they choose like Chicago or something like that, you'll get this a lot. If they choose Central,
Isn't
at least for me.
fucking Boston like part of America, the greatest country in the United States?
The greatest country in the
Yeah, but I'm in Massachusetts, so no.
It don't matter.
Something.
It doesn't matter.
Something an American would say.
It matters where Discord hosts their primary server, because no matter how you route it, it's got to go through there. But then every routed zone can be reset by disconnecting.
So, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Yeah,
You just did.
Go ahead.
Do you guys view yourselves as like some?
Oh my god.
View yourselves. That's a
Okay,
stereotype.
all right, there you go.
fallacy.
There you go.
Let me
Here
ask
comes
you a
the
question.
schizo.
I got a question for
I
you,
can't even finish the
dumbass.
sentence.
So in
without
your
the schizo.
stereotype fallacy, I got a question for you.
Here we
dumbass.
go. I didn't even
So
finish.
yeah,
Didn't
here
even
we
say
go. That's
anything.
right, because you use a stereotype fallacy, diarrhea, projectile
I
diarrhea,
haven't said
vomit of the
anything.
mouth,
That's
dumb
okay.
fuck. So
Go
you
ahead.
use the
Say what you wanna
stereotype, so
say.
I'm going to use one too. You fucking idiot. So we caught a globetard eating his
Okay.
boogers. You're a globetard. Do you
Oh.
eat your boogers?
Okay, that was interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. It's the same thing I did to you.
All
That
right,
you
so
did
as
to
I was
us.
saying, right,
That
so
you
I'm
did to
trying
us, you
ask a
dumb fuck.
question.
You dumb fuck. It's based on a
Okay.
stereotype fallacy. I just turned it around on you. You're going to do the
You see,
same thing
this is
again,
you guys.
aren't
You guys
Because
don't
you're a
need.
fucking retard, aren't you?
You don't need to talk
You're a
about the
fucking
earth. You
retard,
need
aren't you?
therapy,
You're
right?
just
You
a
guys need
fucking
like
retard.
therapy.
No, I don't need
Yo,
therapy.
Yeah,
If
you
I
need
need therapy,
therapy,
you're
dude.
fucking Helen Keller.
Yeah, but hold on, dude. You're committing the same fallacy again. Clearly, you're engaged with one individual, Mr. Quantum. Why would you assume I need therapy?
I just get the sense that like the people in this room, they're like upset about something.
There
and
we
so
go.
they, like,
Another stereotype.
Third time.
that they focus it in on this like flat
Another
Earth
stere-
thing,
Do
but
you know what a stereotype
it's
fallacy
more
is?
than the
dumb
flat
fuck?
Earth, right?
Hey,
The
dumb
flat Earth
fuck.
is just
Do you
like
know
a
what a
cover for
stereotype fallacy is?
a deeper
Projectile
issue.
diarrhea of the mouth, dumb fuck. Stereotype fallacy. Define it in text. Right now. Put him on mute until he defines that motherfucker.
Oy vey.
Put him
So
on.
it's-
Yeah, oy vey, you dumb fuck.
What the hell?
Fucking 3 stereotype fallacies in a row. He still didn't get it after I fucking turned it on him. You like those paint chips from the 70s, don't you, that you snack on? Fucking clueless clown.
Well, QE, at least you didn't say you people. I'm happy to hear that.
It was close.
I know.
It was in the same vicinity, so.
Yeah. Closer in hand grenade range.
Why, do you know why Anime wants to talk about flat earthers? Because whenever he talks about the topic, he is cooked. You don't want to talk about that. He wants to gossip.
And where's the Xanax of the world?
Oh,
Are they left?
God.
We don't have those guys coming in. We get these like bottom of the shelf, like barely even a conversation is able to be had with them.
I don't think they're sentient.
Wow.
You don't think they're sentient?
Aha, are you into NPC theory?
That's a bit juicy. Yeah.
Yeah. They're way too young for paint chips from the 70s. So what they do instead is they get a car that's running on leaded gasoline and they sniff the tailpipe.
Yeah, Miggy, I think I've found my my calling in this room.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what is it?
Every single person who comes in here that's a Glober, once I announce that I'm also a Glober, they all suddenly think they're my friend and they DM me. Case in point,
Why?
Uncle
Why?
Charlie.
Because why?
Hold on,
Because
give me
you're
a second. Uncle Charlie. Oh, I got a screen cap coming. Hold on.
why? Because you're a tailpipe sniffer also?
No.
Is the back of your head flat? Platypus?
Uh-oh.
He's trying to indict the Globers. Let him indict them. Fuck.
Not until we see a picture.
Your Honor, he doesn't have to answer that.
Okay, good job, GE Platypus.
You'll like this one. Hold on.
You guys have no discernment. You're not listening closely. You need to put your listening ears on.
There you go. Apparently, you guys are a cult.
Yeah. He's the back chats are teeming with how they feel about us, which is why Ban Anime has to be the advocate for that, the voice of those who are unheard about that. They must be. I don't know where they're gathering. I mean, they are not doing it in this server, I don't think. But
That's the 10th time today. Someone's called us a cult.
I've screen capped enough of these that I actually had to make a folder on my desktop now.
You got Kiwi Buzz with Xenophorphorus fucking, I think I'd rather eat boogers than think the earth is flat. Well, go on with your bad self.
I mean, when in Rome?
Yeah, you are a booger eater for being a globetard.
But I'm just saying you could do both of those things. Those are both.
You could be both?
They're not mutually no, eating your boogers and thinking the earth is flat. They are not mutually exclusive.
No. Well, I think you're correct right there. Because you said eating your boogers and people that think the earth is flat. That's true. But eating your boogers and knowing the earth is flat, those are mutually exclusive.
I love when people get 3 questioned and their answer is, I'm 99.999% sure that it's a globe.
I love that.
He's an inductive moron.
That's 99.9999% of all globers.
You permanently have to put a face palm, just like stitch it to your face when you.
Yeah. Just tattoo on your forehead. I'm a pretender clown, dumb fuck forever.
Well, since we're in a cult, I want to know where our temple is. Do you know
Pack
where
of
the better
Marlboro Ice Blast.
Oh, that'd be in Boston at Indio's apartment.
Yeah, there you go. I'm the cult leader, man.
Duh.
Where's my like? You guys owe me money, man. Like, you're gonna be out of the cult if you don't pay.
I got the clip. You want the clip, bro? I got Bev talking to his acolytes saying that me, you, Quantum, a couple other people, we're actually in league with the Globers because we stopped. Yeah, we stifle the real truth, which of course is the Bev, rhetoric. So we're hiding the real truth from people.
That flat thing is impossible.
That we got mountains and shit.
If you go visit Indio in Boston, you can get to sit on his lab and learn about flat Earth.
Well then, I mean,
oh man,
Timothy.
I was going to say something. You can do F-all with an angle, right? Is that the mantra?
Yeah, kind of like that. So they've updated their rhetoric to instead of being completely ambiguous, they've updated instead of like the Earth's not flat or a globe, it's the real globe. So you live on or in a realm on an object of which you don't know the actual true shape. And here's what they actually said: a globe is a shape that has no true form. It's just like the definition of a disambiguated shape, or sorry, an ambiguous shape, right? But in actuality, a globe has a pretty defined connotation of shape, right? So they can't even get their crazy rhetoric straight.
Yeah, I've had Bev visit me on my channel in the past 2 or 3 months. Yeah, he's told me all about his true globe belief.
Can you explain it to me? Because I don't know why he's...
I can't.
Thank you. I thought so.
True globe.
He made a comment on one of Duffy's.
True Earthers and true Globers.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, no, he made a comment on one of Duffy's posts right after the final experiment. And Bev, actually said that. Thank you for enlightening the flat earthers with the true globe. I'm like,
what the fuck? But how can he say that you guys
I mean,
are guarding the truth
listen.
when
Just
when
take
he doesn't know what
like,
it is.
Just thanks. Just take like Brenda,
Welcome.
your average dumb fuck globetard, and times it by 5, and that's better.
I know. I've dealt with him.
Don't even deal with him. He's so fucking stupid. He's such a retard. Just dismiss him.
Can somebody explain?
Just don't even respond to him.
He never says anything, yeah. Though. Like,
What the
he
hell
just
is the
doesn't say
true
anything.
globe? I've
Oh,
never
who knows?
heard that before.
Well, what did you like to
You're
know?
super low, bro. Who was just talking?
That was platypus, but yeah, wouldn't you like to know?
No.
You're out of the loop, son.
Apparently, I have been gone a while. It's been weird.
I'll post you a couple clips, dude. Hold on. I got
Why?
you covered.
Why? Just call him Beftard and just move on. Nothing to see.
He wants to know. All right. And so since you don't get to decide what people want to know, I mean, then
I fucking do get to decide. You know why? You know why? Because I'm not a fucking pogue.
Tell us why.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Wait a minute. When are you going to tell us why?
I told him because I'm not a fucking pogue.
Once again, why don't you tell us why? Just kidding.
I did. You want me to tell you again? I'm not a fucking pogue.
I know.
Sonny, what did he say?
He said, you want to know? Because I'm not a pogue.
No, fucking wrong.
You got it wrong.
Yeah, you got it wrong.
All right, there. I posted it for that dude that wanted to know.
Because I said no, because I'm not a fucking pogue. You missed fucking.
Not a fucking pogue.
Dude, he came in the other day. Horizontal is a real globe orientation. So the real globe is just basically, it's just a term like to describe the Earth. Because he posits the idea that a globe is a nondescript shape, and therefore whatever the Earth is, we don't know its absolute description, so you have to refer to it in nondescript terms. And the only term that accurately fits that is not globe, not flat, but true globe or real globe.
That's
go, Pappas.
absolutely fucking brilliant.
That sounds like a bunch of
fucking
happy
mule kick his dumb ass right in the face and move on.
I'm going to start a campaign. I'm going to start a campaign. Pogues are people too.
No, they're not. That's a fucking lie.
Come on, man.
Do you know the other day? I think it was T-Dub busted. Who's fucking Bevtard's right hand wingman?
Elderbear.
Oh, Elderbear.
Yeah, busted Elderbear being Hayoka.
Oh yeah, they're one and the same. They're fucking clowns. It's a twisted montage of retardation.
Oh, AI, why'd you make me listen to that? That's horrible.
He made you listen to that? That wasn't him making you. You didn't have to click on it.
Yeah, he baited me into it. Just partially.
He knows that I know that he can't resist.
Who is that? Who's the person speaking in those clips?
Bevtard.
Bevtardia, man.
That's what Bev sounds like?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The man, the myth, the whatever.
The fuckwit.
The scary part is he thinks he's an intellectual.
The scary part is people are giving him money.
No way.
What?
Dude, isn't that little scrolling shit at the bottom like his Patreon donors?
Really?
Yes, that is a...
Yeah, on the level members, dude.
Yep.
How much? Does he make much?
God.
Are they coming up with a few
I'm
bucks?
afraid to look.
I'm not looking.
So all you got to do is jump on YouTube and not say anything.
Yeah.
Talk around in circles and you make money.
You could also just type a bunch of names and then be like, "Hey, I'm making money," and you're not.
Yeah, true.
You're
Toby
not.
Dog, you're such a conspiracy theorist.
That dumbass is he's
It's a
dumber than
possibility.
Jaren.
How about Dumber and T Jump?
What about that's going a bit far.
You've been T-jumped.
Oh, you guys wanna review their Black Swan killer?
Oh yeah, I want to see it. Come on, bring it on.
Holy crap. All right, give me a second to search my files.
Indio, text chat.
I am not leaving. That's pretty good.
Perfect.
Truer words were never spoken.
Yes, that is exactly it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Snaggle's posting unsubstantiated and unsubstantiable bullshit about 26,000 your fucking cycles.
Fuck it. Why is he even allowed to post in here, this dumb fuck? Tell me that. I want to hear that. Give me your fucking position.
I don't think he can text suppress.
Oh, contrast, that's why. We can get rid of his ability to text easily. Yeah.
It's called community service.
That's how we fund this operation. We get money from the ADA for getting playtime to disabled children.
I thought it was picking up cans on the side of the road.
But they need to be
All
for that.
I'm going to post this clip. Now, the context of this clip is that certain people in the Beptardia universe are upset that they think Huey's modus tollens is malformed or illogical or whatever, so they had to come up with their own, which is going to be the best. It's going to be the best one ever.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
it's gonna- yeah, wait till you see this.
Can we hear it?
I don't have a way to play it.
Can somebody play that?
can.
How long is it?
What the hell?
Well, one of us stream and let's join. Let's do it. Can we do that? Anyone on a PC?
I'm on a PC.
QE's got to have the permissions to play clips in here.
No, I don't.
No, we don't have a bot like that in here at the moment.
Sonny, I thought you were able to do it.
No, some people can sort of do it, but most of the time the levels blare and you can't really hear what's saying sometimes.
Yeah, all I do is play it. All I do
So
is
let's just
play
watch.
it.
Well, yeah, all right, cool. Let's just watch the stream. Join Roger's stream.
Oh my god, I found Bev's website.
It's really,
Oh, you did?
it's not easy on the eyes.
Levelology is the study of all things from honesty to horizontal. We aim to replace dogma with apox.
How do I make this big?
What the actual
that's what she
mental
said.
illness? I heard.
Hey, suggestion: would this be easier if we
Click the blue letters.
What if we jogged over to the 24/7 server real quick, where you guys have the bot? Because this looks like it's going to be a cluster.
No, we could go with Roger. Let Roger.
That's not even
Just
working.
hold on, Roger.
Okay.
We got fucking echoing everywhere.
Is it me?
Go ahead, play it. Hold a fucking second.
Okay.
Stop.
Oh,
What's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
Q, not Q?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
He's a fucking retard, dude.
Oh, Emma's helping out a
Yeah.
lot, I can tell. Yeah, I love her.
If it's not
Right.
Q, not Q, then it's fucking Q.
Yeah. Also, their premise one was false. Also.
Yes, it was false. Yep.
That's based on an assumption, right? That the Earth is a
No, it says no. Yeah, but think about it this way: if the Earth is a sphere, then the surface of liquid water must curve. That doesn't follow. Unless you caveat it with the Earth in the way in which Glover's described the Earth, right? So if you just say that a sphere, if you have a sphere and you put water on top of a sphere, the water must curve around the sphere. Like, no, that's not true. If I can demonstrate that I can have a sphere and pour water on it, it just pours off.
Yeah.
So their premise one is false. And this is supposed to be the logical, super troopers that are taking down QE, taking down FED, taking down 24/7, and they're the truthers. Like, get out of town. Amateur hour.
Fucking Captain Kangaroo group would laugh at their dumbasses. He's a dumb fuck.
Hey.
What? What?
Yeah, just you calling out kangaroos.
Just fucking kangaroo shit. Yeah, Bev talk. I fucking had a video on him like 4 or 5 years ago that exposed his dumbass. Who sent him a life preserver? Was that you, Indio?
Oh, hell no.
A literal life preserver?
Well, that's what they do here. That's what they do over here. Once you destroy them, right? Then you get Indio and Mary Mom, and there's a couple other ones. They want to keep the conversation going. They want to keep the argument going, so they resurrect these dumb fucks. In the next breath.
No, we're trying to do a public display of punishment.
Go ahead, AI. Go ahead, give your little spill too.
Oh yeah, they stalk us, dude. They literally they ban evade. So check this story out. They came here to politics and started doing their stuff. Obviously, we shut them down. We entertained it for a while, then we shut them down. So when we muted them and banned them, they started going to the other channels and complaining about it, and they got banned from the whole server. The server admins came and just banned them from the entire politics. They're like, dude, you can't just jump from channel to channel bitching about something that happened in this other channel. Like, get out of here.
But then you have Mary Mom and Indigo, life preserver. Throw them a line. We got to have content.
Yeah, I don't mind Bev coming around every now and then so I can get a couple of good, punches.
No, I'm talking about no. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that get the fucking demolished, get eviscerated, and then in 5 seconds later, ask him another question. Let's get your take on this, retard. But I guess it's good for content, I suppose.
Hold on. That last guy, though, you demolished him. He didn't even know he was demolished. What's the point of that? He didn't know what you said at all. He had no idea.
So, time to ask him another question.
Look, you can't squeeze blood out of a stone, but you can squeeze some good exposition out of a retarded numpty.
I squeezed the stone until I bleed.
Until you start to bleed? That's good, man. Fucking never heard that.
What about the Dumpty canvas?
You know what? That's so good. Hold on. We got to just take time on that. We got to marinate on that one right there.
No, we don't. Go ahead,
It's
Flatsy.
so awesome.
What about having a numpty canvas?
Well, that's reserved just for one.
Exactly. Now you're starting to get it, Flatsy. It's called contrast. The elements of quality are only understood through the elements of contrast. Without bad, you can't truly appreciate good. Good would just be mundane.
As the head of the Rocks Are People Too campaign, I don't approve of this language. Whoa, that went over like a Led Zeppelin. Holy shit!
Are you trying to say basalt lives matter?
Basalt lives. Yeah, that's right.
That was funny, Sonny. Rocks are people too.
I thought people were rocks.
So Platypus, what you told me? You ever seen No Country for Old Men?
I love that movie.
Yeah. So you know the scene where he's in the bed and Woody Harrelson goes in and goes, "You in Nam?" He's like, "Yeah, I was in Nam." He's like, I was in Vietnam too." He's like, "What's that make me your fucking buddy?" That's what I think. When the dude said it, you were chatting, the first thing I thought of, what does that make us fucking buddies? Because I'm a go-birder and they're fucking DMing you?
Every time, dude.
Dude, how amazing is it, right? You say, I'm a go-birder. He DMs you and says the other guys are in a cult.
Look, whether the globe Earth is true as a proposition is irrelevant to the fact that most globers are culty. So even if they think they're on the winning side, by calling flat earthers a cult doesn't absolve them of being a cult. It's just basically tu quoque fallacy.
Yeah, true, but like, what would cult behavior be? Is that you're getting this signal from somebody that says, it's like being in the Moonies, right? I'm in the Moonies. Oh, I'm in the Moonies too. Now we're buddies, right? Like fucking, it's crazy, dude.
Dude, I must be getting old. I had somebody ask me for the first time if I was a Mason. Because we got along with each other for like 10 minutes at work.
Oh shit, you're not?
No, I'm not a Mason.
Oh, you're Illuminati.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing because the next question was, are you a bear?
I don't know what that means.
Never mind. Never mind. It's a family show.
You mean that kind of a bear?
Oh my goodness, dude.
No,
it's obviously innuendo. Well, let me change it. Let me change it to something you might get. So it's a good thing you didn't answer yes, because the next question would have been, are you a bottom or a top?
Yeah, I know what you meant by bear, asshole.
How did you know that? How did you know that? How did you know that? Just kidding.
I'm traveled.
Or not. You're traveled. Holy shit. You opened yourself up for that one. How traveled are you?
I don't have first-hand experience. I just know what it means. And I also know there's a pride flag for it.
All right, speaking of pride flags, remember they told us that there's a flag of the United States on the moon. And that if you look real hard with your squinty eyes, you can see it and prove that America's the greatest and NASA is essentially a deity. Where am I going wrong?
You get no argument from GE, for sure.
No, remember, you got to remember, the moon landing is that thing that I'm like pretty sure happened. That's not a 100%er for me.
Well, let me ask you this, dude. I can respect you if you say, I'm pretty sure the moon landings happened, but the stuff that they put out in the mainstream as a supposed evidence was total baloney. Like, that's a respectable position in my view. But to say that what they put out is like, looks like they went to the moon, like, that's just laughable at this stage.
For sure, and without a doubt, some of the footage that they handed off as actual footage of astronauts on the moon was training footage. That is a fact. And sometimes people can't even acknowledge that simple fact. And
yes,
are getting really irritated.
Yes, exactly. Not every, at least, to be honest, you got to admit that some of the stuff they put out was not even claimed. Well, sorry, not necessarily claimed, but it was known that it wasn't even claimed to be on the moon, or that it was known that it turned out that it wasn't on the moon. It's like these people they just get on their knees and they say, give it to me, Daddy. And you just throw a bunch of pictures. It doesn't matter what picture it is. You'll just say, that's real. They really took this picture on the moon, even though they clearly took it somewhere else.
So are you saying that space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes it is. And which times those are, I don't know. But I know enough of them aren't that it means it's true.
Don't start. I'm not going to get into the moon landing. I'm not in the mood to get my aluminum or my tinfoil hat out. Not tonight. I have no alcohol in the house.
We'll go make a run.
I can't. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm with the kids tomorrow. So
Dude, call an Uber, bro. Call an Uber. They'll deliver alcohol.
I can testify to that.
Did you see that fake Uber update that was getting passed around on Facebook this week of supposedly Uber was adding a walking buddy option? Anyone see that?
What is
What?
What's a walking buddy?
Oh,
Sounds.
It was fake. It was fake as hell. But somebody made a fake thing where they added an option.
You're my sweet little boy.
Ew.
That sounds creepy.
That was not.
Who did that? You're so weird.
Yeah, I saw her. I knew she was about to open her mic.
You're not funny.
She was in here earlier. What are you blabbing about? You did this earlier. Shut the fuck up. You and your girlfriend did this shit earlier.
Whisper already muted. What the?
I-10 9000 V2 is trying to go undetected.
Yep.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
What?
I'll see you down there.
This chat is heavily monitored, man. What do you think's gonna happen?
Talk to the flat earthers, please. Please talk to the flat earthers, man. So quiet in here.
Oh, he's got some background noise. I don't think he'll be able to do it.
I'm having an army at my house, bro.
I didn't get that at all. I didn't understand one word of it.
Is my problem that I'm coming in here after midnight? Is that the thing that I need to change? Do I need to come in earlier in the night?
Yeah, these are the bewitching hours, man. This is.
It ain't no better. Come on, dude.
What, dude?
Remember Andy? Did you forget about Andy?
Yeah, I'm trying to give him a little hope so he can try to stick around. Nah, it's that way all the time. Sorry.
Yo, Titan.
Platypus. The problem is this.
Hold on.
You're getting more desperate.
I'm gonna try and provoke. Titan. Titan, can you hear me?
What's over?
Not everybody in here is a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther.
And don't DM him. He's not your buddy just because he's a Glober.
I know it's a globe. I want to hear you try and tell these guys how it's a globe.
I don't know how that retarded you think they're just fat. You're dumb as fuck, bitch.
I could think if it's a flat or whatever, it doesn't change anything in my life.
Okay, then tell all your family and friends that you're a flat earther right now. It doesn't change anything. Just tell them.
Do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
That's
say
what I thought.
Yeah, but don't change anything. You said if it doesn't change
It doesn't
anything,
mean
just say it.
anything. Has no meaning. Doesn't matter. Go tell your family and friends right now you're a flat earther. Find out how much
Stay on
you
the
don't
mic.
matter.
Let's hear it.
Before you do that, Titan, let me know what you were smoking tonight.
Yeah, tell him afterwards. You're his buddy. But go ahead and tell your family right now.
He tells his mom he's going to get smoked.
We'll listen.
Hey, that reminds me, guys, a little history. Back in 2015, 2016, there used to be quite a number of flat Earth videos where people were talking about how they started investigating flat Earth, or even, thought maybe it's more true than globe Earth. And then they were just talking about it with their families, like casually. And they got this visceral reaction from their families, even so much so that they didn't want to have anything to do with them. And I remember clearly a man crying on camera because he was starting to talk about it, and he started to realize, my family basically ostracized me because I was talking to them about investigating flat Earth. And I basically lost members of my family over this. Like, what is wrong with Globers that somebody says, hey, I might not believe in the standard quote unquote cosmology that you believe in. All of a sudden, they're not worthy of being a family member anymore. It's pretty sick and twisted of the Globers.
Well, it just affected that guy so much he quit immediately.
Is he already gone? God damn it.
Yeah, he ran away.
Okay. Now I'll wait and see. I give it a maximum of 5 minutes. See if he tries texting me something.
All right, in the meantime, Platypus, let's give you a quiz. How long does it take 5-minute patching plaster to dry?
I did not hear the second half of that.
Okay, they have a plaster that you put on walls, and they have different minutes that it dries in. So how long does it take 5-minute plaster to dry?
I don't know what 5-minute plaster is, but I'm going to guess 5 minutes.
You'd think so, but no. The correct answer is indeterminate, but just a lot shorter than 45 minutes.
I think whatever answer it is, it's less time than you need it to stay wet.
Exactly, yeah, it always dries before you can finish what you're doing. You got to mix up some more. But the moral of that story, friend, is if they can't even get 5-minute plaster to set consistently in 5 minutes, right? When they have all the quantities of the chemicals and substrates in a controlled environment, then how in the hell are they going to tell you how a star formed a million years ago? Or even what a star is made of today? They can't even do things on Earth, and then they're going to try to tell you what's going on out there. Or they try to tell you what's in the center of the Earth, but the deepest hole they ever dug was only 8 miles, and they got all the geological claims wrong. Or at least a significant amount, enough of them to prove that they can't even tell you what's 8 miles down, let alone at the center of a presupposed giant ball.
I am listening to you, but I'm also building my screen capture file of these people that message me.
Oh, dude, you have no idea about screen capture files, bro. I got so many files. It's hilarious.
Okay, they claim that they knew what the composition, the ratio of Uranus's atmosphere was. There was 3 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide from 16 million miles away.
There you go. I posted another one for you. This one you have to actually click on because it's more than just one sentence. Apparently, you guys are a pro.
I see Platypus still has selective hearing.
What's that?
Yeah, of course. I've never seen such a hive of scum and villainy. You know what that's from?
Star Wars.
Yeah, what a nerd.
My favorite is apparently you guys have adopted a proto-fascist, pseudo-Christian mode of thought.
Stupid as shit and maybe a little alarming, but they're probably more harmless than I give them credit for, which is honestly on me. What? The arrogance of the dumb fucks. They can't even form a coherent sentence to defend the globe, dude.
He's allowing you to be the way. He's allowing you to be the way that you are. Is what he's saying. It's on me.
Hey, dumb fuck, Crit's worst nightmare. You fucking moron of an idiot, Mr. Dumb fuck. What is refraction, Crit's worst nightmare? And make sure you post the definition with citation inside chat. You fucking idiot. Clown dumb fuck. When you begocked refraction with the Black Swan, you unwittingly imploded your globetard. You're so fucking stupid you don't even realize it. I set that up in 2021. It's over 5 fucking years ago. You still don't get it, you glue sniffer. What's refraction, dumb fuck?
What was the bet on that? 5 years or 10 years before they get it? Or how about never?
Fuck. What's refraction, dumb fuck? I'll tell you what. Let's have a better one. What is the Black Swan argument? No, we can't hear your dumb ass.
Into the Black
Crit's
Swan.
worst nightmare. You're the nightmare to fucking second grade intelligence. You clueless clown.
Got one
What
for you,
is the
Kiwi.
Black Swan argument, dumb fuck?
He can't talk. Crit broke his mic.
Crit broke his mic.
Remotely.
Yes, Craig got him so angry that he threw his mic into the wall.
He's off
You're not
mute right
muted, you fucking retard. Can't you even figure out your mic? Atmospheric refract. You're just a chat skank dumb fuck. Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air, is gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. You abject moron.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
It's not even a proper sentence. What you just posted is even passes through Earth's atmosphere due to variations in air density. Oh, is that why it does it? Variations in air density?
That's a
Dude,
building
just stop,
definition,
dude.
you fucking retard. Yeah, don't define shit. Well, water, that's an anvil. Don't define it. But I define water as an anvil. You fucking clueless clown of a dumb fuck. Go back to your cake decorating forums. You imbecilic idiot.
You imbecilic idiot.
You have something constructive to say, Shar, besides social commentary? Like on the topic?
Who is this motherfucker? Is this another white knight? Shar, dumb fuck. What is the Black Swan argument, Shar?
So, can we have a discussion on flat Earth,
What
please?
is the Black Swan argument?
Yeah. We're trying to have one.
Okay, so Quantum, are you a person that believes the Earth is flat? Do you
What
believe it's
is the Black Swan argument, dumb fuck?
never heard of that before in my life, so why don't you tell me? Never heard of that before in my life, so why don't you tell me?
Never heard of that before in my life, so just answer my dumb fuck question. What's your dumb fuck question, dumb fuck?
His question was, what's the argument?
I need a fiver, like, what the hell?
You need a fiber?
Yeah, I need a fiver because you're just making me lose brain cells. Like, it's very hard to keep up
Brain
with
cells? Well, if you're losing brain cells, motherfucker, that you're in a negative territory.
Oh, yeah?
Anyway. Sure.
Fucking idiot. Globetard, dumb fuck. What is your best scientific
How do you know that I'm a globetard?
What is your best scientific evidence for your globe?
I never said I was a globe believer.
Oh, really? So you never said you were.
No, I asked you if you were a flat earther or a globe believer, and
You
just
said,
made
did you believe a flat Earth? That reveals that you're a globetard.
No. What I said
it
is,
does, because flat Earth is not a belief, dude. The
No.
globe is a belief.
I said no. I said both.
I said
I
quoted you verbatim.
Would you believe it's
I said you fucking idiot. You fucking glue sniffing, fucking projectile diarrhea of the mouth vomiting idiot.
Alright. He's pointless.
Fuck off, clown.
Alright, so it would have been nice when he said, what's the argument? It would have been nice to hear it, wouldn't it?
What argument? Been nice to hear what? He's got diarrhea of
The
the
Black
mouth.
Swan argument.
Huh?
The Black Swan, he said, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me what it is?
No, he had another point. I'm not going to fucking explain it to him. But he had projectile diarrhea of the mouth. So why don't we just take him off mute and let him projectile diarrhea of the mouth some more? That's a great idea, right? That's what I thought.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm fucking bored with it too.
Well, he came in interrupting right off the rip, so he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that's fair.
So what are we to do?
We can give him a mulligan and see if he can control his mic this time.
I mean, we got to set the tone. Who's gonna be asking the questions and who's gonna be answering? If you're interrogating him, then he's got to answer. If he's interrogating you, then you got to answer, right?
Well, there's a dumb fuckery culture in here, in this Discord, where this type of behavior is the typical behavior that happens in the voice channels.
Yeah,
so they come in here doing the same thing that they do everywhere else, and they think it's normal.
True.
That doesn't excuse it, mind you.
I got your pussy, Char, you fucking clown. Take the projectile diarrhea vomit of the mouth off mute. Let's see what he's got. It's not going to last long.
Great. We're gonna start over. You're gonna speak in coherent sentences that are understandable to people that speak the English language. Fuck, dude,
That's a
we're
bridge
doomed.
too far.
Yeah, I hope.
Should I start with the ABCs about the song?
Yeah, he ain't gonna make it. Oh, Char.
Hello, gentlemen.
All right, start over.
Okay, how are you doing today?
Just capital.
Okay. So, you are on the flat Earth side of the argument, right?
I don't think that's a flat Earth. I don't think it's a side. It's like the nature of our reality.
Well, there's in this debate there's the flat Earth side and there's the globe.
There is no debate. You don't debate the fucking nature of reality, dude. You debate subjective topics. Objective topics are not up for debate.
Okay, so can you give me a moment to I just want to frame my question in a way that would make sense.
That's fine.
Okay. So would you say that the majority of people on Earth say that it's a globe? Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. And what has convinced everyone that it's a globe?
I can't speak for everyone. Your Honor, he's asking me to speak for everyone on Earth. I can't do that.
Well, no, it's just because everyone thinks that the Earth is a globe, or the majority of people think it's a globe. Then I would like to know, what evidence came forward that made you actually say no, it's actually a flat Earth? Because I assume that you were once a globe earther. Is that true?
Well, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, go
These
ahead.
people, this majority of people, or most of the Earth that you thinks it's the globe, what evidence was shown to them?
I think it was mainly society, and I think the evidence from them was that the teacher told them to in science class.
So no evidence.
So this isn't a scientific topic. So if they were shown in science class, then they're morons.
Okay.
Well, Char, beyond what you were taught in school, how else have you come to know that the Earth is a globe?
Can you repeat that question again, please?
Putting aside what you were taught in school, i.e. what someone just told you, how else, through the course of your life, have you come to know the globe, or the Earth is a globe?
Absolutely nothing.
Not the answer I thought he was going to give.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests, smoke them if you got them.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Char, let me commend you for your honesty, and I just want to point out that your answer is actually the answer that most Globers actually have. They just are unwilling to say it. They'll start to say things like NASA, they'll start to say things like ISS, but really they don't even know how those prove the globe. They're just appealing to some kind of consensus or authority or anything like that. So you actually did the right thing and just were honest. Good for you.
Yep, we did. So that was a positive. I stand corrected.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, it works out every once in a while. 1 in a million ain't bad.
Yeah, this isn't right. Why aren't all the flat earthers muting him and yelling at him and not letting him... Oh, that's right, because he was honest and actually answered the question.
Yeah.
It's amazing what happens when people come in here earnestly.
Yeah.
That is not cult-like at all.
It was coherent.
So, Shar, like, the situation's this, right? You were born, you're alive. People whispered in your ear, Earth's a ball. People offered you up this idea, and you chose to believe it, ostensibly because you think everybody else believes it. So, like, how could all these people be wrong? Like, they all must have good evidence. But if you ask each of those individual people, they have the same reason that you have. They believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And it's a big circle jerk of everybody believing everybody else believes it, so they all believe it.
Yeah. But like, can I ask, why do a lot of people say it's round or say it's globe when it's not?
I just explained that, dude.
Sorry, I was a bit preoccupied.
It's a tradition, dude. It's like you being born in a Christian country, and most people are Christian.
Mm-hmm.
It's the tradition, right? So, how'd you realize the Earth was a globe, right? Your parents told you. How did they know? Their parents told them. How did they know? Their parents told them. How did they know?
Idiot. Yeah, you couldn't figure it out.
You have something intelligent to say?
No, you see, this is the fucking point. I'm trying to back you up. You see, that's how crazy you are. You're shooting. Your Earth right now ain't global.
Yeah, I'm crazy because you're rude and interrupted. How does that work?
Because you hate it. Because I'm like you.
Because I hate being interrupted. You are correct, sir. Now you're muted. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Just as my faith was being restored, man.
Yeah. Well, you're like, Mason can't stand the thought that what I'm saying makes sense. And he has to throw his body into the gears. We deal with this shit all the time. If someone comes in and they're actually intellectually honest and just has a discussion, we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. You're going to come to that realization yourself or you're not. We don't care. We don't care what you think. You can leave here fucking going back, believing it's still a globe. Who cares? We don't. But people like Mason don't want fucking any of this information communicated at all. He doesn't want you to make up your own mind. He wants you to do what everybody else is doing. He senses maybe someone might leave the fucking cult. And we can't have anybody leave the cult. And the reason I call it a cult isn't for no reason. It's because if I say, hey, and I've said it to a lot of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? They never speak to their own knowledge. They always appeal to somebody else's knowledge. And then if I ask that person, they'll also appeal to somebody else's knowledge. And if you go down the line, you can never find the person with actual knowledge that the Earth's a globe. It's just an endless string of believers.
A religion. It's called the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
Trademark pending.
Why? Why is it a religion? Because you believe it without evidence. Textbook definition of religion.
Exactly, Star. Now that you've confessed, hold on, Star. Now that you've confessed that you don't actually know and you were just told, wouldn't you like to know? Like, wouldn't you like to have the evidence of what the Earth actually is?
Yeah, because I assume that maybe that you guys are all globe Earths at one point because you guys were all told. What was like at least assuming that you always believed, it was a globe. What like scientific evidence showed you that no, it's actually flat?
That's a problem. I told you, this has nothing whatsoever to do with science. It's about geometry.
Geometry. Well, like there has to be like experiments that you've done.
No experiments, because it's not a scientific topic. Science deals with experiments. That's non sequitur to this discussion. It's about geometry.
Okay, so can you explain how geometry, explain to geometry in relation to the Earth being flat?
Yes. So there can't exist horizons on a globe chart, because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. However, we're told by the ball-tard spinning space monkeys that in every direction that we look, there should be a rate of change of slope of non-zero, because the United States Naval Academy defines curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So there shouldn't exist any horizons on a globe, but we see horizons everywhere in reality. Can you reconcile that paradox? That's a simple one.
I don't think I can, no.
No one can, because it's a paradox. So that's one easy one. There's many flat Earth proofs. You need more?
Yes, please.
All right. Are you in text chat?
Yeah.
One moment. The fuck? All right. So this is called the Black Swan argument. I am its author.
Okay.
All right. At 32 minutes after the hour. You seeing that?
What the picture you just posted?
Yes, along with the arguments above it.
Let me read it. I'll just read it in my head real quick.
All right, that's fine.
Kiwi, while he's reading that, can I ask you a question real quick?
No.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I've read it. It took me a few times to try and understand it, but yeah, I think I've understand it now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles p, that's not in contention, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's not in contention either. That's the geometry of the globe. Not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles in the photo below. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere. That's it.
Okay.
All I need is one photo. That's it. One example. That's it.
Oh, that's fair.
Yep. According to Pythagorean formula, with an observer height at 1 foot and the horizon distance being just 10 miles, it's a lot further than 10 miles here, but we can safely say it's 10 miles, so I reduce it to that. If the horizon is 10 miles away, the radius of the Earth is 264 1,000 miles. Game, set, match. It's all over. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning request. Smoke them if you got them.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm out. It's way past my bedtime. Take care, guys. Have a good one. Good talking with you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
That's very awesome. Well played. Way to go out on a high note. Awesome. Except for the fact that Jeeves, yeah, you in the back, forgot to replenish the snacks. So you better get on it quick.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a globe, that's a geometric shape, right? And that has geometric consequences, and it can be demonstrated that those geometric consequences aren't present in the surface of the Earth, and that means it's not the globe that they claim it is. It's really that simple. Now, to take this further, hold on. To take this further, the surface of the Earth is covered in 70% water of the known territory. And if 70% of the water is flat and level, which we know water is because that's the natural physics of water, then that also means the Earth is flat. So, I mean, the Earth is flat because it is flat, and therefore it's flat. Any questions?
I'm getting tired of hearing bendy cranes. It's not about the cranes. They're dumb, man. They're a little slow, but it's all right. I get it.
Well, that's okay, but this is Char's opportunity to ask a question. Char, any questions?
Oh, we had someone today say there could be a 51% flat ball.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we had a Glober say you can have a ball that's 51% flat.
True story. So let's, instead of waiting for Char to ask a question, let's ask Char a question. Does that sound right, Char, that you can have a ball that's 51% flat? Does that make sense?
No, it's either it's flat or it's round.
Now you know what we're dealing with. Dude yelled at me and called me a retard because I did not agree that there can be a 51% flat ball.
Aren't they like, opposites? Or like it's either either or?
Yes, it's a dichotomy. It's a true dichotomy.
Yeah, so Mr. Shar, like Indio said, now you know what we're dealing with, so you can understand why some of us might be high strung. We might take certain things people do when they first come in here as offensive. But you can see that once we reset everything and you actually got to ask your question, you got to have some exposition, like it actually came out pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't, I'm going to stop talking for a bit because my mic's dead and I'm using a different thing right now. But if you do have any more questions, feel free to ask. I'm going to go in the background now.
Oh, that's fair.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Yeah, we have
Talk
a
to you
distinguished guest in here, don't we? We have Matthew Learns. He was just here a second ago. What happened to him? Oh, there he is. Hey, Matthew's here.
Hello.
We got real quiet real fast. Anybody got anything to add, Mr. Shark? Is he gone? He left.
Yeah, I had to walk away to go to the bathroom real quick. I came back and there's nobody talking anymore. Yeah, it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I think I'm going to dip out too.
About midnight here. I should take off. Guys, it's been fun. I appreciate you.
Peace.
Later, Indy.
I will say something, though. Good source nightmare. How many times can you be wrong in a single frickin' chat ganking session? Actually wrong.
Hello. And I got to do some work. I need some listening to.
What do we want to listen to?
To take advantage of this dead air, Matthew, to preach your goal again and entice some flat earthers to argue with you.
I wouldn't put it that way. I would say something like, well, I could describe some observations that are best explained by the globe paradigm, something like that.
Yeah, but we've heard that a million times. Why don't you steel man some flat earth arguments as if you're vying for their most positive qualities, and then at the end you can critique it with your input, because at least that would have both things going on at the same time, and you could basically carry the live stream by yourself.
Well, let's see. The chief thing going for the idea that the Earth is flat is a radical skepticism about authority and others, believing what other people say. So you're relying mainly on your own senses, what you see, what you sense, that kind of stuff, and you don't have to rely on authority. And my response would be that sometimes you do have to rely on authority. So, it's the balance between, do you want to rely on authority or do you want to see things for yourself? How do you balance that?
Matthew, I give that attempt a D-. You didn't parse out any particulars of examples. You could have made that last 15 minutes, dude.
No, I was just starting with the.
All right. Hold on. Retract what I said. I'll give you credit that you were just warming up.
So, for example, if one goes to the beach and looks out over the horizon, the ocean water appears as a perfectly straight line in your view, and so it's reasonable to think, just upon first look, that maybe the maybe the water is perfectly flat, and therefore, since 70% of the Earth is allegedly ocean, then that would imply that the Earth itself is basically flat. So just using your own senses at looking at the ocean, that would be a reasonable thing to start at. But once you start looking at other ideas, if you start looking at the movements of the things in the sky, then you might come to the conclusion that the Earth's surface being flat has a hard time explaining some of those observations, and that's why historically people have believed in the globe by looking at the sky. So again, that's kind of like pitting your experience versus other people's authority or other people's explanations.
All right, so they basically, look at the sky, make interpretations of what they're seeing, then retro-engineer their claims about the Earth from those when they don't have access to the sky, and they're just basically creating an interpretive matrix by which they're judging their observations, and then leaning towards that bias to explain the terrestrial phenomenon in a feedback loop where it always confirms the globe, because they never actually make the ground a higher priority than what they're doing by looking in the sky. So I would agree with you that most globers, they're not really about the globe, they're about the sky.
Right. So for most people who have thought about the globe and thought about what types of proofs or what types of evidences, at least, there would be for the Earth being a globe, most of it has to do with looking at the sky, and maybe even, I would say, something like what other people claim to see at the same time. So if I look at the sky and see the sun setting in the west, but then I believe other people who say that in Japan the sun is rising or the sun is overhead. It's not just my observations, but my belief in the veracity of other people's observations that go along with it.
Well, I was hoping we'd at least piss off one flat earther, or maybe trick a Glober into thinking you were a flat earther, so that they would join the convo, and that I wouldn't have to talk to you, and I could just listen in the background and actually get work done.
I laid out some stuff, but I don't know. Nobody's biting.
I mean, man, it might just be chill time, you know? Maybe we just gotta, chill for a bit.
Just gotta chill for a bit. We'll see.
The problem is, Matthew, as I know that I'm good at single exposition and also good at eliciting a convo from someone who's willing to talk. So I kind of have like this nagging in my mind that I could fix the problem that it's silent. And so then while I'm listening to silence, trying to get work done, I can't really concentrate.
Yeah, I'm a little bit tired. It takes more energy to like carry, to monologue than it does to go back and forth a little bit. So.
I mean, if I had a mic that would actually completely drown out my work sounds and could like mute and unmute without having to touch it, like I could probably do a lot more talking while I'm working. Say that combo that we were just turned out all right. So there's a lot of numpties coming in, a lot of triggering by both globe earthers and flat earthers, and then we had an actual good conversation where actual exposition occurred, and rather than just be quiet, why are you over talking, f you, this and that. Matthew, you want to be on my team?
Sure.
We didn't even know what it's about yet. I admire that.
Well, I trust you enough to think it's probably interesting.
I'm getting tired of buzzword catchphrase earthers on both globers and especially flat earther side, where they can't expound on any of the details. All they can do is just repeat the catchphrases, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that happens in politics too, I think.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna be making some shows coming up, and I want to have a segment where we go after some of that and we just expose how people think this is a compelling argument that it can win the day, but in the end, it's just bankrupt. Like, unless you actually stay and talk to the person, parse out the particulars, give examples, really do like a connection with the person, have a conversation or a dialogue. But don't get me wrong, if the person's completely obstinate, you can't do that. But if they're willing to talk to you, but all you can do is just go catchphrase deep, that's a problem on either side.
Yeah, I agree with you.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna head off so I can put some music on and actually just pound out some work.
All right, nice chatting with you. I'll chat with you some other time. Take it easy.
Matthew, check out the link in the chat, the video I posted. It's real quick. It's only a few seconds.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good question. Whose car are we gonna take?
Yeah, he's like, "You want to be on my team?" Yes. It reminded me of that.
Are we cooked or what?
The particle board is back. .5 nothing. Not even tall enough to see a horizon, barely.
Yeah. And I don't see it.
What's that?
Don't see it.
That's tough. Do you have any thoughts on the Earth being a globe or not?
Anyone there? Hello? Hello? Why don't anyone speaking? Yeah, I I I believe Earth is a sphere. Yeah. What is your name? Trust me. Yeah. Yeah. Not normal sphere, by the way. Interdimensional sphere. Mathematical, multidimensional geometric sphere. What do you mean? What I mean? Okay. It's way more complicated than how people understand by the classical physics, quantum physical, like string theory suggests that there are only um, 11th or 10th dimension. That's not true. There are more dimension and curvature of space-time and curved space and yeah, interdimensional portals or gateway. Yeah, many things. Uh, there can be other, like pocket dimension. I don't know if you are familiar with it. There are also theoretically pocket dimension which can have extra spaces as 3D inside our local 3D space. There can be hidden extra space or land. Uh, yeah, or many things like that, and many other things. Uh, but it is expanding, yeah, day by day. Now, currently, the quantum physics telling there are not 11 dimension but 26 dimension which exist, and it is getting much more and more. Uh, ex- mm, yeah, you can search it. You can search it on the Google. Yeah, maybe 26 or 24. Yeah, I according to bosonic string theory. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the new version of string theory which is called after the by the Serine Corporation of the Switzerland, after the invention of elementary particles and new discoveries. Yeah, the researchers suggesting that there are 26 dimensions. What? No, no, you cannot fuck math. What the heck? Mathematics is the fundamental basic ba- of reality. Base of reality. You cannot
Who are you talking to?
just say fuck math, mathematics. Like mathematics is the foundation, fundamental ground of the reality. The problem is that the original physics is hiding by the modern scientists. They are intentionally hiding the interdimensional system that not showing in the known theories. like string theories to super string theory. Those are like classified. Yeah, those are not telling you the original pattern of our reality, like interdimensional realms and worlds. Yeah, and how celestial bodies like planets interact and alignment and work. How we interdimensional traveling space work. They are not telling us. This is a made up sensorized version of the real theory. The string theories, super string theory that they are proposing. There are much to it that normal people do not understand. You can search for pocket dimension if you like. You can have an idea. It is not the same, but you can at least have an idea. Pocket dimension.
Who are you talking to?
This guy named in the side chat, Tristan. Yeah, I believe if I pronounce it correctly. In the side chat, I'm done. He is writing. Uh, so yeah. Earth is flat and sphere. Yeah, in different viewpoints because it is multi-dimensional. It has multiple viewpoints. So yeah, both of them are correct in some senses, not every senses, but some. Yeah.
What is a dimension?
Dimension. Uh, it is a. What is the English word? My English is pretty bad. Let me remember the words correctly. English is not my first language. Let me remember the word. Uh, which one is it? Uh, I don't remember I know what is a dimension. I can describe into Urdu, Pakistani language, but I don't know the words to describe that. I'm trying to remember. Uh, I, इसको लंबाई बोलते हैं. ये, ये अगर तुमको समझ में आ रही है, मैं उर्दू में बता सकता हूँ. Yeah, if you understand Urdu.
Anyone able to
I
translate?
by the way, it is your answer. By the way, I don't know if you understand it or not. I answered your question in Urdu.
Okay.
Please translate it.
I can't. So dimension is a measurement, right?
Time is a measurement of change, yeah, a dimension. But this dimension of changes in the space also. So yeah, this is true time. Not the time that we physically understand, like the what is the word? Yeah, the petrification or changing of the age or something. Not like that. In physics, time means measurement of change. Yeah, of space. Yeah. What the heck is he writing on the side chat? I mean, what the heck?
No idea. I think all this extra dimensional shit's just yeah, pseudoscientific hoo-ha.
Hoo-ha is a great word. I like it. Would it be one word or two? Either way, I rate it. I mean, the fundamentals of that image you posted in the side chat aren't too different from what people here would argue. The Earth itself is flat. There's an element of containment. It's a closed system, not something that you can.
According to the Earth's own viewpoint, he is the center of the universe, and everything is moving around him. But according to the sun's viewpoint, the sun is the center of the universe, and everything is moving around him. And according to the galactic center, yeah, everything is moving around him, and he is the center. And according to the universe, this universe, like I don't know, how should I say it?
I understand the arguments, but surely there's an objective discussion to be had in that the Earth is moving or it is not.
You cannot
It's moving or it isn't.
I want to say that one cannot understand the measure like the higher or different viewpoints. Otherwise, he left his current viewpoint, like current reality state, like go to higher dimension, like or higher planetary object, like go to something different. Like if you stay on Earth, you will see the Earth viewpoint. Yeah, so it is common, like common sense. You cannot perceive the sun's viewpoint other than going out of the planetary boundary or dome or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So if you want to look from the top to below, yeah, you need
Yeah,
to
nobody's
pass
going to
the
be
dome.
doing that. Earth is the only viewpoint you'll ever have.
No, you need to pass the dome. I don't know what you guys call it, like the dome. Whatever, no, I don't know. According to flat earthers, yeah, dome or whatever, yeah. Yeah. You need to pass it.
There's no leaving.
There is. They always live.
There's
But
one thing I want this generation to know. The Earth is a closed system.
No,
We cannot leave the
absolutely.
Earth. There's no place to go.
Absolutely not.
So in your paradigm, you're not talking necessarily about people getting in a rocket and leaving the Earth, are you? You're talking more about people interdimensional travel and leaving the Earth that way, right? Is that what you're arguing for?
What? Say it again.
So
Wait, let me first read what the heck he's writing in the side chat.
Yeah, he's going off. To be fair, yeah, have a little catch up. I'm not sure that this little
This is
cartoon
dimension.
with loads of cues on it proves flat Earth. But
The heck is trying to prove? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. What the heck is putting in the side chat? This is not how things work. I mean, what the heck is even trying to do in the side chat? This is not accurate. No, it doesn't, you fuckers. It doesn't prove the earth is flat.
I like this guy. Funnily enough, I actually know a tiny, tiny little bit of Urdu. The only thing I know how to ask, though, is whether or not somebody has a BT phone line. That's literally the only thing I know how to ask, because once upon a time, I was selling telephone packages, like those kind of salespeople out on the street with clipboards. I was 18, I needed money, and I had to, you'd get sent to like random areas to sell phone lines to members of the public.
By the way,
certain areas with like a high Asian population, or if there was a certain area with like high Polish population, you'd start learning like the pleasantries. So you'd learn how to say like "Aki pas BT line, yeah, jaldi jaldi," and then they'd come over thinking you speak their language, and you're like, "Nope, that's actually all I've got." But while you're here, let's discuss your phone package. Things you do.
by the way, I want to say something. I want to say that the people who are like become mad and over excited, spend their whole life researching about whether the earth is flat or globe. Yeah, for those, I want to say that it doesn't matter actually. For example, yeah, if the earth is flat or sphere or the globe, it doesn't actually matter for me at least. What is matter is the extra length. Yeah, that's what interesting and keeps the enthusiast like going on. Yeah, like the disco. Is the earth flat or a cube or a round or a triangle? I don't care. Like what the heck.
Wait. Hold up. Cubes have flat surfaces. So if the Earth was a cube, right, you'd be living on a flat surface.
Wait. I'm saying that it doesn't matter. It is not that much interesting. What interesting
I get it. So good.
What interesting is that the lands outside, like the theories that there are extra hidden lands outside of Antarctica. There are in the North Pole. There are Shambhala and whatnot. Those are the things which those are the things which matter. Yeah, those are the things which matter. Yeah.
So people here don't necessarily subscribe to the idea that Antarctica is a ring of ice, like an ice shelf totally encompassing the central continents, beyond which there may or may not be lands. No, yeah, we don't necessarily subscribe to that ideology.
Then you're dumb. Like you're not interesting. Yeah, to be honest,
we're boring because we just want to talk about the properties.
You guys are boring. Yeah.
Long distance measurements, laser tests. Yeah, I don't get it.
You're boring, man. You guys are very boring. You're not cool. Yeah, not interested.
Yeah, we're not attempting to explain the universe or anything like that, or provide you an alternative to a cosmological
It is not interesting. It is not interesting whether the Earth is sphere or globe or flat or whatnot. Why do anyone care? Other than just weirdos, not having something else to do, just nerd kind of.
Unlike
nerdy
you,
things,
some people do find it interesting and important and even monumental.
I don't think so. For me, it doesn't matter. It is not interesting whether the earth is flat or sphere. What is interesting and matters is the extra length, aliens and jinn and elementals, Yeah,
Mm.
spirits, ghosts.
Mm.
Yeah, extra
Right.
lands like
Well,
elves. Yeah, like elves,
You got me,
dwarfs.
Devon.
Yeah, like Elven kingdoms, like from the Lord of the Ring, dwarf. Yeah, uh, fantasy
even in the
creatures. Yeah, so,
in the globe paradigm, right? There could be other lands, and even in the sky, there's other land, right?
no, there is no land on the sky.
So regardless of how the continents are configured, or what's the extent of the plane, and what's the limitation, there still could be. You know that Japan just recently, in the last few years, discovered like 1,700 unknown islands off the coast.
Okay, what do you guys think about this picture in the side chat?
That's
what do you
extra
think?
land.
No. In the side chat, I give you a geometric description of the sphere Earth and flat Earth.
Yeah, you've come on the wrong day, bro. You need to come back on Sunday.
What do you think about this picture?
I think it's a cool story, bro.
How would we look to verify? And don't get me wrong, I do find this stuff interesting. You know, it's interesting to speculate, right? So I'll give you that. It's interesting. But how would we personally look to verify that there is a black sun underneath the Earth, and that this black sun is responsible for various things happening above the surface of the Earth? Like, how do we? How did you get there?
I don't know. I found it on the internet.
So you saw the picture and you thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Which is fine, by the way. It's a cool picture. Yeah. I'm not like it's a cool picture. It's interesting. But how would we look to verify that there is a black sun underneath the
That's
Earth?
why I'm asking you to verify, man. Just verify for me. I'll give you payment if you do.
I personally don't think I can. Like I'm open. You know, I'm happy to say on record.
I'm giving you a job.
I don't think I can prove this personally.
Please verify, then I'll give you a payment for your job and achievement. Yeah. Please, I want you to verify. I want to hire you. Yeah.
Okay, you might want to hire somebody better equipped, maybe, to undertake this particular task. So I understand your argument, right? It's cool to speculate. It's fun. Yeah, there we go. He seems full of pep. He's had his coffee this morning. It's fun to speculate, right? But you have to appreciate as well that most people, and I'm talking like 99% plus of people, won't engage in the type of thought processes you're talking about until they understand that the heliocentric model isn't reality. So if you're talking about I think you called it the layers, right? The what next? What else could there be? Other dimensions, etc. People are not going to engage or even entertain things like this until they first understand that little cartoon image they get shown in school of space, the heliocentric model, that what we live on is not that. So I don't think you can discount the importance of that particular discussion, even in relation to what you're talking about, because you can't have one without the other.
I am trying my best to understand.
I think you're doing great. Your English is better than my Urdu, so I can't criticise, can I?
My English is better than yours.
No, I'm saying your English is better than my Urdu, right? So I can't complain, can I?
What is Urdu? What is Urdu?
I thought is that your native tongue? What's your native tongue? I thought you said it was Urdu.
Oh, Urdu.
Urdu. Oh, sorry, there we go. Pronunciation issue. Yeah, so your English is better than my Urdu, yeah?
Yeah.
So there's no complaints here, friend. At least not on that front.
I was disconnected and didn't hear what you said for a few minutes. So, yeah, but you think there is a possibility because you cannot measure it. It doesn't mean it is not true, is it?
Oh,
Yeah,
you're in trouble now. Pads is here.
it is theory, and uh,
Pads, have you been to Wales yet? Have you been to that little spot and done your own long distance observation? The weather's been lovely. You've got a bike.
I had a bike accident, bro.
Jesus Christ! Were you on the way to Wales with the camera by any chance when you had this accident?
I wasn't. I must admit. No.
Ah, okay.
by the
Are
way,
you
do you
okay?
guys
Are you good?
Couple of fractures, mate. Nothing major. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, see that's that Northern English attitude. Snapped my neck, coughing blood, but I'll be right. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Do you guys believe that they have gone to the moon?
Absolutely not.
No.
Then what is those rocks, like white shiny rocks that they call it moon rocks? What are they?
Do you mean the petrified wood?
Yeah, petrified wood. Yeah.
I don't think so, man. They are selling it to like millions of dollars. Are you saying that people are buying petrified wood for millions of dollars? What the heck?
I mean, I can show you art exhibitions where people have spent millions of dollars for, like, just a tin can sellotape to a wall. So I believe, yes, people are that stupid.
Somebody spent 50k on a blank canvas.
Because the meaning of the piece was lost in the negative space. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Do you believe people have been to the moon?
Me?
Yeah, you. Do you think they went to the moon?
Let me answer it properly. Sometimes the answer is not yes or no. Okay, so
Oh, here we go. This will be good. Okay, I'm going to put the coffee on.
Okay, so they have it. They what they have showed is was live, like on the TV, on the internet, whatever in the media, like and yeah. So they did not. They did not go to the moon how they tell you or showed you. Yeah, but it didn't mean I said that they didn't go to the moon. They did go to the moon, but not how everyone knows it or understand it. It was something else which was made into something else. Yeah.
Do you have anything more specific than something else? I mean, I'd love to hear more about this. I'm open to it as an idea.
Like what?
Well, I know you said they didn't go how they showed it on TV. It was something else that was made into something else.
Yeah. Of course.
So, can you be a bit more specific?
I can give, for example, I can give you an example. Before you need to go to the moon or the outer space, you need a rocket, yeah. And before you you can drive a rocket, you need or operate a rocket, you need the fuel, rocket fuel, yeah. And I can tell you a scientist, a guy, which is an occultist, yeah. And he literally, you can find it on the internet, which he was the one who invented, according to NASA, he was the one invented the fuel for the rocket. Yeah, the rocket fuel, and maybe I don't remember. It was rocket engine or maybe the rocket fuel. Yeah, one of two things. Yeah, and he written a book that he gone the way to the hell. Yeah, he says how to go. This occultist teach you how to go to the depths of the abyss, like worse than the Satanists, many Satanists like Aleister Crowley and whatnot, famous Satanist. Yeah, he even gone worse than them, and uh, uh, teach people how to go to the depth of the endless abyss and find knowledge from it. And this is the guy who according to NASA is the responsible for creating the rocket engine or maybe rocket fuel, I don't remember. Yeah, maybe one of those two things. Yeah, so for creating, for example, creating a rocket, this guy went to the endless pit of abyss. You can now imagine, it's up to your own imagination what can happen and what kind of else thing can related to those things that to the moon mission, yeah, the Apollo and the NASA and the rockets, and they build and fly. So there are many things that which is out of imagination of normal people. So they cannot. Yeah, you can have a simple idea by this. Yeah. Something else. When I said something else, yeah, they have gone to the endless pit. Yeah, this is something else, and yeah, gone
The
to
endless pit.
build. Yeah,
Is the endless pit on the moon, in the moon, or is it somewhere else?
no. You're not understand. Oh my God. No, I told you the process that they have took to build the rockets, the technology. This is that I have given, not to the moon. What happened to the moon? Yeah. So they have gone to the moon. Yeah, but not in a good way, but in a bad way with bad things or bad. I don't know what. Yeah, what will you call? Yeah, maybe you can call it simply, but because I don't want to make it very complex, you can call it in simple terms. For example, aliens. Yeah, aliens took them. For example, yeah, they didn't go to the moon by their own, but they were taken. Yeah, to the moon instead. Yeah, and what they have done to go to the moon, and what process they cannot definitely never can show to the normal people. That's why they have made up like stories and films and TVs or what.
Did the jinn take them there?
What?
The jinn?
What jinn?
Did the jinn take them there? You know the jinn?
Taken? Are you saying that is the jinn who taken the people to the moon? Are you
Yeah.
asking that?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean by the jinn, by the way? You need to
You know
describe.
those you know, it's a story from Arabic legend. You know, they're like demons or
Okay,
whatever.
I'm a magician, by the way. I'm a not magician. I'm a mystic. Yeah, I'm a Sufi mystic. So I indulge with the jinns. Yeah. So there are many categories of jinns. So many of them live inside our Earth realm. Many of them live outside of our Earth realm, which sometimes are called by the Westerners as aliens, and sometimes yeah, in higher they live in uh, um, uh, outer dimensions, like yeah, and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. How can I know that was it a jinn or a horse? But uh, maybe, yeah, maybe. Who knows? It was a jinn or yeah, yeah. Why not?
That might be one of the best answers I've ever heard to the question. Do you think we went to the moon? It was quite the ride. No, DJIN pads, like Jin. Another word for genie.
Is the moon like something you can actually go to and like walk on? Do you think?
Maybe yes. Maybe yes. Who knows?
Maybe no.
Maybe yes.
But on the other hand, maybe no.
Yes, but on the other hand, maybe yes.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
I personally don't think the moon is something you can go and walk around on. Because if you ever
some flat
go back,
let me tell you, Let me
Go
tell
on.
you what some flat earthers, very profound flat earth researcher says that moon is the outer land, outer continent of the earth. They say I don't know what the heck, the plasma moon or shit or whatever they call it. They scan it and they see that there are other lands out with the entire map of the earth. Yeah. uh, and they believe that moon is the actually in reality the outer land after you pass the Antarctica and whatnot shit. Yeah, but the moon we see in the sky is a reflection and whatnot. Yeah, it is a reflection of the earth and outside continent of the earth, which is moon continent, whatever you want to call it. Those are the flat earthers, you guys. Yeah, by the way, I'm not saying any of these things.
So just to clarify here, there are some people who would argue that, but you won't find anybody in this particular room who would argue that.
I don't know
Because,
that.
well, I'm
Maybe
not letting you
there
know. The people in this particular room prefer to be more about what can we verify, what can we know. But
What
there
do
are
you think
people out
about
there.
the? Okay, by the way, did you scan the moon, like the map of the moon? Like what? It is.
Yeah, I've looked at it. You know, I've saw many many of the videos putting forward the idea that it's a
Yeah.
reflection, it's a map. Am I sold on the idea? Honestly, no. Is it interesting?
Why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So why is it a coincidence that it looks like the map of the Earth in the moon? Every continent fits like a yeah, like a shadow. Is it a coincidence or is it false information?
Without having access to the quote unquote rest of the earth, it's difficult to know for sure.
No,
I can speculate.
not.
I can speculate and say, does it look like the continents? You know, does it appear to be quite similar to the shape of continents here on Earth? Yeah, it does. It appears to be quite similar in some aspects. Can I verify that that's what it is? No. I can imagine. I can speculate, and I enjoy doing those things. But would I say to somebody else, it is a fact? Would I put it forward as, it is a fact that the moon is a reflection of our Earth, and it is a fact that the moon is showing us these other continents here on Earth that are off limits to us? I personally would not be presenting that as a fact. I might put it forward as an idea. Hey, have you seen this video? What are your thoughts on it? I found it interesting. But I would never,
What the heck are you saying? You are saying that it is a fact that moon is a reflection of the Earth's map, as it is according to you. It is a fact, but you are saying, and you are saying
I wouldn't say that. That's the complete and total opposite of what I was actually saying. What I was saying is that I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
This guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a fact. I wouldn't personally put it forward as a fact. It's not something I can verify. It's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but I can't verify.
So you do not believe that moon is a reflection, plasma reflection of that.
I wouldn't say it's something I'm sold on just yet.
Yeah, because you cannot verify it. It is not a fact. Yeah.
I think it's fair to say it's not a fact. Yeah, it's not a fact, is it?
I don't know.
Well, a fact is something we can verify, right?
So it is not fact. That's it. I'm asking you. According to you,
yeah. So in my mind, it is not a fact. No.
Yeah. So it can be solid. Yeah. We just don't know because we cannot verify it.
Well, yeah. Like we can't go to the moon. I don't think anybody has been to the moon personally.
Yeah,
completely made it up.
My Sufi master, our Sufi master, always go to the moon spiritually. Yeah. Yeah. He gone many times to the moon spiritually. Yeah. And we have hadith. Like I don't know if you know about hadith. I'm a Muslim, by the way.
Yeah, I know about the hadith.
Yeah, in a hadith, it is says that once upon a time, not once upon a time. Sorry, I don't want to show it as a story. It is a fact, like it is a historical document. So in a hadith, it says that once Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam ordered Imam Ali, Imam Ali radiallahu anhu, the fourth caliph of the Islamic Caliphate, the fourth caliph, he ordered him to go to the moon. Yeah, and and he gone to the moon. Yeah, with all, and his wife he was missing for some times, and his wife his wife was worried, like if he cannot be found anywhere, and everyone was searching where did he gone. Then she come to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and ask him like where can he be, and he said that don't worry, I send him to the moon for some reason, and he will become back. And after a few times, the fourth caliph, Imam Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu, came back to the earth from the moon. Yeah, he was sent on a mission, secret mission by the Prophet to the moon. Yeah, and he guided the Rijal with him, a very powerful army. I don't know much about it. Yeah. So yeah, in Islam, it is very common to go to the moon. Yeah.
That's a new one, I must admit.
Yeah, you can find the hadith on the internet, Google. Imam Ali gone to the moon. Yeah.
That's like saying in Star Wars, it's always in a galaxy far, far away, bro.
Yeah, but
I mean, we generally tend to steer clear of the idea of religious scripture being proof of anything, because it opens up the topic to, oh, it's a Bible thing, or it's a Quran thing.
no, I'm saying that in Islam, it is very common to go to the moon. Yeah.
Bro, how do you not, how do you not believe the moon is like landable,
what?
for lack of a better word?
Why would I think it is?
What?
Because
let me put it this way, right?
It casts shadows on itself, though, bro. Like, so it looks somewhat solid just from the shadows.
What do you mean it casts shadows on itself?
Even if it was solid, doesn't necessarily mean you can go there and put your feet on it and walk around and have the same sort of upright experience that you're having here.
No, everyone cannot go to the moon. By the way, everyone cannot go to the moon or penetrate the space. You need spiritual power. Yeah.
Spiritual what?
You're saying you need spiritual power.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree. Okay.
It's a whole other. It's a whole other.
Yeah.
Fairness. But to answer your question, like, I personally don't believe the moon is a spinning ball of rock with gravitational qualities similar to the proposed spinning.
Yo, do you guys believe gravity exists? Do you believe that gravity exists?
I believe things fall down. I don't believe the cause. I don't believe the reason we have an inherent downward bias because of the curvature of space-time.
So, why does things fall? What causes things to fall?
I don't know why there is an inherent downward bias. I don't know what the cause of that is.
You don't know why, yeah?
It's the best answer, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, like, there is an inherent downward bias. We can observe that. We can measure the rate at which things fall. But then if somebody was to say, okay, why is there an inherent downward bias? I don't know. I understand the arguments for gravity.
You do know.
I understand
You
the
do
argument,
not know.
the density,
I want to
the
say
density and
something.
buoyancy.
And you see, you make.
I want to say something.
You see how a flat Earth is in an echo chamber? Because I would say there is not an inherent downward bias.
I want to say something. You saying that you do not know why things fall, what causes things to fall, but you do know that there is no gravity. Oh my God! Wonderful, wonderful explanation of idea and belief that you have. You do know that there is no gravity, but you do not know why things falls upon the ground. What causes things to fall upon the ground? I mean, what the heck, man?
No, but he's saying there is a downward bias. He just can't claim why, bro. He's just not claiming as to why.
And again, I think it was T-Dubs. Some people argue there is no downward bias. There's no flat Earth hive mind where everybody's like, right, here's the script. You know, it's people, and that makes it interesting, right? People are trying to get to the bottom of it, right? People are trying to get to the bottom of what it is, what it's not, and along the way, obviously have
just
sorry. As I was saying, I believe gravity is love, man. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, just last night raised a lot of people in a different line of chat. They were saying like there is no downward bias. I think one or two said there is. So yeah, I mean you are totally right. There's no like consensus on it really.
I'm not trolling, by the way. I'm just chilling out. Yeah, I don't know if anyone thinks I'm trolling. I'm not trolling. I'm just chilling around. But I'm not being serious, by the way. Who knows? I can be very super intelligent, but trying to become dumb, act like dumb intentionally. Who knows? Yeah, but I'm I'm just chilling. Yeah, I'm having fun times. Yeah.
This catch me off guard. It's unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you can feel it brewing, maybe just pop the mute button real quick here. Be a bro.
I believe that gravity is love, man. It is the love.
Okay. You believe.
Yeah.
It's love. That was the interesting bit. What do you?
Yeah,
what do you mean?
I believe gravity is Shrek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we would be floating up and away from Earth, but love pulled us back down.
Yeah.
You're bored, aren't you, bro? I can tell you're bored, Andre.
Is it 5 o'clock?
It's witching hour.
You're facing.
But yeah, Raised, I said this last night into a different VC. I am all for these days saying, look, it's measured flat, it's observed flat, that fucker is flat. But anything ground level, and anything above ground level, whether it's a container, space, gravity, the heliocentric, all that to me is just speculation, I'm not going to lie. Like, none of us can prove that shit. You know, it's all theoretical. It's just
interdimensional bullshit. Yeah.
No, just like the heliocentric model, for example. No interdimensional shit needed.
The issue is that you can put it in the realm of don't know, can't prove, can't verify, and that's fine. But it's important to remember that a positive claim is still being made. When you're presented with the heliocentric model, for example, that is a positive claim. The only reason it feels like the opposite is a positive claim is because one of them has been drilled into your head since before you could even speak. If you remove that and you just show somebody who's 18, you know, for the first time, right? Here's a different theory. Here's what it might be. That's a positive claim. And when there's a positive claim,
Okay.
you made,
Okay. What do you guys think about?
Where's the verification?
Yeah.
Can I ask you what do you guys think about concave Earth?
There's wait. There's an emoji for this. Wait for it. This is what people chuck out when the concave earthers roll by. Let me just find it real quick.
Yeah.
Concave earthers are just flat earthers that have gone too far.
There we go. Check the side chats. That's what they think of concave earthers.
Yeah. I don't think I've never heard anybody like genuinely say they subscribe to a concave Earth. Only trolls. I've never heard it genuinely.
What? Wait. What do you mean by that? This emoji? Can you explain it? I am not understanding it.
I think it speaks for itself.
Whatever.
But yeah, going back to the moon, bro. Yeah, no, it genuinely looks like like the craters and like the bits that aren't flat cast shadows on the lower grounds. But like it again, it might not be evidence that we can go walk on it. Sure, like T-Dub said, sure, like, but it definitely gives it gives us some ideas to the shape and like. I mean, it can cast a shadow on it. You can cast shadow on gas, but it's got to be extremely dense. Like
is the moon concave?
No.
If the Earth's concave, does that mean the sun's concave?
I guess
Are all
so.
the other planets concave?
Sure. Yeah.
Concave sun confirmed. I mean, my when it comes to the moon, I apply a similar kind of logic as I do to a lot of other things. I understand what I've been told it is. Like I understand it very well. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. So then, gun to your head. Well, what's the moon then, Mr. Goats? Explain what the moon is. Don't know. No idea. What I am damn confident of, though, is that it's not a spinning ball of rock. I'm pretty damn confident in that.
I think they're the only things minus the spinning thing. I think the rock bit, like I say, through the use of shadows and shit, bro.
It doesn't.
I think they're the only things we can confirm.
I've never seen any bright white luminescent rocks that glow at night.
Bro, there's a bunch. Bro.
What the heck is even talking? There are a bunch of rock which glows on the light. What the heck?
You talking about radon?
I don't know, but no, I don't think so. But there's rocks on Earth that move towards sunlight, bro, like flowers and shit. You know some of the mad shit we have here, bro.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Though what I'm talking about is a rock that glows bright, luminescent, giving off its own light.
The moon doesn't give off any light.
Well, as far as I can see with my own eyes. Yeah, but this I don't buy. Oh, it's just reflecting sunlight. Says who? I don't buy that.
Yeah, okay, fair play. I mean, that is what
as far as I can see.
Say, but obviously, I get if you don't want to go with it. That's fine.
The leading scientists now say there's 97 genders. Like these things are political and they follow.
Yeah, no, that's why I can get it. Yeah.
The consensus.
By the way.
The light of the moon
I want to share
reflecting sunlight, but I don't believe that. Like I don't buy it. I see no evidence for it. I see no proof of it. As far as I can see with my own eyes, the moon is its own light, and it's a very different.
I want to share something. Kind of yo. I want to share many different theories.
Andre, he was.
I want to. Please. I have many things to say. Please, let me be. So as I was saying, I don't know. I'll not say what I believe or I do believe in, but I like to share many theories that I know. Okay. So one of the theories that we are what is it? Earth is a living being. Yeah, it is a living creature. It is a fourth dimensional living creature, and which is consuming some part of us. Yeah. What do you guys think about that? Is Earth alive?
What about the moon? Is the moon alive?
I would say the Earth's alive, but that's just me.
Nah, the moon's an electron.
Is Earth alive? Like in mysticism and spirituality, they always talk that Earth is like Gaia. Yeah, there is a spirit and whatnot, like Gaia spirit, which is a very beautiful lady.
The Earth spirit.
Yeah, the The Gaia. Yeah.
Gaia,
So is the
yeah.
Earth alive?
What is that? No, bro. It's not got a soul. Like when I agree, it's somewhat alive, as in like it's like its own closed little system providing shit for itself. But like, nah, it's not alive. Like it's not got a chakra. It's not got a spirit. It's not. It's
They're trying to slide into Earth DMs.
Earth definitely is alive, and it is consuming us. Yeah, as its food. Yeah, it is a living organism, and we are food of it. Yeah.
Well, we are from it and we are food of it, but I believe in evolution, but not everyone subscribes to that, bro. So I mean, it's sketchy path.
I don't believe my great granddad was pond scum personally, but each to their own.
Yeah. So some people don't think we've got that level of connection with the Earth, bro. That's the only reason I bring it up. I do.
We are.
You know.
Let me tell you what a scientific experiment. Yeah, true story on the internet. I don't know if it is true in really it's true, but it is a true story on the internet at least.
Bro,
in the side chat, everyone. In the side chat.
God, that's a sketchy photo for a start, bro.
we are all being digested by the earth. It is a living. It is a living organism, and we are food of it. We are being digested. Yeah. This guy, this is a scientist, his daughter was blind, so he invented a special quantum device with quantum physics, which can restore his daughter's blindness, but instead her daughter saw something very scary, and when she put it on the quantum machine on her eyes, like the goggles, she saw that everything is a organism. Like we are all in the planet Earth is a living organism, and we are inside this living organism. Yeah, and
some bullshit. You ever close your eyes and you see that like black little squiggly line going across your eye?
Hear me out. And she's saying that we are all being digested by the planet Earth, and she is laughing, or that thing is laughing. Yeah, it bring us all in a dream or delusion, so we cannot know it that we are being digested. That's why we cannot see the real things, and we see what we see with our naked eyes. Yeah. So.
So why is the surface flat, bro? Like,
what?
I think you've been fed a tall tale.
No, this is I found on the internet. I'm sharing different theories. So, do flat earthers believe the earth is alive?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I've never heard anybody ask that question, to be honest.
Why not?
I don't think it's a line of thought that's considered around here, because again, they deal in more like empirical, observational shit, bro. It's not like, how are you going to measure some fucker's soul, especially that of the Earth, man? Like, it's just not a train of thought that I see many people go down around here at all. Like, at all.
Someone told me that someone told me that he want to fuck the moon spirit. Yeah. Because in occultism, the moon is considered as female, you know, the feminine, and sun is masculine. So someone told me that he wants to fuck a moon spirit. Yeah.
Did he do it?
Slide it into the DMs.
Yeah. No, we've become full circles of the DM things.
I know. I didn't bring it here.
Okay, I think, I don't know anyone else, but I think this T-Dub, yeah, your name, T-Dub, I think you're spiritual, right? By looking at your profile picture, are you spiritual? T-Dub,
T-Dubs, don't bring me into this. He wants no part.
Why is it?
T-Dub's a cult leader, bro. He started a cult.
Yeah,
I want to speak with you.
It's called the Church of God.
Yes, that's right. I'm the only member. I'm the leader, and no invitations are currently going out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Basically,
so are you spiritual, T-Dub? Are you spiritual?
Sometimes. I'll tell you what, mate. I've got chicken all over my hands, bro. I'm in the middle of preparing food, so I can't talk very much. Sorry, man.
No, if you are spiritual, then tell me, do you believe the earth is still alive? Is the earth a
now
living
that you
being?
mention it, I've got chicken all over my hands as well.
Bro, this is a long road to get where you want us to go, bro. What is the... It seems like a long road. I don't think anybody thinks the Earth is alive here, bro. Like, I'm trying to explain it, maybe considered alive, sure, but not in. It's not got like energy and chakras. It's not got a soul and a conscience, bro. Like, most definitely.
Every being doesn't have to have 7 chakras. You're making Hinduism way too complicated. Like what
Well, I
the
don't
hell?
believe in any of that. I'm just using those as things that people usually associate with like consciousness and being alive. I don't believe in any of that shit. But
Stop complicating Hinduism, pads.
Sorry, my bad.
Honestly, some people. Sorry about this. Continue.
I hate India. Fucking.
Bro, you chat the most shit, bro. What part of Pakistan are you from, man? The guy?
I don't say where.
Are you from the east? Are you from close to India, like near Gujarati?
I don't say, man. I don't say that.
What is shit? Aapka naam kya hai? Mera naam Pad hai.
तेरा नाम क्या है? तेरा अरे साले.
Bro, are you Pakistani or not, bro?
Yeah.
Shit are you chatting, man?
अगर उर्दू बोलना है तो अच्छी तरह से बोलना है आप साले.
Oh yeah, okay, you are it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Arabic's his native tongue. Yeah.
Oh, you said Urdu. I thought you said Urdu.
He did.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I thought he was speaking Arabic earlier.
Shit. You most Indian-sounding Pakistani bloke I've ever heard, bro. You must live like right next door to India, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I just watched a lot of
India
Indian
and
TV.
Pakistan are all is the same accent. They have the same accent.
No, it's not.
It's really
no, it's not, bro. No, it's not.
Then
Bro.
why people call me then why people call me Indian instead of Pakistani?
People are idiots, bro. It's like saying the Japanese and the Chinese have the same accent. Like they don't.
I'm not. Fuck India. I'm not.
But like I say, you must be from East Pakistan, bro. Defo. 100%.
I take quite offense to this conversation.
अबे बांचो तेरे माँ की यार साले चुप कर. By the way, I cursed him, like said naughty words in Urdu. Yeah.
My crops are gonna fail.
Okay. Do you believe that we are? Okay. What do you guys think about aliens? You flat earthers.
Aliens?
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know.
Movie?
Great film.
No, the real.
Great film. Yeah.
Great film.
No, the real. Do you flat earthers believe in aliens?
Definitely a classic.
Yo.
Ripley was a beast, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Ripley was peak.
Yo, Goat. Tell
You
me.
seen the latest one?
Yo, Goat. Are you guys believe in aliens or what?
I
You're
personally
2
do
days
not.
early, man. It's not Sunday yet, man.
So
you do not.
it's funny because back in the back in the days of Aliens, where they actually knew how to write female characters, good times.
So you believe that we are only humans, which are the intelligent being other than the animals and what we know. There are no other intelligent life on anywhere else than Earth. Yeah.
Bro, listen, you ever asked a globalist and they're like, yeah, I believe in aliens. And then you ever asked another globalist and they're like, nah, aliens are bullshit. Right? I'm sure if you stick around long enough and ask flat earthers,
Oh my god, what is wrong with those people? Those people are so delusional, like they have no imagination. Like they do not believe in
Not really.
aliens. They do not believe in outer continent or hidden
I can
lands. They
imagine.
do not.
I can imagine
I don't
aliens.
know.
That's right, my friend.
I mean,
You answered it for us. Yeah, we don't want to imagine. We don't
I
need
am
to
having
imagine. Yeah,
difficulty.
we're
I'm
here
having
to.
difficulty. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Imagine people not accepting without evidence something, right? That's just absurd.
Like someone's imagination.
Yeah, let me tell you what I let me tell you, let me tell you, I am having difficulty to understand how or imagine how you people's childhood may be gone through. Like guys do not possess any kind of imagination. Like what the heck? I'm having difficulty to imagine how you guys childhood, like how you guys grow up. Like what the heck?
Well, again, bro, look, I'm trying to explain to you, not everyone here has the same version of flat Earth, like, for a start, bro. Like, not everyone here, somebody might believe in aliens here, someone might not believe in aliens.
Well, hang on, bro. He just made a good point. He just made a good point about growing up and letting go of stupid stories that you can't prove. Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I think you guys grown up in a Nazi retain camp or something.
No, I just grew up. I just grew up. I became an adult. I stopped believing in bedtime stories.
Yeah, you do not guys. You do not guys. You guys do not have any kind of imagination. Like you're dead people. Like zombies. Yeah.
Are we here to discuss and debate reality or imaginations?
Both of it. Imagination is also real. Reality.
What? Imagination
Fiction
is also real? What?
You just have to imagine a bit harder.
Of course, in scientifically, it is material.
I mean, we have kind of established both sides are kind of right, bro. Like, even Raised by said before, we can't go to the moon, sure. And you are right, it's good to have imagination because it gives us an ability to give some credit to the shit we observe, even though we can't explain it. So honestly, it's 50-50, boys. Like, it's not wrong to have imagination as long as the shit that you fully believe, I guess, is still rooted in empirical data. Like it.
Yeah, but I don't think you have 50-50. I believe you guys don't have any kind of imagination at all.
That's wrong. You're just wrong,
Zero,
bro. I can tell you now, you're wrong. Come back on Sunday, bro. Everybody, like I say, for ground level and above, mate, people have imagination when it comes to, like, this container going around the Earth. Like somebody said, they think the lumen is luminescent as fuck. Like, that's quite imaginative. I'm not gonna lie, but you're just choosing to know it all, man.
And you're confusing. Like, we can imagine, and I like to imagine, I like to speculate, but you're confusing that with me not wanting to put my name on things and say this is a fact. Like, I'm happy to imagine, I'm happy to speculate. I often do, but what I won't do is present these things as gospel.
Okay, what do you guys think about the Galactic Federation, and like Donald Trump and?
Wait, how do we get the Galactic Federation and Donald Trump?
Yeah, like Donald Trump recently, you said there is the existence of a Galactic Federation of aliens.
Isn't the Galactic Federation from the MCU like Marvel?
It is you can find it on the news channel. It is a real thing. He said in a press conference like that in BBC, CNN, you can see in worldwide international media that it is announced that of existence of a Galactic Federation of aliens.
Seems legit.
Of course, it is legit.
I mean, who knows what comes out of that? If that's what he said, who knows?
No, I don't know if the Galactic Federation is real or not, but it is real that he said that. You can find the video.
So there's a Galaxy Federation of aliens. Do they all wear the same patch and attend meetings, or what happens there?
I don't know. You tell me.
You brought it up.
What the fuck are we on about?
I can't tell you about the thing.
Yeah,
Do you mean?
I cannot tell. It was said by Donald Trump. So what do you guys think? A
I think we
president
need
like
to learn how to fly planes first before we start talking about space federations. Fuck. Can't even keep planes in the sky, bro.
No.
Fuck.
Okay, you know that I don't know if anyone is from America, but it is only officially there is a military, there is a civil force which is called like the space agency. Yeah, like it. What do you guys think about it? Before it, there was like a Marines and Air Forces, Army, and stuff like that. But now they have created officially deployed another civil force named a space agency. So if the Earth is flat, what are they doing? Like what is this? A space agency of America? Tell me.
I'll tell you what I think, mate. Whatever you're on is good stuff.
No, what
I think
is
there's a
this
few
space
others that are probably
agency?
on the long thinking the same lines.
Yo, Goat, can you tell me what is the reality of space agency?
What is the reality of space agencies? Well, the actual companies themselves exist, such as NASA and Elon Musk and a few others. Anyone who denies that the companies themselves exist has probably got rocks in their head, because I've actually been and visited one of them when I was in the States quite a few years ago. As far as what they do and what you would consider craft in the vacuous environment of space, the word bullshit sums it all up. There, that's probably the most efficient I can put it, and be somewhat polite at the same time.
I mean, just without even ever launching a rocket, you can see how political NASA is, just in terms of like the jobs and stuff. So like elections, how it impacts like elections in certain areas, the jobs, and like fighting for contracts. You can just see how it is a political entity before they've ever fucking plugged any scientific apparatus in. You know what I mean? There's no denying it is money fucking, not money laundering, but
Is there any other humans in the space?
In the chat,
other planets or in the other planets or galaxies? Any other anomic races? Is there?
You're looking for signs of intelligent life in space. I'm looking for signs of intelligent life here, to be honest.
Yeah, bro. How could there be humans and Earth-like species on other planets? Like, and bearing in mind, a lot of people might not even believe in evolution and shit. So keep that in mind. But I just don't get it. What is your thing here? Just whilst we're on it, bro. Fuck it. Raised by Ghosts. You don't think any of the stars are legit, or you do? Or...
It's not so much about me not thinking they're legit. Again, it comes down to I see them. Yeah, I've spent many a night looking at them with my P900, getting photos, getting videos. They're there.
I mean, legit.
I
like,
believe
they are what they say they are. Yeah,
No,
what are you
absolutely
taking
not.
photos and videos of, you pervert?
Stars. But do I believe it is a distant sun, trillions of squillions of miles away, that died long ago, but the light takes so long to reach us? We can say absolute bullshit. I don't believe that. No, it's something. I can see it. Do I believe it's what they tell me it is?
Sure is.
No.
Gee whiz, it's something.
You don't think it's because there is some wacky shit up flat. Like you're not one of these that says like, no, it could all be a projection or a big screen, or you actually think it is something not human created, like without our input. That existed
I've never heard anybody suggest there's somebody there with a big projector, like a human piece of technology projecting the stars. I don't believe that. No.
Like when they say like it's maps to the Earth and shit, and what was the other one that there's a projector on the moon or something as well? Like,
no, nobody's. What? Are you insane?
Yeah, they're just like random fucking.
Yeah, well, who cares then? If it's random fucking whatever you were about to say.
one sec. Fringe theories like from flat Earth. These are like some shit you'll hear. Fringe. So like on the outskirts.
Fringe?
Yeah, fringe.
Okay, fringe, nice.
Yeah. So I think it means like on the outskirts or like on like fringe science on the cutting
Right,
edge.
we all know what fringe means, you retard. You're just not good at pronouncing words.
I think an American has entered the chat room, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Correct.
He's going to tell you how to speak your own language. This will be good.
Master race.
You just, as soon as the word retard comes out, you just where are you from, bro? Doofus, where are you from,
America,
bro?
yes, you're right. I'm American.
It's like a little town called Nani.
The king of the world. I'm the king of the universe, okay? Because I'm an American. Obviously. What are you, some kind of Australian?
Obviously, you're not married, because if you're married, you'd learn to sit down and shut up.
Is that what your wife did to you? She told you to sit down and shut up, you fat retard, you loser? Dude, how
That was
pathetic.
easy. Have a nice walk, lounge shoes. That was easy.
It just comes out of nowhere, doesn't it, man? Fuck me.
Sorry,
Anyways, right, go on.
doofus. Sit down and shut up. That was easy, wasn't it, boys and girls? Now, since he's got nothing intelligent to say, where's our friend? Has he run away, has he?
But yeah, Rays, that is fair to say. Like, yeah, it's not like you've obviously looked at them; they're obviously there. But yeah,
Something there. Yeah, like,
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
we can observe certain things about them, the behaviours, but can we tell how far away they are? No. Can we tell what they're made of? No. I believe one step further, we can falsify the story we're given because not in recorded history have the stars moved so much even as a millimeter from their respective positions. And
yeah,
if the cosmic, if the cosmic beehive of activity, it would be madness. The night sky would be just nuts. It would literally look like a beehive. But they're so far away. Okay, well, let's track it over centuries, which we have done, by the way. Not so much as a millimeter of movement.
No, I mean they all rotate. Yeah, they don't budge from like each other respectively. They just rotate.
Yeah.
It's like a big rotate.
They don't move from their respective positions. But each star represents a sun hurling through its own respective galaxy at hundreds of millions of miles an hour, allegedly. And I'm just like, no, that's a cool story. I don't buy it though.
You know what's funny is they don't even rotate like a sphere.
What do you mean? Like spiral?
Yeah, they do. And a lot of people get that aspect wrong. They do spiral due to the sidereal shift relative to the solar day. So like you can track a star and you go back to it at the same time every night. And that star, if it's north of the celestial equator, appears in a different spot further to the north. And then 6 months later, it wanders back towards its original position near the celestial equator.
Mm.
So tracing its paths around would reveal a spiral over the course of a year. Same thing happens south of the celestial equator.
I've seen like time lapses, I guess, of what it looks like, or just something.
Yeah, just over the course of a night.
Yeah.
Yep. So people idealize a sphere out of it, and then what they do is they assume parallel light rays from these stars being at vast distances and sizes, hence the parallel rays to a tiny curving Earth. And from that assumption, they build the globe. They project a spherical geometry onto the floor, and they get surprised when they end up with spherical geometry on the floor. And that's how our coordinate reference system was built. And then that's how the globe was reified into that coordinate reference system.
Nice. Fair play. Nice.
Yep. So meanwhile, we don't see parallel light, right? Because when we actually navigate by the stars, we use diverging angles from the point source, not parallel. So which choice do we go with? The parallel light that we don't see to a curving surface that we don't see, or diverging points of rays to a flat surface that we both see. How do we adjudicate which one is best? Well, I'm going with the latter.
Does one have to be? I mean, are those two things not just things that happen, like exist? Like, does one have to be best? Maybe I've misunderstood, but like, what's the need to have a best?
In the first case, you're not using your God-given senses to adjudicate reality. You're imagining parallel rays and imagining curvature. In the second case, you're not having to imagine anything.
Yeah, maybe I didn't follow it. What knows? Shit.
Right.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So, I mean,
to be fair.
Yeah. So if you're gonna hold yourself out as like an empiricist, not you, but in general, like he understood you, or a scientist, right? Which one would you pick as your starting point? It's free of cognitive bias.
The second one, defo, obviously, but I'm just thinking about the parallel. Is shit parallel? Is that what you said? The parallel rays? Is that what you said? Sorry.
Yeah, that's necessary for the globe.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, believe me, 4 years ago I was not this way.
Yeah.
Similar kind of timeline. I mean,
thinking it through.
So parallel rays is one, right? It's been about 4 years of looking into this. So parallel rays is one that you can see for yourself, right? You look at sunlight breaking through clouds on a nice sunny day.
Yeah, God rays.
And you see crepuscular rays, right?
That's the one. Yeah. No, I mean I get the parallel light shit. It's just I'm trying to. The reason we see stars is because the backdrop is like so dark in it. So it seems like we would have parallel rays, sure, but we'd also be able to use like angles, divergent angles, and like navigate and shit. I don't see an issue. Like I just don't. I genuinely haven't understood it because I don't see anything.
The issue is with the stars is, and it feeds back into the why can't I see Italy from? Why can't I see all the way across the world? It's because baked into the heliocentric model is this idea that light travels infinitely forever because of the stars, right? Quote unquote. The light from these stars travels trillions upon trillions upon trillions of miles. And so baked into that idea then is the idea that light is infinite, right? It will travel infinitely forever until something blocks it.
Yeah, but it's the parallel like nature of it, though. Let
me address that directly, Pads. 2 observers look at Polaris simultaneously. One at the North Pole, one around where I live at 45 degrees north latitude. You only know it's 45 degrees north latitude because you have a different angle
to Polaris. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So why would you assume those angles are parallel?
What? That's the bit that I'm losing. Like, why do? I'm just not getting it. Fuck knows. What's the issue with them being parallel? Like all the light that's hitting the Earth is pretty much parallel, right? Because it's not, but it's so fucking negligible. Like,
right, but what they say is changing is the curvature, the rotation of the 2 observers relative to each other, which nobody experiences.
Okay, right, I get you. I do get you now. Right, yeah. Sorry for dragging you through it. Okay.
But no, it's okay. It's okay. It's hard to think like this.
Yeah, I do get you. Okay, what the fuck? Okay. That's all I can say. I need to go look up some shit on Google. Give me a minute.
Yep, and let me say one more thing too.
I'm still here.
In both cases, flat or globe, you can't triangulate the height of stars. The reason why you can't on the globe is because the light rays are said to be parallel to a big surface, so you can't triangulate it to a point. In our cosmology, you can't do it because the height is apparent and observer dependent.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, because the mass is so big. Essentially, like you can't triangulate to it, can you? Because everything's like parallel. Does that make sense?
Right, right. The surface is effectively flat from the star, and that's how they preserve the geometry between the two systems.
Yeah.
Right. So do you accept a flat surface that you do see, or one that you don't at a distant star?
No, the second one. I do see, obviously. Sorry, I think you changed it around. The first one this time. I like this. Is it Sporadic that's talking? Just changed his name? Or is that somebody else?
It was Sporadic, yeah.
It was Sporadic. It is Sporadic. He changed his name. I fucking knew he was. I've been here too long, man.
So what it is after, gravity is love, and in ancient centuries, Muslims went to space and the moon all the time, spiritually speaking. We've now gone, right, let's balance that out with things that are, factual, empirical, and not complete.
Mate, I'm not going to lie, I'm still going through what Sporadic said. I'm sorry. I'm still thinking that over. Sorry, bro.
The reason it matters whether or not these light rays are parallel or not. The reason it matters is because going all the way back to our main ran, Aristophanes, when he was doing his calculations and doing his sums, the light rays were assumed parallel to make the calculations that gave the globe and its dimensions in the first place. So whether or not these light rays are parallel, it's not like, it's by the by, what does it matter? It actually matters a lot. The entire foundation for the arguments of the globe comes from these rays of light being assumed parallel. If we can disprove, or if we can fault that these light rays are in fact not parallel, it literally tears apart the whole argument.
Yeah, but I mean, wouldn't still the curvature alone still have the possibility to cast like a different shadow? But saying that, I get what you're saying. Yeah, if you can prove they're not parallel, it's the only factor you've got in it. So yeah, you're fucked. Very true. Yeah, so you're fucked, aren't you, if they're not parallel?
Yeah.
Let me say one more thing, and then I gotta go. If you can measure the Earth flat, you disprove the parallel rays because you don't have a curving surface for them to shine into. That's it.
To cast a different, yeah. Is that ball light all you need? Oh, you just lost 2 globers, mate.
I don't think they were helping you much, anyways.
No, I just meant like now the truth has been revealed, they just bailed, sort of thing.
Yeah, they're like, can't argue with that.
Yeah, I'm out.
The thing is, it's uncomfortable, right? Because I remember first going through this process. There was this distinct moment I remember where I'd started looking into it, and it was just out of curiosity more than anything else. What is it these retards believe, right? What is it these people actually think? And then I kind of stumbled across a video presentation, and within the first 15, 20 minutes, it was like, right, let's just get one thing straight. It's not flat Earth society. It's not disk in space. This is what we actually believe. And then fast forward maybe like 6-7 months of kind of looking into it, of researching, and you have these moments of like, okay, some of this stuff actually makes a bit of sense. And in that first moment where you're like, this isn't as stupid as I thought it was. This is some of this would actually like it works, like it makes sense. It's uncomfortable, or at least it was for me. I'm sure others would say something similar. Like it was that cognitive dissonance kicking in, that kind of just your automatic reaction to want to just shut down. I'm not looking anymore. This is uncomfortable. My core beliefs are being challenged, and I don't like it.
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Like I'm done. And that doesn't just happen with this. That happens with. I mean, it happens with everything. I've got a friend of mine who's like started transitioning recently, for example, and he was arguing about, say, like men and women's sports, just as an example, and it was so uncomfortable for him to listen and to consider that men and women's sports, regardless of what hormones they might have taken, it is factually, provably, demonstrably not fair, not okay, because he's hearing information he doesn't want to hear, right? And his brain just shuts down. Nope, I am not entertaining this. Happens with any topics.
Happens with what, sir? What's clear, man?
It happens with all topics, right? It happens with any topics.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Sporadic, bro. I don't trust my own senses. I'm not that sort of guy, bro.
Yeah, but this is, you should, right? Because this is one of the.
I'm taking the piss.
I know, but this for me is one of the core things. Like, why? What's the point? Why go through the effort? Like, you can convince people that these two lights in the sky that look exactly the same size, they're not the same size. Notice how it looks like your garden is still. Nah, bro, your garden is flying at mad speeds. See how it looks, and all these things, right? You can add all these things up, where the end result is: do not trust what you can see, do not trust what you can feel, do not trust your own senses, your own intuition, and you can have people believe in complete and total absurdities by the end of it all. If you're to accept my eyes don't work properly, like the things I can see aren't actually real, it's all just an illusion. My own senses that tell me I'm stationary. No. My body's just broken and can't detect the movement.
I think we do detect movement, don't we, though? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's the thing. Our bodies do. Yeah, our bodies can tell when they're moving or not. 100%.
Don't we feel the actual movement, I guess, in some ways?
Wait, what?
I still think the planet's rotating, not in a spherical way. I am more of a...
Wait. You think we feel the movements of Earth?
I think we feel the effects of the movements of Earth. Yeah, like with weather and wind and shit like that. Like when you feel wind hitting your body.
So, is that not just... So we can feel the air moving. We can feel and observe the effects of the air itself moving. So how does that then? Right, I can feel the movement of air.
Rotation helps towards
the ground is moving,
currents and shit like that, and weather patterns.
Yeah, but weather patterns can be explained by pressure systems. You don't need the rotation of.
That's what makes it a pattern. Like, weather can be explained by that, yeah, sure. But what makes it a pattern is we take shit like rotation into account and we're able to predict shit. I'm not convinced we are not rotating. We don't feel the effect directly. I'm not a bird or a bat or some sort of animal that can, but we can feel the effects of the Earth rotating on our body, like I say, wind.
Yeah, but that's an extrapolation, though, isn't it?
In my opinion.
That's it's a windy day, therefore, it's a leap, isn't it? It's a leap to say.
It's a connection, yeah. It's more like a trail or a connection, or like say extrapolated. Yeah, it's not a direct thing. Yeah, sure. We don't feel the full rotation ourselves. I'm sure some animals do, though. I'm sure I've seen it on some documentary.
What? So, yeah, but let's just pretend, right? BBC Tonight, David Attenborough. And here we have the crescented African. His ear canals so advanced he can detect the rotation of Earth. Let's just pretend that was on the documentary Tonight, right? I would watch that documentary and go, "What a load of bullshit!" Like, did they ask? Did they ask the rabbits? Did they ask the?
It is known, bro. It is written in the scriptures, bro. Like,
What do you mean it is known? It is known. Like, did they ask?
No, I get what you're saying. Obviously, I get what you're saying, bro. But like, that's where the fucking we've been down this road a million times. That is where, to some degree, faith comes into it. Like BBC are renowned for doing on-the-ball documentaries, like the world-class documentaries. Them, like our knowledge changes with time, sure.
Used to be. I would give you that the BBC used to be.
And stuff like they are on the ball with their documentaries, man. Like, so yeah, I will take it on pure belief that somebody somewhere has done the research. For whatever reason, they probably chopped open 100 of these fucking animals, studied them, you know. It's just taking it. It's like, yeah, it's imagination. Like, I imagine that those guys who have done the work are correct. Like, it doesn't mean I'm wrong. It doesn't mean anybody's wrong.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Like,
I'm not gonna walk away. Like, that's why I'm saying, aren't there some that can do it? I'm not going to say it is factual because I just think there is. So from you know.
And this is cutting right to the heart of the matter, right? You have to imagine that the African bonobo hare, I'm just using it as an example, but we're going to pretend because they've got big old ears, right, these rabbits. We have to imagine that the African bonobo hare can feel the movement of Earth. We have to imagine that. We cannot ask him. We need to have faith. We need to have faith, right, that the scientists who's conducting this experiment is accurate, right? We need to have faith. We need to have faith that these people are telling the truth.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing. It's not a gotcha. It's just that I have not got access to this animal. A lab, I've probably not got a permit to start chopping open 100 of them and doing fucking experiments. Like, of course, like no matter what, I am not going to have access to that shit. This whole faith-based thing is absolutely fine to say shit as long as. I was arguing with somebody last night who said appealing to consensus isn't a good thing, and I was saying no. As long as you appeal to the right consensus and you agree with the methodology of, say, like peer reviews or something, then sure.
No, there's no need. There wouldn't be any need to appeal to any consensus. If something's true, it's true, regardless of how many other people accept that fact or not. Yeah, that's it. It's if something's true, it's true, regardless of how many people accept the fact.
It's true when it comes to like tangible stuff, sure, but when you start talking about thoughts, feelings, ideologies, emotion, politics, it's definitely not.
I see. All right. So consensus also dictates what's why? How would you even like? The popular opinion is pineapple shouldn't be on pizza, right?
I mean, the truth still is the same. Like the truth, the empirical, like regardless of the winner and whoever won a war and what history they wrote, the truth still remains. But true and truth are two different things, aren't they? Obviously, the truth is still there. We'll agree, obviously, regardless of consensus.
But you're saying like consensus like dominates as far as opinion goes.
It's not like it dominates as far as opinion goes. It's just a valuable source for many people when you've not got access to stuff that's been done. In this case, conducting experiments. So I've got no option but to appeal to the academics for certain topics in certain areas, or you'll go to a different part of like academia, to the natural sciences for other shit. Like, we're not all out here. We've not all got the ability.
A field could have relatively few experts within it, right? I mean,
the consensus
it's going to have nothing to do with like how many people say a certain thing or have a certain opinion or have done a certain thing.
There could be 10 of them, there could be 10,000 of them, but as long as there's a leading consensus on something, for anybody not within that realm and who doesn't have access to that realm, it
wouldn't matter if it was just belief. Who cares how many of billions of people believe there's a God, right? I mean, when it comes to empiricism, like I said, the number of people is.
It's the methodology. No, I agree. I keep saying it's the methodology, bro. As long as you agree with the methodology used. So for religious shit, I don't see any methodology that billions of people use, so therefore I probably wouldn't agree with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the methodology. I agree with peer reviews. Like,
So you would, right? So if there's a consensus review of something, you would then investigate whether that is empirical or is well established to be true, right?
yeah. So I wouldn't ask a bunch of Mormons the consensus of something because I don't. It's yes, to some degree, yeah, pretty much what you've said.
Oh well, you well, even then, just then, so one Mormon says one thing, one Mormon says another, or someone says something about Mormons, which, you want to check it out to see if it's true. Like, would you just what if there's factions of Mormons? So like, what if there's a small faction of Mormons that don't agree with the main faction of Mormons, right? So on some principle or something in their scripture or something, right? So who do you go with there?
Well, I don't. I end up. We just end up conflicted on topics, or we end up like waiting for that next bit of information or a third factor. Or you know me. I'm a very on the fence sort of person, but it's only because I'm lacking info or just waiting for more, or I've encountered multiple branches of there could be multiple flat earthers with different ideas. I'm not going to make again because I can't conduct any of this shit myself apart from ground level stuff. It's hard to get on board with any of them. Do you know what I mean? I've got to agree with the methodology. Same shit.
Because when it comes to things like that are just true, right? Like, and can be demonstrated to be true, right? You can't help but there be a consensus. I mean, like, there's going to be a consensus anyway because nobody can show it not to be the case, right? It's just is.
It can be all shadowed, but sure, yeah, or suppressed, but usually the truth is the truth. Yeah. And that's it's that same issue, no joke, T-Dub, that I see within Flat Earth, because there is a lot of branches, a lot of conflicting shit sporadic. I'm going to check it one sec. There's a lot of conflicting ideas, and that's why I've only come to anything ground level is concrete shit. We can say that. Everything above that includes a container. So basically anything we can't go up and physically measure ourselves is pure speculation from me. All theoretical. Within Flat Earth.
How would you put them as being people that call themselves flat earthers, right? Who subscribe to ways of thinking or methodology which is questionable because it's very similar, if not exactly the same as like that the Globers have, the standards that Globers have, right? So that brings in the allowance of the consideration as a high possibility of things existing like ether and all these other weird ideas, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, yeah. But you know how we roll here, man. You know how we roll.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's the same sort of belief ideology that which a lot of it is for me, like I say, then it's valid. I mean, it could, I just don't see the issue with always appealing to consensus. Appealing to authority is another one, probably.
Well,
there's just nothing wrong with it at all. It's when you use it out of context, and if somebody's losing an argument and they say, "Well, I've got to agree," then of course it's a gotcha. And it's like a Uno reverse card for a gotcha, in it, like they're trying to escape. But generally, appealing to authority is something we want to be doing.
You mean consensus?
No, authority.
Authority.
Shit. Is it authority? What do they call it when your credentials? What do they call it? It's authority, isn't it?
I thought we were talking about appeal to consensus.
When you appeal to somebody's educational, what's it called? Yeah. If you say no, I'm a doctor, trust me, or no, trust me, the guy who I've got the information is off a doctor. There's a term I always hear people say that's appealing to authority.
So it's argued that appeal to authority fallacy is actually when somebody appeals to someone with credentials that don't necessarily have the expertise in the subject matter.
Oh, so just because they're a doctorate in some, in one subject means they're an expert.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they're reliable.
No, okay, never mind then, fair play.
That they will have reliable information regarding the cosmos, or something like that, right?
Yeah, if they're a fucking dentist. Yeah. Right, yeah, I get it. Okay, that makes sense.
Right.
People use it wrong then. Right, okay. No ways that actually,
and guess what people do all the time with Globers? They do that. They come in and they say, all the scientists say, right? Well, I'm sorry that this isn't a science question. It's not something that's to the scientific method. So you're appealing to experts that this is unrelated to. And
just because they hold
an appeal to authority fallacy.
Okay, yeah, nice. That actually makes sense. Nice one. That's not how people fucking use it, but I'm glad it. That's what.
Well, of course, we get the argument. They say, yes, it is science, and they're getting into the whole spiel about how it's not, right? But yeah.
Nice. I got muted for last night in a different chat for pretty much having this exact same conversation. Well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not.
Nah, I don't know. I just got to pick your room, man. You pick your time of day,
If you're trying to trigger me, it's not working.
Some people struggle with it, right? They want to talk about how it's science, scientific conversation, and aspects of it absolutely can be. But if we're talking very strictly about the shape of Earth, it sounds like a flippant comment to say no, that's actually geometry. But it is, isn't it? Like, it's what shape is it? Is it a ball? Is it a triangle? Is it a cube? Is it if somebody puts a cube on the table in primary school, right, when you're teaching children the shapes, and you say, right, what shape is this? They don't start getting Bunsen burners and test tubes out, do they? Like, so
I measure that as
geometry.
That measures as a square, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
well,
this angle, three of them.
Also, so some might also argue that an appeal to authority could include someone simply appealing to an authority who is an expert in the subject matter, but they aren't aware of the ins and outs and intricacies of the content. So they're simply just saying, just because an astrophysicist said it must be true, right? Which you would consider that to be a fallacy, because it's not going to be based, the fact isn't going to be based on their credentials, right? On the merit of their credentials. It's going to be based on the merit of the content, which is the information that's being provided.
Yeah, which they're not privy to, obviously. But yeah.
Or they don't understand, or they don't know, they haven't looked it up, they haven't researched. And it would be a fallacy just to say that just because a lot of them, that I've heard a lot of those astrophysicists say, right, X, Y, Z, so it must be true. That's also a fallacy. That is appeal to consensus fallacy.
I don't think it's the fallacy, bro. Like, it depends on the methodology. It depends on to just say that flippantly, like, without understanding the methodology, is like, I will agree it is, or to use it as like a way to get out of an argument, sure. But as an approach to a subject to better understand it, who are you not going to like? Whose work are you going to view if not the experts?
Right, I'm understanding the distinction you're making. I absolutely understand. So not as an argument's sake or trying to prove something to be true, but within genuine inquiry, where do I start? Who's saying? Let's have a look. Yeah, I get that. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Nice.
So on the consensus point, right? You're British, yeah? Mr. Blobby is at a UK #1 single.
Let's go.
The Teletubbies have had a UK #1 single.
I'm Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder, he was next. Bob the Builder has had a UK #1 single.
That's absolute bangers, bro.
So it's And then, if you want to take it one step further, the so-called experts, music industry experts, were endorsing One Direction.
So, yeah, this is, that's not quite consensus, is it? I don't.
Well, it is. We're talking about the number one purchased piece of music in the country at a time was Mr. Blobby. Like that's literal consensus. It was the most purchased piece of music.
I've always understood consensus in like just the majority, like majority rule, as being slightly different. I don't know why. Like the popular opinion, is that just consensus? Because I always thought with consensus, there's some mutual understanding that you understand that I understand that your methodology and mine. Like we like nobody's walking around going like you understand Bob the Builder is an awesome song. I understand it's an awesome song. So we're in agreement. It's an awesome song. Like that's like when two people actively agree on something. I don't think that's the case. It's just a bunch of people like liking the same song. They all agree it's the same song, but there's no methodology behind it. There's no. I always thought they were different. I might just be chatting out my ass, but I'm going to keep it.
I understand the point you're making there. The issue with this, as it relates back to, let's say, experts in the astrophysics space, they all agree, but the reason they all agree is because they read the same book, they sat the same tests. There's not necessarily methodology there to even call upon, right? There's not necessarily methodology you could point towards, and you could say all 15 of these prominent astrophysicists follow the same methodology, as in practical demonstration, practical things they have done. What they've done is they've read a book and believed it.
No, the methodology I'm talking about is the methodology of offloading your research for others to test and to probe and to debunk. Like, that's the joys of peer review. Like, yeah, they are skewed and somewhat corrupt, don't get us wrong, with institutions, but I'm not about the methodology of any single experiment, but more the methodology that goes behind generating a consensus. So if you can agree with that methodology of peer reviews, right, no matter what research you do raised by Ghost, you submit it to a scientific journal, right? Other scientists are going to try and pick it apart, discredit you, because that's what it's a heinous, whatever the fucking word is, horrible group. They love pride, they love egos, they need to get funded. So it's my job as a scientist, if I'm in that academic realm, to disprove the shit out of your paper, because when I submit mine, right, and if I can't disprove it, there we go. That's like how the consensus is made, isn't it? It's not. Do you know what I mean? I like that methodology, is what I'm saying. Like, I
understand the aims. I understand the aims of the peer review process. I think at one point, the peer review process would have been a valid standard, right? I think it would have been a valid standard to hold your work up towards and say, my work has survived the peer review process. The issue we have in today's world is, what if the funding for your lab, what if the funding for your university literally relied upon, let's say, for example, Sporadic, yeah? He puts forward a paper challenging the existing paradigm. But your funding, so you work for a different university, your funding is pulled if you entertain his paper. So Sporadic has spent 50 years, right? Pulling this paper together, challenging the existing paradigm, methodologies, experiments, data. He's trying to get it looked at, but there's 50 universities who are being told, if you look at Sporadic's paper, I will pull your funding.
Yeah, but like I said,
is a false consensus. You can manufacture a false consensus whereby the peer review process that at one point was used as let's call it a gold standard, but is now instead being used to gatekeep.
So I mean, you are right, but a couple of things. I mean, it's always been like that. That isn't a new phenomenon. I mean, there's a reason we only see rich or very heavily funded white guys in the past being scientists. Like, this has always been like a closed circuit thing. In actual modern times, like, people have got far more access to the ability to do shit than they ever have. Second, pharmaceutical thingy, especially with pharmaceutical shit, especially on the funding, a lot of the times they just wouldn't submit it to scientific journals, bro. So they just don't, like you can release a pharmaceutical product and have nothing gone into a journal. Like, it's just a totally different route. Do you know what I mean? If I get what you're saying, if they're willing to strip like funding, it's just purely corruption, bro. You are right, but it's an issue. It's an issue. It really is. I can't.
Raised by goats. Isn't it like the same thing that happened to Tesla? Nikola Tesla? And the foundings, and they took the foundings, they stopped the projects many times.
I'll admit, I only have a cursory knowledge on Tesla's story and what allegedly happened to his research. So maybe somebody who a bit better read than me can take the floor on this one.
I think it's pretty well known the guy's shit was like suppressed, though. Like, I think
to what extent, though, right? It's well known his ideas were suppressed, but it's to what extent. There are people out there who believe Tesla, he discovered the ether, he discovered unlimited free energy, and that's different, right? To maybe more grounded, less sky high claims.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, no, it's an issue, bro. It's a corruption. Like, it's in every fucking industry. It's everywhere, corruption, isn't it, bro? I mean, to think it wouldn't permeate all the way through the science and academic realms. I mean, what it's gonna, isn't it? Why wouldn't it? You know. But again, I still believe like there's individuals out there for a start, and there's conniving fuckers who'll be doing everything they can, because a lot of these people are wanting to get in like history books, be the first people to do this, the first people. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
But conversely, though, there's people whose funding relies on you not looking at a particular paper, yeah? But there's also a paper goes out and your funding relies on you agreeing. Your funding relies on you doing a study that says, yes, I agree with the current thing. And there will be independent people out there doing their own tests. There are people, let's take this room as an example. There are people who, oh yeah, I'm like super team flat earth, and I'm just like, they're super on board with it, but have never so much as done their own long distance observation. Yeah, at one end of the spectrum. Then you've got right at the other end, you've got people who are taking this seriously, right? They've done their own experiments, they've done their own tests, they've got their own data. Let's pretend tomorrow, we'll just use Sporadic again as an example, clearly very well researched, yeah? Sporadic decides, I'm going to go to the press. I want my research looked at. I have, I believe, conclusive evidence that the heliocentric model, not necessarily I have conclusive evidence Earth is flat, but I have conclusive evidence that the model is wrong and the scientific community needs to revisit previously held assumptions. So that in of itself isn't even that explosive, right? It's not that confrontational or what's the other word I'm looking for? We'll stick with that. It works. How easy do you think it would be for him to get airtime on his research? Like, who's going to give it the platform? How does he get the word out as this independent man who's got access to much more than our forebears ever did? Who's looking at his work? How's he getting the word out there?
You can go to flat Earth route, bro. Start a community, shit like that. That's about the only way.
Yeah, I'm talking mainstream though. Like, he wants to get this out mainstream because he believes he's sat on a piece of research that challenges the existing paradigm, and he wants the scientific community to look at it seriously and in earnest, yeah, and put his work through the same academic rigor as they would do with any other peer review. How does he go about that? How does he get his work seriously looked at?
He needs a .ac.gov email address before he does anything. That's like step number one, bro.
Yeah, there we go. There's a start if he's listening. Get yourself a university email address.
No, honestly, it's like you.
No, I know.
To get shit submitted, isn't it? Without like the right connections and networking, and it's a people's game, isn't it, bro? It really is. It shouldn't be, but like I am in total agreement with you. It's a people's game, bro. But I think there's a massive difference with, say, the input corporations are having within the pharmaceutical sector and the import into, say, the research into like Chinese baby formula or something like that. Like they're both sketchy as fuck. They both cause like millions of deaths, and they're both like like horrible industries, but corporations will be supporting them in totally different ways. There's no unified way that there's to support or this corruption flows. And just because it's corrupting like pharmaceuticals doesn't necessarily mean it's the same level as corruption for like the Indian Space Agency or NASA
Let's explore that then, right? So if we take medicine, and what would we say is the motive for the corruption within medicine?
Money.
Yeah, there we go. So is there not money to be made in food?
Yeah. Money's made in everything, bro.
Energy, space travel. Yeah, exactly. So it can just be as simple as money. And that
I'm not disputing that. But in the pharmaceutical section, there could be 1,000 companies competing, all funding varying research, opposing each other. Right? In NASA, it's one unit, and that's what I'm trying to make the distinction and the difference between.
How does this relate to 24/7 flat Earth?
Where it's I think you've just joined. You'd have to be here a while. I don't know.
I've been here for
line of
10
inquiry
minutes, 20 minutes.
Oh shit!
With the peer review process and why the peer review process isn't in of itself sufficient weight or evidence when it comes to scientific consensus regarding this here Earth.
You've got to use your brain though, bro.
That was pointless. Why'd you say that?
Because you literally asked.
I did. That's not what I asked. You did not explain what I asked. I just don't understand how what you're talking about relates to 24/7 flat Earth. Do I need to get a mod in here, bro?
We just covered it. We literally just covered how it relates to 24/7 flat Earth.
I'd like you to explain again before I get my friend to ban you. He owns this flat Earth Discord.
Ryan, exactly.
Which friend would that be?
That was so random, bro.
Yeah.
If anyone does want to change the topic, let's like go for it. I'm not opposed.
I don't use the retard word often, but sometimes it's
What was our friend wanting to know there, Raised? I missed that.
He was asking how discussing the merits of peer review relates to the topic of 24/7 flat Earth.
Oh.
Which should be fairly self-explanatory, but he was clearly here to just antagonise, given that he came here, pretended to know the owner of the server, instantly got a ban, and left.
I mean, there's definitely credit to what you're saying, bro. I'm not out here saying.
And there's credit to yours as well, by the way. Like it's a grey area.
You've got to critically analyse, haven't you? Like if you read a journal and it says, a certain drug is good for you, and it says at the bottom, sponsored by Big Pharma. You use your head, you know what I mean? Like it's literally one of them, but it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, and like I say, I don't think peer reviews are any more corrupt now than what they were back in the day, bro. I think this has always been an issue. I think this scientific realm have always been dirty, conniving fuckers, man.
I disagree purely because I think there was at one point, the human spirit of exploration, right? The human spirit of discovery. People were inventing things because they had an innate desire to build and to create, rather than there being a celebrity status or millionaire status that could be that could follow a specific invention or a specific discovery. Whereas now people understand if they create the next whatever it is, and it could just be a way of making tomato ketchup, but except this new formula means you're shaving 19 pence off of every bottle of ketchup that goes out. So it doesn't need to be glamorous, right? But that can still make you a millionaire. And this didn't exist maybe 300-400 years ago. This kind of, millionaire status that could follow.
It did though, bro. It did though, didn't it? Like, it did. Did people like famous scientists not go on to become like lords and dukes and shit and have like famous families for like hundreds of years? Like, imagine how one guy 300-400 years ago got funding. Imagine what life was like back then. Imagine the excess wealth needed to fund somebody doing fucking weird science shit when we've got famine and crops. It's so select. It's so elite, bro. Like, even if you're not like from wealth, some of the nefarious, dodgy shit you would have to do to get recognised 300-400 years ago as a scientist, like. Bro, fuck, shit was sketchy back in the day with science. I get the whole aspects of adventure, but like that's just humans. Humans will never ever break out of that. I don't think that is ever going to change. That sense of discovery and invention, that's exactly the same now as what it was 2,000 years ago.
I do wonder if it's been quelled a little bit in more recent years, because we're now told everything's discovered. You know, it's the whole world is mapped out to the millimeter. There's nothing to explore unless you have a rocket, and you don't, so don't even think about it. And I think there's a lot. I think that sense of adventure and sense of discovery gets beaten out of people at a young age, maybe a bit more aggressively than it used to. Particularly with the advent of the internet, just rotting the imagination of children, quite literally.
It's just different, bro. Yeah, I mean, we don't walk down to the next town and meet people, or we don't visit as many countries, visit as many cities and shit. But yeah, sure, I can speak to somebody on Discord from China, like. So that sense of discovery, I think we just get it in different ways, bro. I really do. But yeah, no, we're not out there discovering land, which, true, could have drove like the zeitgeist to be more adventurous, let's say.
The bread and circuses available now, though, you know, the circuses are a lot more sophisticated. The bread's a lot sweeter, and it's a moot point at the end of the day, because you can't really measure it, can you? You know, you can't measure sense of adventure and desire to now.
It's the same. It's got to be for me.
It's yeah, that's fair. I know.
Yeah. Like, I don't think humans are ever going to look to the stars and not imagine shit. You know what I mean? Like, throughout any age. Anyway, I'm high.
Good times.
No, never mind. I'll PM you. Fuck it, I don't want to. Fuck it, I'll ask. Has Oakley been banned? Or is he going to be here today? I don't know if somebody's pulling my leg or not. I think they were just chatting shit.
Someone on hiatus, man. So that's all I'm going to say.
No, fair play. I just thought somebody was taking the piss. Friday, just look, that's all. Friday.
I'm going to need you to scream the word retard at me for 40 minutes solid without taking a breath, just to kind of fill that, you know, fill that void, fill the hole.
No, I was genuinely just asking, bro. Somebody said in DMs had been banned, and I was just like, yeah, bullshit, whatever. Friday. But yeah, anyway, like I was telling, just whilst it's a bit of a dead spot. Yeah, raised. I was on the motorway. I was in the fast lane on my motorbike, and my front wheel just decided to blow up.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was not great. Luckily, I was going straight. I just overtook all the cars, so they could see what was happening. So I looked down, and my front tyres fully smoking. I got the speed down to about 60 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour, and my front wheel just locked up and threw me straight off the bike. And I landed in like the hard shoulder, me and the bike.
Lucky to be alive, really.
On a push bike?
No, a motorbike. No,
a motorbike. Okay, I was going to say.
On the motorbike, on a push bike.
Like how fast your legs would need to be pedaling in order to make the front tire start smoking. Just thinking, Jesus Christ, what is it?
Like a cartoon.
I don't imagine you like. I imagine you being on a push bike. I just it's weird to think about you on a motorcycle.
Oh yeah, I got like a big American style chopper, bro. Chrome all over it, massive headlights and shit. Big like studded panniers, properly.
I was thinking moped or like
no
scooter.
Yeah. But yeah, what it is I've got chrome above my front wheel.
Holy shit, bro! What are you? Yeah. Are you fairly well built or what?
I'm not big, I'm not fat, but I'm built. I'm pretty like 6'2", 15, 16 key.
Shit, man, your accent throws me off, man. I did not have pictured that would be like tall.
Didn't catch a word of that, did you? Sorry.
Yeah, when you're from the north of England, it confuses people. Like when I'm speaking to people on the internet, I tend to try and de-regionalize my voice compared to how I sound in real life, because like when you're from Northern England, it throws people so badly, because obviously if people haven't spoke to many English people before, they assume everyone from England sounds like Downton Abbey.
Here, look, there you go. There you go. I'll put a picture inside chat. So as you can see, I've got like a bit of chrome that sits above my wheel. Like that, you'll see like and what happened was the chrome fell down onto the tyre, and in the second picture you can see where my tyre's been spinning at like 70 miles an hour, but that metal screw has been digging into the rubber, and it's just been burning the rubber as I've been going down the motorway. And at about 60 miles an hour,
right-hand lane. This is on you for doing 70 in the right-hand lane. Shame
what, in the fast lane? I know. In the fast lane. I know. But yeah, got down to like 55, 60, and that screw dug in. So the front tyre then just stopped. At 60 miles an hour, the front tyre just decided to stop. So yeah, I was fucked. A couple of fractures in my hand, a little bit of a fractured rib. Yeah, not bad. Pretty chill, to be fair.
Dang, bro. Wow.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I troubled.
Yeah, you could have got thrown into a tree or something, man. You're lucky.
Yeah, it was literally going around a bend. As soon as it straightened up, it popped. If it had happened going into the bend, I'd been fucking. If I wouldn't have been dead, I would have wanted to be dead. Yeah, like it would have been well bad. And then I had to get the bike home. Luckily, it happened in my hometown, though. I'd gone out for the day. I'd travelled about 60, 70 miles, come back, and it happened just as I got to my hometown, so I was able to get the bike home. I didn't know my hand was broke, obviously, but I started up the engine, took some of the metal parts off, and rid it home.
You got up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man.
You'd be surprised when if you crash on a motorbike and adrenaline kicks in. Before you've fully assessed the damage to your body, you'd be surprised what adrenaline can help you do. Like I rode into a tree and knocked myself unconscious, and it was only after I'd come round, woke up, pushed the bike for like 40 minutes because it wasn't working anymore, and then it's only when I found kind of other people, they were like, "What the absolute fuck? Like, how are you?" Do you know what I mean? And when you then look at yourself and you realise how messed up you are. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like unless you look at the cut, unless you look at the wound, you don't. Do you know what I mean? That
was worse than mine. I just came off clean, bro. Like I was on a big 3-lane highway. I came off. I was in front of all the cars. So when the tyre popped, I'd already looked behind me, and some guy was like, "Go, go, go, go!" Get across, try and get across to the slow lane. So everybody's seen me. You just tuck in, don't you? I was winded to fucking. You literally just check. As you're on the floor, you just move your fingers, move your toes, and you're like, right, I'm all right. I'm not paralyzed. I'm all right. Fuck. But I was winded on the floor, man. 3 cars parked around me, traffic and shit. As far as, it was clean. It was super clean, man.
I was like, oh no, my bike. I hope my bike's okay.
Yeah, bike was fine. Literally, just a couple of screws came loose. I've took shit off the front tyre now. Just needs a new wheel. The exhaust has got a bit of a dent in it, but it works. No leaks. It's absolutely fine. It was such a clean accident. Right, anyway, I'm going to shut up about it.
Did your life fly before your eyes in a second? Were you in the air? You're like mid-air,
right.
And you're like,
no word of a lie. When I crashed my bike into a tree, on my life, I'm not making this up. When I rode into a tree and knocked myself out, I could see myself. I was looking down on myself, just like hunched over the handlebars of my motorbike, and then I could see myself. I could hear the engine, and then I kind of snapped out of whatever. I don't know. near-death out-of-body experience I was having. But on my life, like I could see myself. I was like watching myself in the third person, just slumped unconscious over my handlebars.
Raised by goats. Do you realize a lot of us in this community have had near-death experiences, like legit
I did not know
near-death
that.
experiences? It's been a very interesting topic for me. Yeah, I have too, and so have many others. I mean, it's almost like we died and woke up in a parallel dimension or something.
Shit, I'm not gonna lie, goats. As I was going through the air, mine was more a, for fuck's sake, I cannot be arsed with this. And then as I was on the floor, I was just like, what? As I was getting the bike back, I was like, this is just a massive inconvenience. I cannot.
What a ball ache, yes.
No near-death experience. Just what a ball ache. I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, I cannot be arsed with it. Like, just if you've ever had a crash in a car, once you realise you're safe, it's just a hindrance. The whole thing is a fucking hindrance, bro.
Yeah, when I woke up and had to start like pushing my bike because it wasn't working anymore, the whole while I was just like, from that moment on, I'm like, right, I'm not dead. I was still just in too much shock and like the adrenaline to kind of like, I was just, I'm not leaving it here because my stepdad will fucking kill me if I do. So I'm pushing it home. Like I'm more worried about what happens if I go home without this bike at this point. And yeah, from that moment on.
People you know and I know, I won't name their names, who are in here frequently, have drowned, have been shot and killed, have been burned to death, and survived miraculously. Yep. I mean, it is all over the place. This is a very intriguing topic. It's more for Speculation Sunday. But yeah, I had 60% of my body burned.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That was in 2019. Before I got into FE. And yep.
How the fuck did you burn 60% of the body, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll talk about it later.
Oh, okay, fair.
It's
fair.
It's hard. And you couldn't tell looking at me today. I'm a miracle, and I get notices from universities all the time who want to study me.
Is that your
Sorry. Yeah.
Is that your opening line in a bar? Like, I don't mean to brag. Kind of a miracle.
If people think I'm a weirdo if I opened up with that, dude. Like, people think I'm a weirdo for talking about it in here too, so I don't. But I mean, other people have similar stories to greater or lesser degree, dude. It's crazy. This world is more mysterious. Like, the more you dig into it, the more mystery unveils. It's just endless. Endless fascination.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that for sure. There was for the longest time, I was very much, consider myself a man of science and what we can see, what we can observe, and you don't, without wanting to go too far down the garden path with it. I think if you're shut off to this kind of thing, then you don't notice the signs. I think. Again, I don't want to. Maybe one for Sunday. I like to say the universe speaks, but it's just people don't listen. People are so shut off and switched off to it that they don't see the signs. Like they don't listen.
Yeah, the flatness of Earth is not something that can be hidden from anybody. It's obvious.
Wagwan people.
Wagwan.
Just being chilling.
Did you give yourself the nickname Badman, or did somebody else assign it to you?
I was ordained as a bad man.
Ah, okay. Do you go to Badman school? Yeah.
Yeah, big man thing. I went to bad man school.
Bad lads army, bro.
I've got a brother-in-law who got kicked out of regular school because he just struggled to, just sit still and do as he's told. Basically, imagine that, a young boy struggling to stare at an uninspiring history teacher for an hour. Anyway, they kicked him out and they sent him to this like trade school, and we nicknamed it Badman School.
Oh, really?
It was just full of all the people who'd been like kicked out of regular school.
Yeah.
He probably learned more there though than he did at his regular school. He learned how to he learned elements of joinery. He learned how to lay bricks.
Sounds pretty good, actually. Very practical.
Yeah, exactly like it is. Imagine that. your punishment, right? Your punishment for not being able to concentrate in history is we're going to teach you a trade. Sign me up.
Yeah, now they're all the best paying jobs, man.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like
now he earns $50 an hour, and all his old peers are struggling to find a job with their fancy degree.
Yeah, all them IT technicians out.
Boys, if you guys believe in flat Earth and there is no dome, there is no sense. There is no sense. Let me tell you.
No what? Sorry, Shane.
If you believe that there is a flat Earth and there is no dome, like there is a real space, there is no sense on those theories. Let me tell you.
Ooh,
okay.
I think
you know what I mean, boy?
You might be backing up Pad's tree.
Yeah, I was going to say that's pretty much me, bro.
I'm saying I defend the flat Earth and the dome, and I can prove that this exists. This is the thing.
Manu.
There is people who believes in flat Earth and no dome.
You
They
can't
believe in the
prove
space
dome
and things like that, you know.
exists, bro. Get out of here.
Well, if you don't want to get the knowledge of it, it's good. I respect it, but
I mean, you can tell it me.
then you show that you're gonna be lied. You prefer to be
I'll
lied.
bite.
It's good.
I'll bite. What's your best evidence for an actual dome versus something else that might contain this universe?
Yeah, the dome is between the skies and the space. It's the firmament, but
Yeah.
you
What's
can
your
search
best
about
evidence for
fishbowl.
that?
You can search about the Fishbowl project. They threw atomic bomb into the skies trying to break the dome. They are doing the HARP project, trying to break the dome with frequencies. You can search what they do, and it manipulates the
Yeah.
ionosphere.
Do you
You
have
can search
evidence
why
that that's
Elon
what
Musk
they
is
were
with
doing?
Donald Trump. Huh?
Yeah, but what's your evidence that that is what they were
The
doing and
evidence is that
something else?
Yeah, the evidence is that all civilizations, they knew there were a big dome that cover the whole Earth, and there is proof that even speechless about from Hillary Clinton, who is speaking about the glass ceiling dome almost shattered. You can search it. You
Yeah.
can search Fishbowl. All of those projects, you can search it, and it proves that there is a dome.
Okay, so what was these ancient civilizations? What was their best evidence? What was their best evidence from these
evidence were
ancient civilizations?
You know the swastika, the Hitler swastika in reverse. It represents the constellations. So back in the days, they know. Yeah,
Dude, no. So what was the Babylonians, for example? What was their best
Babylonians. You're speaking
evidence?
from back.
This
Oof,
is an
this
example,
so
or
old.
Egyptians, or even the Hebrew cosmologists. What was
Babylonians,
their evidence?
Babylonians are older than Egyptians.
I know, but what was their evidence for there being a dome? I keep asking you this because you're not answering.
The sky and the sunlight. Those two are the most important. When the sky is the firmament, you know, the stars and everything.
Oh my gosh, I'm not getting anywhere with this. Like I expected to.
Man, I'm saying they know there was a dome because of the stars, because of the firmament, and because of the geometry of the sunlight.
Yeah, that's circular
Even you can
logic,
see-
bro.
No, bro.
Yeah, we know it's a dome
good, bro.
because it's a firmament. We know it's a firmament, therefore it's a dome. Like,
Search
That's
about
what you
dome
told
and
everyone.
about all. Search about the dome, about all architectures, and you will see there is dome everywhere. Iron Dome in Israel. You will see everywhere there is domes.
so why
And
were they
even there is
building
proof-
domes? Why are they obsessed with domes? What was their evidence?
Because
that
a dome, because
they have-
that's the reality is the limit between the sky and the firmament. And you can search about, I told you, fishbowl and high jump. Those are two
how do
American
you know it's
projects.
a
What they
dome?
did.
As
How do you
opposed
know
to
it
some
is
other
a dome?
mechanism.
You know why? You know why? Because they threw atomic bomb into the skies, and they did a lot of projects that I'm telling you to search. That you can see there is a real dome, and they did it.
No, Babylonians and Egyptians weren't throwing atomic bombs in the sky. You jumped
No, I'm
back
talking
and forth.
about your country. I'm talking about the States, the country who's made by 13 families Jews. I'm speaking about it, about your country. Your country did that. Search Fishbowl. Search Project
How do you
Harp.
know I'm not Canadian?
Well, you're right. My bad. If you're
Okay,
Canadian,
yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
have all these assumptions all over the place.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I'm
when
sorry.
you're right. You know.
Sorry to call you out, man. Yep. Nice try.
Nice try. Are you
Yeah,
Canadian?
nice try. No.
Then you're saying Babylonia, they didn't did Fishbowl or anything. It was your country who did it. You can search it. Why do you think all of the astronauts who have been to the space, they never swear in the Bible that they touched the moon or they've been to the space? Why do you think?
Absolute ramblings of a madman, bro. I can't.
And
I
if you
can't
believe in
understand
that,
I know. I'm about at my end too. I thought it'd be fun.
Yeah.
no, whatever I'm saying, prove me that I'm wrong, please.
You've not even said
Oh yeah, reverse the burden of proof. Okay, I got you. I can reverse the burden of proof,
That's what
and
I
I
want,
win.
man. I don't want to argue or fight. I just want to. I just want to see if
All
you
the
can.
evidence is circumstantial at best. I mean, like that thing that Hillary Clinton said, that was just a turn of phrase. Like she wasn't being literal.
Yeah,
describing
it's a common
what
expression in English.
In fairness, in fairness, whilst the experiment or the kind of military operation he's referring to doesn't prove the firmament, there was the official name, if it was called Operation Dominic, Dominic meaning of the Lord in Latin. It was nicknamed Operation Fishbowl, and it's documented that they were launching nukes up into quote unquote space. Now they don't say in their paperwork, we're trying to break the firmament, but it is documented that there was Operation Dominic. Again, Dominic meaning of the Lord in Latin, nickname Operation Fishbowl, in which they were launching nukes high up into the sky. This doesn't prove, by the way, this doesn't prove though the firmament, and that's the distinction these guys are making.
Oh, but it proves that they want to break it, man. Even with FARP, that proves it. I don't know how you guys don't see that they want to break it.
Bro, shut up for a minute. What's the claimed reason why they were doing that?
Because they wanna. There is resets. I saw with my own eyes, bro, that there is.
Now, what was
there
the
is
reason
mountains in these days. Listen,
people that were sending
please listen 1 second, bro.
Bro,
just listen 5 seconds.
Bro, shush. The people that were sending the people that were sending nukes up into the sky. What did they say the reason for that was? What were they doing? What did they say they were doing?
The same reason as the high jump project. When they you know about the high jump project, it's in the same years as Fishbowl. They sent 11K soldiers into the borders, and none of them came back.
Yeah, you don't know, do you?
I know, man. I'm telling you about real documents.
Was about, do you?
This is called flat Earth science fiction, guys, and this is what we're dealing with on TikTok. And
I study marine biology, man. I believe, same as you back in the days, that the Earth is a sphere, man. But once you realize, you don't come back because you guys believe in CGI and in AI and even fake fucking things that I cannot understand that you guys
You're the wrong saloon.
It's good, bro. I will not fight against you because of your beliefs, and I understand that you believe on that because it's the easy way. You don't have enough knowledge to see that there is no curvature with zooming in
Why do you
with cameras.
think I'm a glober?
I don't even know if he knows who he's arguing
because it's easy to believe on what they tell you, man. That's so easy, man.
Do you know who
believe
you're talking to right now?
Right. Let me try to help you out here, friend. He was playing devil's advocate. Like he does not believe in the globe. He was just playing devil's advocate along the lines of, okay, then why? What is your best proof of the firmament? But you're arguing with somebody who regularly argues that the Earth is a contained system. Like I'm pretty sure he owns the server, or is one of the people who own the server. He's not a glober.
Yeah, well, the sun and the moon is inside the atmosphere that you think it is.
Did you understand what you said?
I'm saying that even the geometry of the sunlight proves that the sun is not
what they just explained to you, man. You're talking to the other person that you're talking to is not a glober.
I know. He said that he's not a glober. I know. He explained to me. I don't have a perfect English, but I understand most of the things.
Because you just kind of rolled past it.
Yeah, thanks either way. Even boys, if the Earth is flat or not, bro, we can do nothing against it. The most important thing is what's going on in our countries, with our families, the food, everything.
I was hoping he was actually going to give me some solid evidence for a dome, bro.
Yeah, I can show you some evidence. I can send you some proofs if you want, but I cannot share my screen.
Stick them in the side chat. Any proof that there's a solid container, dome, whatever you want to call it, around? Sure, I'll definitely look at that because I don't believe there is any such container.
And do you believe that the Earth is ruled by families, or do you believe it's ruled by governments?
What?
Do you believe that the Earth is ruled by families or by governments?
Neither.
Either.
Well, do you know what a corporation is?
He's talking more about the elite bloodlines down that.
Yeah, I'm speaking about the Freemasons.
Yeah, I know, bro. But you know, corporations exist, conglomerates exist. Like,
I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah. Do you have companies like Samsung that are family like ran? Sure.
Jews.
Not
rules
the same as
state.
Apple, though, is it, bro?
You're British, bro. You know about these things, I guess. You know? Because of the history of the country, and I'm Spanish as well. I know about the Freemasons and these kind of people.
Bro, fuck the Freemasons, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apparently, there's a Freemasons lodge every 4 miles in the UK, if you can believe that shit. Every 4 miles.
4 miles?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
How bullshit.
It blew my mind to learn how popular it was over there. In America, it's been dying out.
Yeah, because it's how it looks like, but like American Jewish families, they rule your country. If you don't think that Jews rules the states, bro, I think you don't know about what's going on right now.
Just don't think that's how the world works, bro.
Yeah, but well, Jews rules the whole world, not only the states. They rule the whole world, but not Gaza.
It's true that America started off as a Freemasonic project in the first place.
Well, the country is created by 13 Jewish families. Those were Freemasons. You know?
Boring.
And if you look at the history, who saved the Jews from Hitler? It was the states. And who are ruling the world?
Okay,
together.
all right, let's bring this back to the Earth, pal. I mean,
I know. I'm not a pro-Hitler thing, though. Don't think that I'm crazy or something. I'm just
so
saying.
you don't have any actual evidence that there's a firmament like what is described by the civilizations. You just have claims.
There is no more proof that there is a firmament than your own eyes and the telescopes. Because when you look with a telescope to the star, you see like a little, how do you say in English? Like a little shape between the star and you. So it's like it moving. So because it is water.
Oh, that's
Even
the
there is
air.
all books speaking
That's
about
the air rising, the heat rising. That's causing
Right.
shimmer. That's all.
Yeah, there are something called adaptive optics that they can apply to correct for that because they know what's happening. And it's not
I don't agree
firmament
with that.
water.
I cannot send pictures into the chat, but I'm gonna send you in DM if you want. The other guy.
I'll take any proof for a
And
container.
what about What about the pilots who study as a flat Earth physics? What about that? And the scales. And what about the ONU map? These three things, bro.
Fire.
These three things, I think there is. Okay, sorry, tell me.
This is what I get for entertaining this. I'm sorry, folks.
Yeah, this is not you. Shit, I see you.
I'm saying pilots, they study as a flat Earth physics.
Yeah.
What was the difference?
They study as a flat Earth physics, man.
What is
they don't
flat
study
Earth
that the
physics?
Earth is a globe, man.
Oh my gosh.
You saying, oh my gosh, in something that is true, that is real?
What is flat Earth physics? How is it different than physics?
I'm saying that they follow the flat Earth physics way, bro. Like you don't have to correct the highest altitude you go in because you live in the atmosphere, you know, things like that, or the scales. Even the scales, there is no sense in the global map.
Oh,
In the
okay.
flat Earth map, there
Therefore,
is sense.
physics.
Yeah, I study marine biology, bro.
Oh, you do, huh? Marine biology.
Yeah, I
That's
studied it in Brussels, man, in French. But I'm Spanish.
What in particular do you find most interesting in marine biology?
Well, a lot of things. But I think as a legit way, we could say as a good person in those careers, I will say travel, man. Travel and discover how deep it is, the ocean, and how you can use some poisons to be used as a pharmacological way, you know. It's some bunch of fucking crazy things in marine biology.
Yeah, like you can use whale calls to debunk the globe.
Yeah,
The calls of
but
whales. Yeah, the subsonic propagation through the water debunks globe curvature.
Uh-huh. Yes, I studied. But it is nice, bro. Waters always search volume. They search level. The waters always search level.
Can you talk to us about how subsonic propagation from whales debunks curvature? It's an area of interest of mine.
No. Curvature, no. Don't be lied. Because they tell, it's the same as climate change. They tell you climate change because they're changing in front of your fucking eyes the weather.
Are you really a marine biologist? Come on.
I am, brother. Well, I'm not yet. You know, I'm doing a master and it left 1 year left.
Oh.
Not yet. So, yeah. Even there's some teachers, bro. I spoke with them about flat Earth and things, and they can't fucking argue with me against me because of the fucking things I'm telling to them. They even say, yeah, I think you're right on that thing. It is weird. You see the Antarctica treatments and everything, bro, is so weird. The space treatments. Katy Perry was sent to the space 11 minutes, and 11 is the number of the pyramid. Always, bro, always. Apollo 11, Apollo 13.
Like he's lying when he says he tells people this.
All right, it's not lying. It's just because I know about these things.
Are you gonna let me finish talking? Or are you just gonna talk when I start talking?
Yeah, you're good, bro.
You go and tell people, oh, it's flat, and they don't have anything to say. Well, you haven't been in here very long.
Man, I don't care what you believe. I'm just telling you why I believe in this way. If you want to fight against me, it's good. I don't give a fuck because I have more proofs and arguments about these things than you. But the thing is, we don't have to be bad each other. But to the other guy, like, be rude or
You
whatever.
haven't brought any proof at all. You have a bunch of
Well, I'm
ideas.
telling you, do you know about fishbowl? I told you fishbowl, bro. I told you all civilization and all architecture.
There's no proof. You have no proof. You could have. Okay, they did tests, but you have no conclusive evidence.
You will see one day soon that Elon Musk is destroying the dome with Trump. That's why
You haven't even mentioned gas pressure.
That's right.
Gas pressure. Gas.
Yeah, you get because the only evidence you have of containment, it doesn't tell you what the containment is.
It proves that we live in a containment. It is, for example, when there is a thunder, how it sounds a thunder, brother? Tell me, how a thunder sounds. If you go into a dome, into a building, okay, a architecture thing, and you explode a globe, okay, a balloon, it sounds the same way as a thunder because we're inside the dome.
Yeah, but how
Even
you get
only. How what?
What evidence have you got of a dome? Now, there's evidence of containment. That would be gas pressure. But what containment is, you would have to prove that.
The shadow of the geometry of the sunlight and the shadows. There is more proof. The firmament, all of the old books and documents that all civilizations knows about the dome. Even those Freemason families.
Stop.
How do you shadows? How do you get shadows to dome?
Yeah, what you
No,
mean
not
by
the dome.
shadows?
The sunlight of it. You know, and why it is day and night here and there. You know what I mean? That is flat Earth and dome. There's two important things.
No, flat Earth has nothing to do with the dome. Flat Earth has to do with the surface.
I said the day and night, like the sunlight and the moonlight. You know.
What that has to do with shadows? I mean, what are you talking about shadows?
I'm saying shadow. Yeah, I'm saying if you see the sunlight how it goes through a cloud, it proves that the sun is not that far. It's literally, I don't know how you guys believe in the sun is that far when you see a cloud, when you see the sunlight glowing through a cloud. It is like literally a pyramid. It is literally a pyramid.
What
it
is
has
the
a
highest
pyramid.
cloud you've ever seen, or they tell you there is?
I don't know, bro. I didn't measure with my fucking dick, you know? I don't know how far was it. It was far, of course, but I don't know.
Right, usually clouds sit about 600 feet and above.
Man, I zoom in with cameras.
LARPer.
Man, I zoom in with cameras and there is no curvature, man. Even with lasers.
Yeah, I think
Such
you're
a fucking
larper.
indoctrination thing. I promise you, even the pilots, they study in a flat Earth physics. Way.
We had him pegged as a LARPer the second he opened his mouth, Bradwin.
Okay, all
That's why
right,
we
yeah,
did this.
that's all he's doing. He's just saying stuff that he thinks that flat earthers would say, and we don't talk about a dome because you haven't proven one yet. We have containment, we have gas pressure. Space is fake. Why would we need a dome?
Because
Yeah, and I
behind
mean,
the
like
dome there is
2000.
water, man.
Hey, bro.
Behind the wall,
bro.
the dome there is water.
The
Why
year
do you think there were floods?
2015 called. They want their arguments back.
Why there were floods, man? Tell me. If there is a space, why there were floods and there is all civilization under the ground? Tell me, come on. You see?
I told you he was a LARPer. He's starting to fall back over.
You see, man, what is on top, on the sky, what do you think it is, the space? It is water. It is water, brother. And humans in this life where we live right now, they're trying to break it and trying to do a reset.
How do you know there's water?
Yeah, have you been up there to find?
Because first of all books talks about the waters from above. Okay, we can say maybe, maybe not. We will save it. Then you see all of the videos from Elon Musk when he's throwing rockets to the fucking dome, and when it touches the dome, it's the same fucking visual. It has the same visual effect than you throw a rock into the water.
Yeah, but already you're implying dome.
Well, search about it. Search about the dome and search about the Project HARP. You will see they're manipulating and modifying the ionosphere. And ionosphere is the last two domes.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter
Bro, you
what
will
they
see.
say, unless there's evidence to back it up.
Bro,
You can't just say, well,
all books, Freemasons books in French, in English, in Spanish, it says about the dome, and there is a bunch of fucking symbolism behind it.
Yeah,
They use symbolism.
What evidence did they give?
What evidence? Look at the ONU. Look at the
They have a
ONU. The
bunch
ONU
of books
sign.
on globes. Doesn't mean the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but they impose that to you, and you come from the monkey. You know, these two things
but
makes
what I'm
the
saying
fucking
is
human
that
a slave.
the way you're approaching this is illogical. You say, well,
It's not
they
illogical.
got a
Flat
bunch of
Earth
books
and dome
on
is one.
domes. Shut up and
Flat
listen.
Earth.
Shut
Tell me.
and listen.
Tell me.
I'm about to mute you, dude.
I don't care, bro. I'm telling you, I'm listening to you, and you're saying you're gonna mute me. That's nice, man.
You keep talking when people are talking, you idiot.
The LARPer he took off, so does that mean you
Anyone want to debate communism versus capitalism?
Yeah, it's down in the politics room. Go ahead. I'll meet you there.
Radwin, can I get a weather report? I want to know what to expect after you.
Oh, it's clear now. Why did you get it?
Oh, good. It feels like rain is coming. You'd get it first before I do.
You're getting rain.
Oh, okay. It's not in our weather prediction, but it feels like it. Like, you know, when you get old and your bones creak.
Yeah, but you're like almost, well, you're a little bit lower than me, but that's where the weather's at. I'm just missing it because the lake pushes it away.
Yeah, I'm just below the mountains. I can actually see. We don't get the weather all the time you do, but I can see it from my house. It's really wild. Like I can see storm systems a few dozen miles away. And I'm like, wow, it's a good thing we're not up there by the hills. But yeah, okay. You're more accurate than those goofballs on TV.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I tell you, you got snow coming, you got rain coming, and it's usually right.
Yep. And if we miss it, it's because we're in the valley.
Are you home today?
No, I'm gearing up to go into the office. I've got some numbers to crunch, and then I'll come home. Yeah. I can't do a lot of my work from home because security.
Oh, man.
Not that kind. Like
he builds killer robots.
People's private stuff, you know.
Yeah, I build robots.
He builds fighting robots, though.
You build like easy pass systems for all the stuff that goes through, right?
Basically.
I'm happy that guy didn't have any evidence. I'm not gonna lie. Sporadic, you gave up so quick with that guy.
What he reminded me of is somebody who is like they're still quite new to the top. I don't necessarily think he was a LARPer. Your radar's better than mine, though. Like I'm completely willing to, admit. But he struck me more as the kind of guy where like it's still brand new to him, and he's just like shotgunning. I've read this. I've read this. I've read this. I've saw this.
No,
I've saw that. And it's just
he said, I'm a marine biologist. Well, I'm not a marine biologist. He's a LARPer.
he did later walk back on it and say he's doing his masters. He could be completely making it up. He could be completely making it up, but
yeah, he's making it up.
Someone, I don't know who said it, but it sounded like he was just repeating like the major talking points, or like he'd heard a bunch of shit and just like repeated it, like, "Oh, this is what flat earthers talk about."
Yeah, and when he's asked for the evidence, he'll topic change.
Yeah, dramatically.
Yeah, he said Trump's trying to blow up the dome. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, he just watches too much TikTok.
It's a great topic, though, but I genuinely wanted to have some like sort of evidence or something. Or fuck.
like, imagine he posts in the side chat, and it's this like 720p resolution video, and that was tucked in some kind of like hidden camera in the secret lair boardroom.
Always is.
Gonna blow it up. Gonna blow up in the dome, and he's got like a recording of just some shady meeting. Yeah, funny to imagine, but it is just imagination.
I would have thought he would at least brought some sprites, like the lightning that kind of falls off. It looks like there's from some kind of dome-ish like thing, but it's just an effect.
He lost me when he said a balloon sounds like thunder.
Thunder all over the world at the same time, or at least 1 mile after another.
Are you talking about this video that was on TikTok going around that if you're in like some kind of dome shape environment and you pop a balloon, it sounds like thunder.
Just sounds like an echo, surely.
Yeah, it's like
actually sounds like thunder.
Yeah.
What does it actually?
Yeah,
I thought he was trying
for the size of it.
I mean, it does. I've seen those videos before. I haven't personally popped a balloon in something dome shaped myself, but in those videos, at least at face value, it does sound a bit like thunder. But again, that's not.
One I saw wasn't a dome.
We have a dome around us now, and he's a glober.
Yeah. And the one I saw wasn't a dome, it was like a cylinder. Real huge, tall cylinder. Like a silo, sort of without a roof.
Yeah, it was more like a silo. Yeah, you're right.
If he would have come at it instead from, I have no proof, because no one does, right? But here's my best evidence. Here are the things that make me believe. Here are the things that would lead me to think. But proof is, and people seem to have such a difficult time of saying, like, I don't have any proof for this myself, but here's what I think, and here's why I think it. They have to like die on the hill of like, no, I have proof. And it's like, well, you don't, and that's okay. Such an odd hill to die on.
I mean, it does sound like he is brand new, because I mean he did bring out the I mean, I haven't talked about that in a while, about the going down to Antarctica, the dome, not the dome, the Operation Fishbowl and all that stuff. So I mean, it sounds more like he has more of a faith-like belief and stuff, not actually like not being around us a while. So I think he might not be a LARPer. He might just be One of those TikTok learners.
That was the vibe I got. But as I prefaced this earlier with, my radar for this is nowhere near as good as the people who have experienced this a lot more. I tend to take people at face value, but there's been a number of times where I'm like, oh, that guy seemed nice, and then someone's like, no, he's a complete dickhead, and he's been in here for like every day for 3 weeks doing the same shtick, and I'm like, all right, yeah, fair enough.
Well, definitely not prepared for this arena anyway, because like he assumed that for a second that Sporadic is a Glober just because Sporadic was challenging him and asking him for evidence.
Yeah, for sure.
He was like, oh yeah, let's play devil's advocate, and then 10 seconds later he's thinking, oh god, I really I so desperately wish I hadn't.
Well, like, because we will, like, anybody that comes in with a claim at all, like whoever they are, of any claim, we'll ask for how they know that, what's the evidence, what's the demonstration, etc., etc.
How do you know that, T-Dub? What's the evidence?
Yeah, how do you
We've
know
done
that
it before.
happens?
You just made a claim.
Eyewitness testimony. Satellite dishes facing straight up the equator.
Anecdotal, rejected.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, that, like, what makes me laugh is when you've got like two people going at it, and neither are particularly equipped for the conversation, and so what happens instead is person A makes a rather poor argument, and then it's like, welcome to Flat Earth, mic drop. But then you've got the Glober, again, similarly ill-equipped, and they'll make a, welcome to the globe. It's just back and forth of like, welcome to Flat Earth, welcome to the globe, welcome to Flat Earth, welcome to the globe. And it can be quite amusing to spectate.
Sounds like our first month of interaction, is that, bro?
Yeah, it's just... And like neither side is actually listening to the other person. Neither side is like even responding to what the other person is saying. They're just waiting for that 0.06 of a second gap. So they go, and just kind of, yeah. But it's not just in this particular debate sphere. It's any debate sphere. Like you'll have two people debating a particular topic, and let's say they go at it for a good 30 minutes, and let's say there's 6 people backing up, if you will. Maybe like their friends are there, kind of like listening along. At the end of that 30 minutes, both people will believe they won